Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Chief Operating Officer, Ned Desmond.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Disrupt Berlin. Just a quick commercial moment before we get the show underway. TechCrunch and the Extreme Tech Challenge have teamed up to host a regional XTC competition here at TechCrunch Disrupt. The XTC is a global startup competition and nonprofit organization that partners with Tech for Good leaders to support innovators addressing global challenges and help them scale their world-changing startups by connecting them with the investors, corporations, and mentors who can help. 10 startups will be selected to present to leading VCs, including Samsung Catalyst Fund, Speed Invest, and Deutsche Telekom. The top 3 startups will be recognized here on the main stage tomorrow afternoon with the Custom Disruptor Award and receive invitations to the XTC Global Finals at Vivatech in Paris in June 2020. So keep your eye out for that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
What's up? Whoa, I'm loud. You're up now. Thank you for the tepid applause. I appreciate that. We're very excited to be here. We've got an amazing slate of speakers for you today. A couple highlights from that are GoCardless co-founder and CEO Hiroki Takeuchi, Klarna Sebastian Siemiatkowski, and this is just the beginning of me butchering European names, so get used to that. Naspers CEO Bob Van Dijk. All 4 senior partners from Atomico are going to be here later, and of course, we have the startup battlefield. 14 companies are going to compete for the Disrupt Cup, 50,000 USD, and eternal glory. So it's going to be a really, really fun day. I'm very excited about it. But before we get started, I do have some housekeeping notes that I'd like to go over. So for one, you know where you are right now. This is the main stage. In the back of the room, that way, we have the Extra Crunch stage. Now that's really targeted towards founders, aspiring founders who are looking to gain actionable insights on how they can better build their business. So you definitely want to check that out. It's going to be jam-packed full of great stuff. If you want to follow along on the conversation on Twitter or social media, please use the hashtag TCDisrupt. Questions, compliments, concerns, they can all go there. You can also get access to our new premium content Extra Crunch for only 25 euros for the first year. That's a deal we're running right now for this show. It's normally 100 euros a year. So if you want to check that out, it's pretty amazing. There's the same thing that's happening on the Extra Crunch stage live and in person is happening in text on the website. So definitely check that out. If you guys are playing a drinking game, check that out. Should be on your list. I'm clearly going for that a lot. Next year, we have a couple of amazing events. Disrupt San Francisco is one of them. We're also introducing a new type of show called Early Stage. Again, targeted towards early stage founders to learn. My hope is that you walk in with an empty notebook and you walk out with an outline full of step 1, step 2, step 3 on all the problems you have to solve. We're going to be doing that in Paris in October, so check that out. All the information's on techcrunch.com. And if you want a transcript of anything that you hear on the main stage, that's going to be powered by Otter AI. So if you just go to otter.ai and you look for the Disrupt Berlin banner, enter the code TechCrunch, and you'll get all the transcripts for free. It's all happening live. So you guys ready to go? Yeah, I got all the time in the world, so I will wait for a response from you. On the Extra Crunch stage right now, how to build sustainability as a business with Benjamina Bolog from Higher Stakes, Pierre Paslier from Notpla, and Seth Bannon from 50 Years. That's starting right now on the Extra Crunch stage. So if that's of interest to you, check it out and drink. And with that, we are going to bring up co-founder and CEO of GoCardless. Please welcome to the stage Hiroki Takeuchi and your moderator, Roman Delay. Big welcome.
All right, it's so great to be here and to open the show. And of course, it's so great to have you here, Hiroki.
Thank you for having me.
So you've had a fantastic year, but maybe let's start with explaining what GoCardless is in a few words.
Yeah.
I've rarely seen a startup name that is as self-explanatory as it is, because the name says it right here.
Yeah,
You
it
don't
does.
believe in card payments. You think companies should go cardless and switch to direct debits.
Yeah.
Why is direct debit so powerful?
Yeah, so what we do is we help businesses with recurring models to collect those payments via direct debit mechanisms. And the reason we think that's interesting is because obviously there's been a lot of disruption and innovation on payments in general, but it's all been focused on e-commerce and retail. And as we see more and more businesses move to recurring models like subscription models, invoicing models, like usage-based models, that kind of way of taking payments doesn't work very well. And so what we're focused on is building technology on top of the rails that are designed specifically for these recurring business models and making them much more easily usable online and more globally available as well.
And it seems like the perfect solution for like utility bills, for instance. If you want to pay for electricity, water, there's a very low fee.
Yeah.
There's much less like dropouts because it doesn't expire over time.
Yeah.
But what about some other areas that could take advantage of direct debits? Is it just for utilities?
No, absolutely not. So we work with about 50,000 businesses collecting around $15 billion a year through the platform. And it's a huge, wide range of businesses, everything from really small, one-man band kind of accountants, professional service firms, which are billing their clients on a regular basis, all the way through to much larger organizations working with bigger technology companies like DocuSign or like Xero to help them to enable their customers to get paid. So it's a very wide range of use cases. And especially as we're seeing more and more of the economy move to these kind of subscription-based models, we're seeing a wider range of industries adopting this kind of way of getting paid.
Okay, one more question about direct debits.
Yeah.
I think customers are pretty happy about sharing credit card numbers online. Is there some friction when you're asking customers to enter banking information directly?
Yeah.
And not just a credit card number?
Well, it's funny because when we first started, we always had this sort of worry, right? We thought about this a lot, and especially when we were in the US, when we first started, and obviously in the US, everyone's very focused on credit cards. So it was something that we worried about a lot, but actually we've seen that that's not been the case at all. And as we've kind of expanded and gone across lots of different markets, we've done quite a lot of research into the way that people prefer to pay for things. And so, in most European countries and in also a lot of other countries around the world as well, these kind of direct debit mechanisms are the way that people prefer to make these kind of payments, right? They like the fact that they can see what's going on from within their bank account. They like the fact that it's more reliable, so they don't have to keep on, changing their information all the time. And so, it's like the number one way for customers, preference-wise, to pay in a lot of different markets. So actually, that's not been a problem at all.
And is there some protection against fraud, for instance, if a fraudulent company is using direct debit to take money out of you?
Yeah, so there's obviously it varies from country to country, but most countries will have like a kind of a guarantee scheme in place to protect customers if something goes wrong. So it's a very safe way of paying.
So Go Cardless has been around for 8 years, 9 years now?
Yeah, it's I guess we're coming up to 9 years, yeah.
And in the middle of building this business, you had an accident, a terrible accident.
Yes.
I'm sure it has been a challenge as well because you had to spend some time in a hospital.
I did indeed.
Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I had a cycling accident in London about just over 3 years ago, which left me paralyzed from the chest down. So that's why I use this wheelchair. And yeah, I had to be in hospital for quite a long time. So I was sort of out of action, so to speak, for about 3 or 4 months, where I was just sort of living in hospital and recovering. So it was quite a challenge, like obviously personally, but also professionally. From the perspective of being able to continue to run the company, and I think that I was quite lucky because we were established enough and a big enough company that we were able to keep on going without me being around. And I had a very supportive set of investors, a supportive board, supportive team, and then also supportive family to give me the space to kind of recover before I went back to work.
Let's talk about the team in particular, because I'm sure while you were recovering, you couldn't be here day to day, like actively talking with the team and interacting with the team.
Yeah.
How did that play out with the team?
Well, I mean, I think that for me it was actually quite a positive experience in a way, because obviously when you've been running a company for a long time, you kind of get stuck working on lots of different things, and I think what I realized was that actually the team were ready to take a kind of a step up and take on more responsibility and cover for me basically, right? Because I wasn't around, so I wasn't doing anything. And so it was great to see the way that the team kind of came together and stood up to the challenge, and then actually it gave me an opportunity to, when I went back to work, rethink what my role was and how could I add the most value and have the biggest impact for the company. And so it was actually quite a positive experience, I have to say. So it was kind of a very weird, sort of bittersweet kind of experience, because obviously on the one hand, personally it was very, very challenging and it's been tough, but from a professional perspective, it's actually been quite positive.
I'm very impressed by the fact that you're saying it's positive.
Yeah, well, you have to take some kind of silver linings from it, I guess. Yeah.
And so you said you had to rethink the way you work and your role in the company.
Yeah.
Is there a change in the framework around you, like new leaders that are willing to take some more responsibilities?
Yeah, so I mean, we've since I've come back from my injury, the company's grown a lot. So I think we were probably around 100 people when my accident happened. We're now around 400 people about 3 years later. So we've scaled the team quite a bit. We've brought in a lot of kind of executives and people to help run the company as well during that time. So it has changed quite a lot. But I think what's been, for me, quite a sort of a useful, I guess, outcome from the whole experience was that because when I went back, I basically made myself redundant, right? Like I wasn't doing anything. It meant that I could be very selective about what I focused on and what I continue to let the team do. And I think I realized that actually, without being conscious of it, I was micromanaging a lot before this injury. I was getting involved in a lot of things where actually the team did a much better job without me there, right? So I think it made me realize that it's better to give the team more kind of, I guess, latitude and more scope to kind of run with things, and then I just kind of focus on a few bigger issues.
Yeah, as you mentioned briefly, you've come back stronger than ever because the company is doing really well right now. So this year, I think you've raised $75 million.
Yeah.
You said you have 50,000 clients and you handle like billions of dollars in transaction.
Yeah.
And it seems like you have a new focus right now. You want to push further and further when it comes to global expansion. How do you think such a local payment system can become a global company?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that for me, this is one of these examples of something that in the early days was a really big frustration, but we've managed to turn into an opportunity because one of the problems with these direct debit systems is that they're very tied to the banking system, right?
Yeah.
And so as a result, they're very geographically constrained. Like every country has its own version of a direct debit system. And unlike the card networks, like the Visa and the MasterCards of the world, there is no kind of global way of collecting payments like this. And so what we've focused on over the last couple of years is building out that global network, which connects all of these direct debit systems together into a single platform. And so, we've gone from, I guess, a product that was very UK focused initially to now being able to collect payment across over 30 countries, which covers about 70% of recurring payment volume globally. And so, that's been a really big challenge to build that. But I think that what we think is that by doing this, we've built something very unique because we're able to empower businesses that have customers all around the world to collect payment via the mechanism that makes the most sense without having to worry about lots of different partners and lots of different payment models all around the world. And so, that's taking us into new markets. helping us to have conversations with businesses with a much larger footprint from a global perspective. And we think we've kind of created something very unique there.
So you mentioned Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be fair to say that you want to become the sort of Visa of direct debit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
Or MasterCard? I don't know which one you prefer.
I mean, they're both great companies, but
Great or
either would
awful?
be good. No, I think they're great for what they do, right? I mean, I think the point here is that a lot of the time people go, okay, you're competing with these other payment companies, and that is kind of true, but actually payments is a really large market, right? And the reality is it's not a single market, it's a set of quite fragmented markets, fragmented both from a geographic perspective, but also from a use case perspective. And so, you know, what we're not trying to go and like, I mean, I know that our name is Go Cardless, but we're not trying to go and say, okay, well, let's go and like eat Visa and MasterCard's lunch. I think that cards make a lot of sense for retail and e-commerce, but they don't make as much sense for these kind of recurring business models. And so we think that there needs to be different ways of collecting depending on the use case. And so, for me, like, what we're really doing is building a global network dedicated to recurring payments. And that we don't think exists in the world. So it's not so much a competition, it's more of a different path.
And one of the main arguments against card payments is that fees are kind of high, and you have lower fees in general, I would say.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the business. Do you think it makes sense over the long term to take low fees like that, and you're going to become, profitable at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I think that at the end of the day, one of the reasons why card networks are quite expensive is because there's a lot of parties in between each transaction. And if you think about the way in which the card networks were built, and they were built in a world where the internet didn't exist, right? So it was the problem they were trying to solve was, how do I pay for my meal in a restaurant when that restaurant has no connection to the banking system and the internet doesn't exist? So it's a very different challenge, and as a result, you have a lot of these different players in between each transaction. So you have the processors, the acquirers, the networks themselves, the issuers, and each of those parties needs to take a cut of every transaction. Right, so there's this kind of structural problem where you have like interchange when it comes to cards, and it's very difficult for the industry to get below that or cut that down, because at some point someone has to either disappear or take a lot less margin. And so one of the benefits of these direct debit systems is that because they're built directly into the banking system, that there isn't that same sort of layered effect in terms of number of parties in between each transaction. And so, we think that it's possible to offer lower fees in a quite sustainable way because of the nature of the mechanism that we're building on top of. And I think that, probably in the long term, this is kind of a trend that we'll see across all payments, right? Where, as this becomes more commoditized and, it becomes easier to transact and there's multiple options, I think that we'll naturally see that fees go down. But at the same time, scale goes up, right? I think that payment companies are becoming increasingly global. And so I think that, that I'm not too worried about the sustainability of the model.
Even though you hired a ton of people this year, like does it make sense? Like, let's look at revenue today. Like, what does it look like when it comes to profits or losses?
Yeah, well, I mean, like for us, we focus on two things, right? One is how profitable and sustainable is the underlying model, right? So, can we create good gross margins? Are the customers that we onboard profitable to serve? That kind of thing. And then there's like growth, right? And what we're really trading off between is, profitability, sort of an overall basis with growth, because we can always be profitable just by investing less in growth, and then, we'll be profitable, but we won't grow as fast. And our view is that we really want to be investing in growth as much as possible. So we focus less on the short-term profitability because we have a lot of confidence in the underlying economics of the model, and then we invest that, sort of lack of profit into growth in the future.
So you can still see a clear path to profitability.
Oh, always, yeah. I mean, I think that for us, we're always in a position where if we want to be profitable, we can just slow down increasing investment and then wait for the revenue to catch up, because it's always naturally growing. So it's very easy to be profitable if we want to.
Let's switch gear a bit. A few weeks ago, you announced a partnership with TransferWise, a company not far from Go Cardless in London. Essentially, well, tell us how it works exactly.
Yeah, so I guess when we were talking about this global network that we've been building, one of the big challenges is that because you're collecting payment directly from someone's bank account, you can only collect in the local currency, right? So, if I'm a business based in Germany and I have a customer in Australia, I can collect directly from their bank account using our platform, but I can only collect on Australian dollars. And if you're a really large company with a lot of sophistication and operations around the world, that might not be a problem because you probably have employees in Australia, you have a bank account in Australia, but a lot of businesses don't have that, right? And so one of the things that's been really important when we think about this network is the ability to collect payment from anywhere in our platform to anywhere else in our platform without worrying about the currency. And so that obviously leads to FX. And when we were building that capability, we wanted to partner with the best provider. And for us, TransferWise a really great partner. We have very shared kind of roots and also very shared sort of culture in terms of believing a lot in transparency, in simplicity. And so, it was a very natural fit when we were thinking about how to build this into the network. And what this partnership enables us to do is enables us to open up the network that we've built to a much wider variety of businesses, no matter where they're based and what size they are.
So it also means that if something goes wrong with TransferWise, it could be an issue for you. Why did you think it would be better to partner with a company instead of building this feature in-house?
Well, I think that that's kind of a decision that you make all the time, right? When software companies are building their products, I think it's really important that you find your area of focus, right? It's very easy to say, okay, well, you could make the same argument about using AWS or Google Cloud. It doesn't make sense for you to go and start going and building cloud infrastructure if you're building a SaaS platform, right? And so, I think that this is a decision that we make all the time. And I think that for us, we see that our area of focus is building that connectivity into all of these direct debit systems and then building technology on top of them to make them really easy to use and making them much better than if you went and built the integration yourself. And that FX isn't really part of that core focus for us. So, I think that it's a really core part of what enables the network to thrive. But we think that we're much better placed partnering with someone like TransferWise that has a lot more scale and a lot more expertise on this than trying to rebuild what they've built from scratch.
Let's talk about other payment tech companies.
Yeah.
Think about Stripe, Adyen. Like many of them started with card payments, but they've also expanded to direct debits in one way or another. You're probably the expert in the room in this space.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about competition with these sort of general payment players?
Yeah, so I think that the first thing that we think about is these are really large markets. So we don't think it's a problem to have competition. We actually think it's a good thing because it pushes you to try and improve. And so I don't think that payments is going to be a market where there's going to be a single winner, right? You're seeing really, really large companies be built, and even just now today, you have PayPal, Stripe, Adyen. These are all companies that are worth tens of billions, or if not hundreds of billions of dollars. So there's definitely a lot of space to thrive, right? So we don't worry too much about competition per se. I think that for us, the way that we think about differentiating and building something unique is by taking that different focus, right? So what we see most payment companies focusing on is e-commerce and retail, and a lot of the innovation right now is happening by merging retail and e-commerce, right? So you're seeing companies like Adyen and Stripe and PayPal buying building point of sale technology so that they can be in store as well as online, that kind of thing, right? That's a huge space and a huge problem. But I think that as a result, when they build technology on top of these direct debit systems and when they build technology for these recurring models, it's really their secondary focus. Maybe it's 10% of their focus, maybe 5% of their focus, but it's clearly not 100% of their focus. And for us, the way we differentiate is by saying, okay, well, look, we're going to be 100% focused on these recurring business models, and we're going to build the best possible way of collecting recurring payments. and that focus leads you down a different path with a different solution. And we think by taking that clear focus, we can build something very unique. So I guess the way we think about differentiation is through the perspective of focus.
So one last question, because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to pull Stripe and expand to card payments, for instance?
No, we don't have any plans for that, no.
All right, thank you very much, Hiroki.
Thank you for having me. Cool.
Yeah, they gave me this mic. It was really exciting for me, and now I'm in charge of putting myself on and off. So if I come out here and my mouth is moving and you don't hear anything, let me know. Yeah, hello. Up next, we have Roxanne Varza from Station F. Raise your hand if you're familiar with Station F. Yeah, me too. They actually launched on our stage a few years ago, and we're going to hear more about what they've been getting up to. So with that, please welcome to the stage Roxanne Varza and your moderator again, Roman Delay. Warm welcome, please.
All right, I'm back. Roxanne, it's so great to have you here for many reasons, but one in particular is that Station F has a sort of special history with TechCrunch.
Yeah, we do.
3 years ago, I think it was right here on this stage, you unveiled Station F to the world. So it's been 3 years. It's been live for 2.5 years, something like that. And I think the excitement has been like off the charts. Did you expect that kind of hype with President Macron coming for the opening, for instance?
Yeah, so we have an incredibly special relationship with TechCrunch because I remember we went to London when Disrupt was back in London in the day, and we announced our first partners, kind of essentially people knew Station F was coming, but nobody had any idea what it would be. So we made all of our first announcements at Disrupt, and we knew it was going to get some attention. I mean, our founder, Xavier Niel, he's obviously very well known. The project was extremely ambitious. We knew Macron pretty early on, he was going to probably come to our opening. We did not expect the amount of attention that it's continued to get and the momentum that has built up since, all the presidents and ministers and people that have come to visit. So that's been quite a surprise.
Great. So let's dive in and talk about Station F as it is today. So you have your own programs where you accept entrepreneurs so that they can relocate to Station F and work from there. The Founders Program, the Fighters Program. Can you tell us a few words about this and how many people do you have in this program?
So yeah, so Station F is essentially designed like a university for startups. We have 30 different programs. 1/3 of them are done by corporates like Microsoft and Facebook. We have 1/3 that are by universities. We have some of the best French business schools, engineering schools, so HEC, INSEAD, they have their programs on campus. And then we have 1/3 of our programs that are done by startup organizations like Entrepreneur First has their French program at Station F. And then we run 2 programs in-house ourselves. There's a lot of other services that we provide, however. We have 30 different public services. We have an investor community with about 40 different funds. We have a makerspace. We recently launched housing. So really, this is trying to put everything an early stage company would possibly need right in one place.
And you have a post office.
And we have a post office with exceptional hours. Goes all the way to 10 p.m.
So how do the partnerships work? Does it mean that they have a long-term commitment, or can they move on and do something else and you have to find new partners?
Yeah, all of our partners at Station F are minimum 1-year engagement, and we like to keep it pretty flexible because partners will come and go.
Do you have some examples of partners that thought it wasn't a good fit?
To date, we've only had one partner that's left, and that was because they didn't have funding to continue at Station F. But otherwise, all the other partners have continued.
And do you want to name it, or?
It was Numa, who's still going strong and is a well-recognized partner in the French ecosystem.
Yes, so you have some tech partners. So you said Facebook, Microsoft, AWS, not AWS actually, Facebook, Microsoft.
Apple we have on campus,
Apple.
yeah.
And you have some different industries as well. So banks, BNP Paribas, luxury, e-commerce, LVMH, L'Oreal. Is it important to have this mix of partners so that you can tackle different industries?
Yeah, exactly. Essentially, at Station F, you won't have 2 programs on the same topic. We did that obviously to limit competition as well between programs, but also because we wanted to make sure that any startup from any industry would find a good fit at Station F. And so we have 30 different programs, and they all cover different stages, different verticals, different stages, and geographies as well. So we have, for example, a France-China program, which lets you spend 6 months in France and 6 months in China.
And do you plan on building a Station F in China just for that?
Not yet. Actually, our France-China program has their own spaces in China with 2 different universities. So they actually already have the space on the ground there. We're not at this stage planning on replicating Station F anywhere else.
All right, you talked about housing a bit. A few months ago, you announced and you launched Flatmates. What is Flatmates?
So Flatmates is essentially a massive co-living space for 600 of the entrepreneurs at Station F. Many people may know that housing is very complicated in Paris. It's even more complicated when you're an entrepreneur. So usually to be able to find a flat in Paris, you'd have to make 3 times rent a salary. You'd have to have a fixed term contract, which is impossible if you're founding a company. You'd probably have to have somebody local as a guarantor. This is just stuff that as an entrepreneur, and especially as a foreign entrepreneur, you would never have. 1/3 of our population is actually non-French. So we actually built this to really respond to that demand.
And how does it work? They just rent a bedroom in an apartment?
So each apartment has 6 people living in it. Obviously, you get a private room. You can get shared bathroom, private bathroom. We have different options. Starts at €399 per room per month, so it's very affordable. And it's essentially, once you get accepted to a program at Station F, you can also get accepted to the housing.
So for the past few weeks, there's been a lot of talk about work-life balance. For instance, Away, the luggage company, they've come under pressure because people have been noticing that they're making people work on New Year's Eve to ship bags. And it feels like you're kind of selling this lifestyle where you eat, sleep, breathe, take all the time. How do you feel about that?
So the truth is, it could not be farther from the truth, because actually Station F, we actually launched it with the idea in mind that it would be full 24/7, and that is definitely not the case. We've noticed that people take holiday. Station F, we still probably have several hundred people that will stay in the evenings and on weekends, but it's definitely not the majority of people that choose to work later hours or extra hours. So actually, we tend to find that we're actually surprised by how, quote unquote, little the entrepreneurs actually end up working compared to the cliches that we have in mind.
Okay, so you don't think you're participating in this kind of lifestyle?
No, I don't think our entrepreneurs are necessarily that style of entrepreneur.
Great. Let's switch gear and talk about some of the famous guests you've had over the years. So you've had important tech CEOs coming for a visit, Jack Dorsey, for instance. You've had important heads of state as well. Zelensky, the new president of Ukraine, was there recently. Why do people think they have to go to Station F when they come to Paris?
So I think Station F has kind of, it's become one of the key stops that you make now when you come to Paris. You go see the Eiffel Tower, you see the Louvre, and now you see Station F. I think part of it's also just simply because it's a really great way to see this kind of new vibe that's come about in Paris. We've started to kind of feel this momentum for the last few years, lots of new startups, lots of attention going to the ecosystem, and this is a great way for it to be crystallized. You can meet so many different players in one location. And I think that's why we've been very fortunate in that we also have a huge push and backing from the government. They support us, they share us with a lot of their delegations, and so a lot of people are coming to see Station
So when you
F.
say new vibe, what have you noticed in the French tech ecosystem that has changed over the past 5 years, 10 years?
Well, I think starting about maybe 2016, so this was 1 year prior to Station F's launch, we started to see a lot more companies, a lot of people actually turning away from more traditional ecosystems, people wanting to come back from Silicon Valley. Maybe it was in part facilitated by Brexit and the new president in the US. And we've actually seen that as a reason for people actually turning towards France. But also the arrival of Macron has been a great pro-business vibe and message to the world. So we've seen in the last year alone his announcement with the new late-stage funding initiative that he launched, the new talent visa for foreign entrepreneurs. So I think today, instead of France simply attracting people that left, it's now attracting some of the best talent from around the world. And we're seeing people arrived that don't speak any French, have never worked in France, and they're joining some of the great companies that we have there.
Give us some numbers. So how many people, residents of Station F, are foreigners? And do you care about diversity as well?
Yeah, diversity is huge for us on many levels. So the entire Station F community is 1/3 international. We have over 600 people on campus that don't speak French, so our language is English. Many people, when they come to Station F, they don't feel like they're in France anymore, and in a sense, they're not in France anymore. The countries that actually are the best represented in order are the US, China, and Morocco. And Americans are always blown away by the fact that the Americans would be the best represented. But diversity for us doesn't stop there. So we've paid a lot of attention to minority and female founders, especially. We have 5 of our 30 programs today that have 45% or more female founders. Now, we still have a ways to go to get to 30 programs, 50%, but we'll get there. And we also have one program on campus that's very dear to us, and actually it was really what our founder wanted to do when he created Station F, and aside from just making a big space. It's called the Fighters Program, and it's for people coming from underprivileged backgrounds. And so, for example, in that program, we have someone who's a former prisoner. He used to steal cars, and now he's making an anti-theft device for cars. So we think there's nobody better than him to do the job. And so that's really a program designed for people that maybe don't have higher education, are refugees, or have lived a difficult
And what's
situation.
the name of his company?
This company is called Digital. And we're actually really proud of him because he actually pitched on stage not too long ago.
At the
We
Future
launched
40.
Exactly. We launched this event this year called Future 40, our 40 most promising up-and-coming startups that we're also fundraising in the near future. And so he's actually, to date, the only fighter that pitched on that stage, and he's actually making headway with some good negotiations.
Give us some other names of your favorite startups at Station F. I'm sure you've seen hundreds or even thousands of startups by now.
Yeah, we have so many.
What
so,
should we be looking for?
So from the top 30 this year, there were quite, the top 30 is essentially our best performing startups. We have Vitality, which is a e-gaming, esports company that has made a lot of news in France. They're working with Stade de France. They've done some significant rounds of funding. I think they just released a 20 million round of funding not too long ago. We've had a company called Chronos Care that they actually do post-sales service. So after you make a purchase online on an e-commerce site, they actually go through with a lot of the stuff that happens after making the sale. They were acquired, tiny team. But actually, a lot of companies that are getting more attention after the Future 40 event, for example. We have a lot of medical diagnostics companies, one called Agenty that's testing for Alzheimer's. So we have we run a whole gamut of different topics and stages at Station F.
Very interesting. So let's switch gear and talk about some personal use of yours. You participate in Atomico's angel program. So you're basically scouting companies for them. They're giving you a big envelope of cash, and you have to invest it over time in multiple companies. How does that work? Like, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that was a really remarkable program. So Atomico launched this 1 year ago.
Yeah, right here, actually.
Yeah, and it only lasts for 1 year. So they give each of the different angels an envelope of cash, and they say, essentially, you guys can pick the companies that you want to invest it in. And so I picked 4. I was really pleased to announce the first one that I invested in was an all-female founded company called Caramel. And they're actually doing an application to help parents find activities for their kids, which one would think that would exist and be easy, but actually it's not. And so I really was very pleased to meet that company. So I've done a couple other deals. Not all of them are public to date. But I think this program really kind of helps get over that fear and kind of demystifies what it means to make an investment into a company.
Yeah, so I wrote about Caramel, so you can check it out on TechCrunch. And does it mean that at the end of the year, you're not going to do it again, and next year?
So every year
they're
renewing the batch of angels. So they're going to be announcing shortly, maybe soon, the new angels that they have. And so every year will be a new batch of, I think, 6 to 10 people.
Like the entire batch is going to be new, or are some people going to stay?
No, they change it every year. They may have something in the future for people who want to continue in another form. But the point is to really encourage more and more people to learn what it is to invest.
Okay, so out of the 4 companies that you've invested in through Atomico's angel program, are they based at Station F?
Yes, they have all had a relationship with Station F. Not all of them are based there today.
And how do you feel about the potential conflict of interest that could raise with running Station F on one side and investing in only 4 companies out of the hundreds and hundreds?
It's true. It definitely, it's a very hard pick because I'm in touch with so many amazing companies, but also that's where my deal flow is. And I think like any investor, you have to look at where your deal flow is. So if I have to go for startups that have strictly no relationship with Station F, I would be in a much, much smaller pool.
Yeah, of course. So now let's talk about the future. I think Station F is off to a great start. How do you think you can make it work over the next 10 years, 20 years? Do you have to make any changes?
So Station F, actually, we've evolved quite a bit in the last 2 years alone. I like to tell a lot of people in the first 2 years we were really just beta testing and fixing bugs, and I still feel like we have quite a bit of work to do just from that perspective. But actually, what we're really going to be focusing on for the upcoming years is going to be on encouraging all of our startups to be more values-driven and to really integrate values, diversity, sustainability into all the 1,000 companies that we have there. So people come to Station F and they're like, oh, well, do you have a program for sustainable companies? But actually, we think every single company there should have that as part of their business. And so we're going to be making the shift in that direction.
And how can you force startups to adapt to these values?
So I think we're actually, over time, going to be integrating it into the types of companies that we pick, the types of companies we work with. We're in kind of a luxurious position today because we have over 11,000 companies that apply to Station F every year. Wow. So we can really be selective.
Are you going to pick some and leave all the others in the dark?
Yeah, and I think we'll probably include it at some point in the criteria at Station F.
Cool, and when it comes to the other programs from third-party partners?
It will be the same. All 1,000 companies.
It's going to be part of the contract, basically, if you become a partner of Station F. Sustainability first, for instance.
All of the different values criteria we think is important. So sustainability and diversity, obviously, given how important it is to us, will at some point become part of the criteria.
And so how many startups in total have been a Station F resident over the years?
So we're actually only 2.5 years old,
yeah.
And companies tend to stay as long as they possibly can. So we've now capped it at 2 years. I think we probably had something close to 2,000 companies to date go through Station F, just given the turnover that we've had these last 2 years.
And out of these 2,000 companies, have you seen some great exits that you want to mention?
Yeah, we've had quite a few exits over the last 2 years. I think we had 5 exits that were listed in the top 30 list that we shared. So we had one that was acquired by Magic Leap. It was a company doing virtual reality conferencing solution. A company called Mimesis, and it was in the Ubisoft program. So Ubisoft does a lot of great technologies, not only in gaming, but also in kind of in the virtual reality space. And we had another company that was acquired by Le Bon Coin. I mentioned earlier Kronos Care that was acquired by a US company as well. So we've actually had quite a few acquisitions. And we also have acquisitions that people choose not to make public. So in our first year, we had probably something around 12 acquisitions. Only 2 were made public. And I think probably one of my favorite acquisition stories, even though it now dates back to the first 6 months of Station F, was a company acquired by SAP, Recast AI, chatbot solution founded by a female founder under 30 years of age.
So is it ticking all the right boxes for you?
It's ticking a lot of the right boxes. It has more boxes to tick.
Cool. Well, that's great. We only have a few seconds left. I wanted to ask you, because every time I come to Station F, I'm quite surprised by how small the team is at Station F. Do you plan to grow the team and expand to new areas, maybe launch media websites and other stuff?
Yeah, so our team actually is remarkably small for how much we run. So actually, we're a 35-person team today running Station F and the co-living extension. We also work with a number of service providers that we actually consider also part of our team. So if you include everybody who handles maintenance and security, we probably go up to something like 60 people. It's actually quite a big team. We've started to internalize some of these services. We think that it can change the level of service, and we've seen that done successfully elsewhere. But I think we also are looking at how we can grow also the teams that are working with startups and partners.
Great. Roxanne, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you next time.
Thanks.
Après-vous. All right, how's everyone feeling thus far? We're 2 panels in, right? And the crowd goes wild. Cool. Okay, on the Extra Crunch stage, starting right now, we're going to hear what does it take to raise a Series A. The panelists there are Hannah Seal from Index, Louise Dalborn-Samet from Blossom Capital, and Jessica Holtzbach from Penta. So if that is of interest to you, founders in the room, raise your hand. And who needs a Series A? Keep your hand up. All right, that might be of interest to you. And I was corrected the second that I walked off stage. The Extra Crunch stage is that way, not that way. So if you're lost, that should help. But on the main stage right now, we've got the stage set. Please welcome all the senior partners from Atomico. Sophia Benz, Suraj Khalik, Hiro Tamura, and Neil Wass, as well as your moderator, Connie Loizos. Big warm welcome.
Darling.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for joining us
Pass me one of those waters.
for this conversation with 4 of the topmost investors at Atomico, a venture firm which is easy to forget is just 13 years old given the impact that it has had on the industry. Today we are going to be talking about the mechanics of Atomico, because I know many of you in the audience are founders and probably want to know better how things work over there. But we're also going to be talking about some industry trends. And toward that end, well, first I want to thank all of you for coming from Switzerland and England and Sweden. I think this is maybe the first time you've all been on stage together, so thank you so much.
That's correct. Thanks for having us.
You recently released a State of the European Tech report, which you've been doing annually, which I think is very interesting and useful for the industry. And I thought there were so many interesting data points in it. Something like $33 billion was invested in European tech startups in the last year across 4,500 rounds. 20 companies are now home to a unicorn startup, meaning valued at more than $1 billion. Was there anything in the report that you found particularly interesting? Maybe Neil, do you want to start way down there?
Yeah, well, I think you touched on some of them. I think the landscape of Europe has changed so fundamentally. I remember when I came out of business school like a long time ago, like 20 years ago, it was considered a bit weird to go into early stage tech. And now, you know, everybody wants to be in an amazing startup. So I think culturally it's massively transformed. That's not so much a surprise, I guess, but I think it's just a rousing endorsement of Europe and what we see here that perhaps we didn't, certainly 10 years ago. I think the other area that is perhaps more surprising is that diversity is still not moved on. I think we put out some figures in the report showing, just how few female founders, about 8% of the money that gets put into VC is going to female founders. I actually just invested in a female-founded company myself this year called Koru Kids with an amazing lady, Rachel Carell, running that. So we are seeing some change, but I think in all of our opinion, not enough. I mean, it's maybe something that Sophia would like to comment on, because I know she feels quite passionately about particularly the diversity point.
Well, thanks, Neil. Yeah, I mean, we all do, but for me especially, I find it really important, and I'm proud of Atomico because we have done stuff, not just talking about it. So last year we launched a diversity and inclusion report, so that if a founder don't really know how to go about it, we can point to that and say, like, if you need help creating a diversity plan, this is how you do it.
That's terrific.
And then also we met last year when I was announcing the angel program, and I'm really proud to say that 8 out of the 12 angels in that group are women, and that have been really good at deploying money into female-led companies.
And programs like that are so important. So the numbers that Neil and Sophia are referencing was, yes, 92% of funding you determined had gone to all male founding teams. In the US, frankly, it's not a whole lot better than that. I think it's something like 80%. things are getting better slowly thanks to women joining traditional venture firms, of course, more attention being paid to the issue, and also more women starting venture funds and sort of making sure they're funding more women founders. Is that a trend that you're seeing in Europe? Are women starting their own firms increasingly? Sophia?
Yeah, I see that quite a bit actually, which makes me very excited. And I see a whole new generation of both female entrepreneurs and also female investors in all stages, both seed and angel, but also A and growth venture. Also, one of the things that I wanted to achieve with the angel program was to get more people excited about angel investing. And I think we have seen a few of those that have already now started sort of investing after the program, which is for me really, then it comes full circle and then it has meaning. So I want more people and especially more women to come into the world of VC and considering a career as an investment partner.
Sure, I think that momentum.
Just for our own fund, by the way, we've paid a lot of attention to this because it's about how do we also reflect what we're trying to produce in the ecosystem.
Sure.
And we're at a point where we're 40% female on our investment team at this point, which is still not good enough, but we've really prioritized bringing in more people from diverse backgrounds and more women, and it's paying off. And I think it just makes us better investors, right? So that's first and foremost.
That's terrific. Do you have any idea of what percentage of your founding teams include a woman? Is it hopefully better than?
I think we're probably around the industry average. The more recent ones, I think we're above. But if you look at
right, everyone's getting sort of better more recently. Another thing that I thought was interesting about the report as an American was the fact that of all this money that's going into these venture firms and startups, $902 million came from pension funds, which is not a lot of money. So I guess most of it is coming from family offices, wealthy individuals. In the U.S., it's flip-flopped, as you know. What's going on? Is it a structural issue, Hero? Is it a
I think the world is waking up to the fact that European venture has comparative performance today with U.S. venture returns. There's research out there that is relatively authoritative in that area that you can kind of point to that the data is we're performing. And as a function of that, yes, you're right. There's pension funds in Europe, roughly 4 trillion that they have under management. $1 billion last year is a 3-fold increase from where it was before. So it is material, but as you say, I think if you think about the 4 trillion that they are managing, it's probably put to good use where you're deploying capital into venture capital funds that are looking to change the world in a positive way, because that is what impacts the pensioners who are behind that capital.
Sure.
I think that hopefully we'll continue to see that trend because it is happening and there is improvement, but there's more to do there.
Before we move on from the report, one other thing that I thought was interesting was that though all those sort of lines are moving in the right direction, VCs in Europe had raised $13 billion in funding, which is like a third of the money that went into startups. So that means a lot of money is coming from elsewhere. I just wondered, where is that money coming from?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the way it should be, right? When companies mature, the companies that we think should be coming from Europe, a lot of the ones we looked at back, are by ambition global companies. And being global companies, that also means having investors from other regions. So it's not a bad thing. I don't think we should be, as investors, saying, well, the funding has to all come from here. I think it's a sign of success that European companies are getting investments from Chinese investors, from US investors, which is really what's happening. It's to Hero's point.
Yeah, and to couple to that is the fact that the universe of tech is expanding to involve many industries.
Sure.
And so, what is naturally happening as a course of that is a lot of different types of capital, strategic, corporate, individuals, they're all getting involved in what is actually happening. I think that it's a reflection of where tech is going, or has been going for the last, several years, if not decade.
Right. Well, I also wondered if, because of this ongoing trade war between the US and China, you were seeing more funding specifically coming from China, if that's something that you can sort of see quite yet, or perhaps not.
I mean, there's an interesting point there, which is certain kinds of companies, which particularly a lot of frontier deep tech companies that are considered sensitive, Europe is kind of neutral grounds, right? So we can get customers, not just investors, but also customers from the US, customers from China. And there are examples like Graphcore, one of our portfolio companies, where this is tech that is not labored with restrictions that might come with ongoing spat. That's an advantage for Europe.
And can I ask too, so another big trend in the US that's been going on for 10 or 15 years, talking about tech affecting everything and everyone sort of looking to invest in tech, is there's much more money from the Middle East, sovereign wealth funds that has come into the US. I just wondered, and now I guess, given the sort of less than impeachable human rights records of some of these regions, there's a lot of debate in the US about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, whether people should be taking money. Do European startups care? Do European venture capital firms care?
I think so. I think everyone cares not only about what they're doing in terms of where impact to the world, but what type of capital they are choosing. And I think more and more people are becoming, and founders and entrepreneurs are clearly sensitive, and the people who are tackling big missions and big problems are clearly sensitive in terms of alignment with their investors. And I think that is something that will continue to be a trend that we see with the matching of the type of capital, the investor, and the entrepreneur. And so, of course, I think that definitely will be a continued trend that we see.
Yeah, and just we're very selective with our LPs, right? I mean, we're careful, and a lot of our LPs are pension funds, which is a really nice virtuous cycle. The fact that it's like pensioners are doing well off of the investment performance that we're working hard to deliver. And then the founders can feel good about the fact that their investors are indirectly, in many cases, the majority of money may be pensioners.
That's great. So you anticipated my next question, which was who your LPs are. So it's pension funds, it's also family offices, and it's mostly European, or also a mix of.
I think we're kind of diverse. I don't have the stats at hand, but it is mainly European, I'd say, yeah.
And you're right now investing a $765 million fund that you closed in 2017. I believe I read, it might have been in TechCrunch.com, that you are raising another fund. Are we going to surpass $1 billion this time, Sophia?
You know what? We don't say more than that at this time. We're always fundraising, and you'll be the first to know when we have news on that field.
Back to the US and Trump. It's a very polarizing experience that Americans are going through there. I mean, you're sort of living through it, I guess, here a little bit in London with Brexit. I'm just wondering, are you seeing founders less inclined to want to move to the US because things are a little bit less stable there in many ways than historically?
I don't know if that's a trend. I do see, however, that founders, at least in Europe, are more and more encouraged. They're very keen on building the business in Europe. And I think that, to me, is they're building global businesses in Europe, which doesn't mean that they traverse borders. They are in the US, their products are in Asia, but they are trying to build massive businesses here in Europe, which I think is an incredibly encouraging component that supersedes any political realm. I think that is what I see. I would defer to my colleagues as well.
No, I mean 100%. I think that's exactly right. I think it's much more the trend that the opportunity is here in Europe in a way that it wasn't before. And the need to go to Silicon Valley to do something is, I'm not saying that's not a good choice, but I think you have as much, if not a greater opportunity here, because the talent is amazing here, the size of the market is amazing here, increasingly the capital is here. Back to the previous point about sources of capital, the best entrepreneurs here do have now choice, and they are being selective about where they take their capital from as well. Just sort of kind of a little bit why we're sitting here, which is that therefore even the VCs have to be really on their game that perhaps they weren't 20 years ago, and we have to differentiate ourselves. And what Atomico are trying to do is differentiate ourselves by being, yes, investment professionals, but also a bunch of ex-operators like myself, ex-founders like Siraj, and bringing a different mix to the game, because the best founders do have choice. Interesting stat I read the other day that in UK VC, only 4% of the people in UK VC firms had operational tech company experience. Now, in our investment...
I'm sorry, what percentage?
4%.
Oh, just 4?
Yeah.
Oh,
now,
interesting.
And in Atomico, 70% of our investment team have been in early stage tech businesses. And that is why we try and bring a differentiated proposition. Yes, we're bringing you money, but we're bringing you know-how. People, like myself, who've been around the block in many, successful and, not so successful businesses, learned some good things, but also made a bunch of mistakes.
Sure.
And sitting alongside people who are at the start of their journey is something that we're hearing loud and clear from the market as differentiating what we're bringing to the table versus just pure money. Suraj is an ex-founder himself. I mean, I don't know if you want to add to that, but there's a reason probably you're...
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I spent most of my professional life in the Valley, 13 years, and at 2 startups. The first one was Google in 2001, and then the second was my own. And my startup, Climate Corporation, we had 4 rounds of funding with 6 top-tier investor names. And I got to know the VC industry from the other side. And it was very clear to me the value add of the founder-funded VC, where it's not just the money, it's the experience and the collective mistakes that people have made and can share with you. So for me, the Atomico model was and still is, the best way, which is why it was an easy decision for me to come and join.
I think it's terrific. I also am really shocked by that number because I think in the US it's become so competitive that it would be very hard to be a VC without operational experience. People still do it, but by and large, it's very crucial for the reasons that you outlined. Another trend that you kind of touched on in the report, very big in the US, seems like it's the case here too, companies staying private longer. Is that good, bad, neutral? Sophia, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, I don't know, but from my experience with Spotify, it takes time to build a good company. And it takes time to build a big, successful, global category winner. So I think it's healthy that you take the time and then you go public when the time is right. And
is that sort of the uniform?
I think, the rule of thumb is that if you're trying to get bigger outcomes that have a lot of challenges along the way, that you have to disrupt existing industries, many different mechanics of the commercialization of some of the services and technology will take longer. Therefore, staying private serves that serves that goal. And I think it allows you to take longer duration, execution cycles to get there. Clearly, in businesses like tech, where there are a lot of things to solve, that is a natural fit. And I think that is why over the last decade we have seen that trend of companies staying private longer. And I do think that there's a lot of benefit in that cycle being long. And the capital is there for that.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I mean, I've been lucky enough to be through 2 companies from early through going public, through IPO. One, Betfair, $6-7 billion business in London, and Uber, which you all know. And definitely it took us a long time in both those cases to get to where we wanted to do. But also there are very different pressures on a company once it's gone public. And I certainly saw from the inside that as I say, the pressure on us as a management team running some of these businesses as private were very, very different to the public pressures of quarterly earnings and all of those things. And so in many ways, the aspects that we're looking for to create amazing companies are protected within a private environment because it allows people to try stuff, iterate, make mistakes in a way that the public markets are very unforgiving on. So I think that's an aspect that's led to this trend as well.
I don't know if anyone here happens to know what the average age is of a company going public in Europe. In the United States, it's hit 13 years, which is pretty amazing to me as somebody who's covered the industry for so long. One issue, though, seems to be this disconnect between what private investors think a company is worth and public investors. Uber's obviously been sort of struggling with this. Is that something as investors you're kind of increasingly concerned with as you see some of these companies go out and get sort of hammered down by public market shareholders?
I think as you grow into a later stage cycle of company development, it becomes more and more of a sensitivity that one has to think about, both as a founder and group of investors who are committed to a company. I think where we focus on as an organization, as a fund, is much more at the early stage. Our primary activity is Series A European companies. We've doubled down on that over the last several years because we feel like that is where the opportunity is. Now, at that point in time, I think it's much less about the valuations that will be the public or the disconnect between public and private. I think it's much more about the value of growing a business that is tackling a big problem or a big opportunity, and it's probably not as relevant in the immediate term as for us that it is. But as we all have, either currently or have in the past been part of big exits and growing companies, I think even in our portfolio, those are things that we need to think about as investors, and some of our companies are growing to that nature. So it's not, again, something that over time we currently have to deal with that as well.
But you do have a growth stage business, so on that front you probably have to pay a little bit more attention.
Yes, I think that to be thoughtful and mindful about what a company's valuation is obviously, as that moment approaches in terms of maybe an IPO or any other kind of event that would create liquidity, we do have to think about that. But I think it's a much more collaborative discussion with founders and entrepreneurs so that they succeed and that they have the maximum amount of optionality, as well as what we talked about before, which is that elasticity to do things in a way that only private companies can do. So that's in the balance.
Another thing
these disconnects will continue to exist, right? And particularly when there are charismatic founders and large valuations involved, it'll be quite newsworthy. But let's not forget, there is a fundamental bedrock of very good companies that are being built here, and we should not overfit to the news of the moment, where a particular company might have had issues.
A gap in valuation. What about secondaries? So because companies are staying private so long in the U.S., employees want to get some liquidity, founders want to get some liquidity. Is that acceptable here? Are there sort of companies that have sprung up to facilitate these exchanges?
There are funds, yeah. There are funds that do secondaries, and I mean, for us as investors, our perspective is, we don't want people to be living hand to mouth and on shoestring salaries. So when we invest, sometimes the right thing to do is to have, even as part of a round, some degree of secondaries, but like small enough that people still maintain their hunger. But living's expensive, and people should be focused on their business, not because they can't make their paychecks. Are
they typically other venture funds, though, that are buying these shares, or is it other?
I think it's everybody, because in some way this whole, the underlying denominator is the duration of staying private, and value is still being created, even if a company is private. So therefore, to get alignment, there has to be ability for founders and those who are employees and, all those stakeholders need to have the ability to, find value along the way and recognize and realize that value. So yes, it is funds. Yes, it is. The world is becoming much more kind of sophisticated in the layers of different types of capital there is. So yes, there are people who specialize, but there are also those who are incorporating that into their primary investment strategy as well. So I think it's a mix.
Makes a lot of sense. Direct listings. Anybody care about these? Is that the wave of the future? Do IPOs need to be rethought? A lot of talk about this in Silicon Valley.
I think it's a great development. It's, again, a sign that I think, technology and the underpinning capital that supports entrepreneurs and business builders is becoming sophisticated. Direct listings, I started my career in technology and internet and web in the late 90s. That's something that we would have never thought about. I think today it allows for companies to have different types of access to capital in a way that is ever evolutionary, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
Sure. And Sophia, your former CFO, of course, gets a lot of credit for sort of inventing the whole process. Yeah. So tell me a little bit more about, so the four of you came from your different offices. How many offices are there together now managed by Atomico?
Well, in terms of offices, we're based out of London, which is where our core headquarters 80% of our people are there. But we have people dotted around the place. Sophia's on the ground in Stockholm looking after the Nordics as an example. We have somebody based in Paris looking after Francophone region. So we have offices dotted around the place because we're a pan-European fund, and therefore that's helpful both for sourcing but also for supporting entrepreneurs. So yeah, that's geographically kind of how we're split. And that sort of, as I said, maps our investment strategy of being a pan-European fund primarily. We do some later stage stuff as well, which my colleague Hero leads, and that can be anywhere, including the US as well. But yeah, we're really focused on pan-European. You know, we're one of the largest VC funds, I think the largest founder-led VC fund tackling European venture capital.
I did want to ask, one of your co-founders is starting his own seed stage fund, Matthias Jungmann. Why? I guess why is he doing this separately from Atomico?
So we don't do seed stage investing, and you know, Matthias is great. It's been a passion of his for quite some time. So you know, we are the first investors in his new fund. So we believe in him. It's very much part of the family.
That's great. I did not realize you don't do any seed stage investing, but you do A through later stage.
So our sweet spot is A. So I would say 70% of our target investment is at A. So check sizes of 5 to 15, looking at 15 to 20% equity ownership at that stage. We will do Bs and Cs. I think most people would know that about our kind of fund. Perhaps what they don't know is that we're also recently this year restructured to have a bit more focus about sectors. So for example, I look at consumer, Hero looks at late venture, Siraj looks at deep tech or frontier as we call it. Sophia also works with me in consumer, and we also cover enterprise, you know, B2B. So we've really started to, you know, be much more focused on those separate areas. We work as a team, of course, but it gives us a lot more insight and specialization in those 4 areas. And that's something that people probably didn't know about us now.
That's great, and thank you for surfacing that. And then in terms of decision making, how does that work? Do you and Sophia come together to talk about consumer deals, or is this a firm-wide decision that has to be made?
Our decision-making process is incredibly collaborative because we have a diverse set of partners with diverse sets of experience. So what we try to do is bring that diversity of experience into our decision-making thought process to then have one very good decision. So it is incredibly inclusive, or at least we believe that to be the case.
Totally, and the common thread running across all of us is, you know, we have this term internally, partners to game changers. We really view ourselves as partners to game-changing companies. And what does that mean? I mean, there are a lot of great companies that are not game changers per se. For us, it's which are the companies that are really making a difference, defining new categories, building global businesses. And we think that's absolutely necessary because we're at this point in time where we're faced with these huge crises, from the climate crisis to, you know, the disunity amongst people and so on. And this next decade is one where it's mission critical for humanity to start to solve some of these problems. So for us, the common thread is what we're doing. If it's a net positive, that's the best scenario, but it should definitely be not a net negative. And in that, we're united. When we have these discussions, is this a game-changing company? Is it not negative to the world? And then, of course, as investors, it has to be a good investment for us.
And Siraj, if you don't mind my asking you to sort of close this conversation, I wish we had more time, but I know that you're sort of focused on frontier tech.
Yeah.
Atomico's got some really interesting bets, Graphcore, as you mentioned, Lilium, the flying taxi company, which I talked to Niklas about a couple of years ago when it was first announcing maybe it's like a 10 million Series A. Going into 2020, what's next toward that point you were making?
Yeah, so it's very much that point. You know, we have these huge challenges ahead of us, and companies that are able to solve those challenges or help contribute towards them will really flourish, and there's a lot of interesting scope for us as investors there. So there are many of these. I mean, AI continues to develop. We're starting to move from predictions to agency. That's a really interesting step. Biology has got to a point where we're not just using it to treat diseases. Now we can create systems of biology. We can create new computers. We can create air purifiers. We can create all kinds of things that, you know, are basically built out of biology, not out of mechanics. and quantum computers. There's a whole long list of interesting things. But the common thread is solving humanity's biggest problems, and that we really need to do that. It's time for that.
Absolutely. More attention needs to be paid. Thank you so much, all of you, for flying, and we so appreciate it. Love talking to you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch senior writer and your Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello! All right, this is going to be the first session of the Startup Battlefield at this Disrupt Berlin. So, just out of curiosity, raise your hand if this is your first time watching the Startup Battlefield. All right, excellent. So I'm about to explain everything you need to know. So, all of the teams that you're about to see, they have applied from all over the world. They come from all over the world. We had hundreds of applications. I think I just heard backstage there was a 5% acceptance rate, so pretty tough to get in. The teams are going to present for 6 minutes, and then they're going to take Q&A from the judges for 6 minutes. Now, the main thing you need to know is that most of these startup founders on stage are going to be incredibly nervous. They have never presented for an audience this large before. They are doing live demos, so it could get pretty interesting. The judges are allowed to ask them any question. And what all of that means is what I need from you is to be really supportive. And when I say really supportive, I just mean that at the end of the presentation, at the end of each Q&A, show your support with applause. We don't have to practice now. It's cool. Save your energy. But just keep that in mind. Like, it'd be really awesome if every single company leaves the stage feeling like you guys love them. Now, after the presentations, the judges are going to go backstage with me, and they're going to help us choose the finalists who will be presenting tomorrow. There will be one winner announced at the end of Disrupt tomorrow who will receive $50,000 US, as well as temporary custody of the Disrupt Cup. And that is exactly how it works. Very simple. Let's bring out our judges, some of whom you may recognize from the stage earlier this morning. First up, we have Julia Hawkins, a partner at Local Globe. Previously, Julia worked at Goldman Sachs, Last.fm, BBC Worldwide, and most recently at Universal Music, where she set up their corporate venture arm. Next, jumping back on stage, we have Siraj Khalik, a partner at Atomico, focusing on companies enabled by machine learning, AI and computer vision, Internet of Things, and ag tech. Before this, Siraj founded a unicorn startup called the Climate Corporation. Next, we have Tanya Kuffner, a partner at MHP and founder of Dynamics VC, a new kind of startup growth program that invests in deep tech startups and facilitates partnerships with MHP's corporate clients. Next, we have Kinga Stanislawska, founder and managing partner at Experior Venture Fund. She's been involved in investing in tech companies in Central and Eastern Europe for the past 17 years. And we have another return to the stage, Roxanne Barza, director of Station F, the biggest startup campus in the world. Before joining Station F, Roxanne led Microsoft Ventures Paris and TechCrunch France. So give it up for all of our awesome judges. Now it is time to bring out our very first Startup Battlefield company, Hawadawa. Presenting for Hawadawa are Cassie Welling. Oh, no, it's just Cassie Welling.
Hi. Hi. Another quirky startup name, I hear you say. Why can't these startups grow up? But in our defense, Habba-Dabba has a deeper meaning. It originates from the polluted urban streets of Egypt. Roughly translated, Habba-Dabba means air medicine in 7 global languages. Cairo. We're here in Berlin today, but never mind. Pollution knows few boundaries. Our CEO and co-founder, Karim, grew up in a house full of doctors in the city of Cairo, a city displaying all of the typical traits of an emerging economy when it comes to air quality and health. I'm Cassie Welling, COO of Habba-Dabba. I spent my youth breathing in country smells in rural England, but I'm here because of my background in environmental economics and governance. Combining AI, IoT technology, and satellite technology, we've built the most comprehensive digital platform for air quality management. Cities and companies are already using our data today to actually challenge the mainstream of decision-making. Air pollution accounts for 5 trillion of losses in economic output each year. 1 in 8 deaths globally can be attributed to the effects of long-term exposure to air pollution. Study after study highlights the links between air pollution and critical global diseases, from diabetes to depression. But there's a problem here because there's a gap between the urgency to actually tackle the problem and the science-based insights that can be used to target investment to actually do so. The technology is largely there, but the question is how to take the IoT technologies, take the satellite conversion of data, take machine learning to identify the types of pollutant behaviors that affect and trigger certain types of diseases, and actually make this into a usable data set that's relevant enough to actually target and service some of these real-life use cases. And that's where Habba-Dabba comes in. We're building the digital twin for the health of our cities. We're fusing tropospheric satellite data from the most advanced multispectral imaging spectrometer in orbit. We're combining this with aerospace and optical data from Japanese and European satellites. And then we take this and we combine that with weather, with land use, and with all of the terrestrial data that we can get our hands on. Converting satellite-based air quality values into ground-based values is not trivial. Very few others in the space are actually doing this. But in order to convert and downscale satellite values and take this to granular street-level air quality data, actually helps us to improve the accuracy of our models for some of these pollutants by up to 80%. And it helps critically in predicting the data between our terrestrial IoT sensors on the ground, which, incidentally, we have built, calibrated, certified, and generated revenue from in just 2.5 years. Our data set is effectively being considered and recognized as a new global commodity, whether in ensuring assets from the risks and the effects of short-lived climate pollutants, to helping de-risk public investment in pollution control, or developing a new digital health app, which actually takes prescription and disease data and then combines it with spatially relevant local pollutant data. Elsewhere, our data can enable cities to actually design entirely new urban mobility systems based on our understanding of pollutant behavior, and by integrating our air quality forecasts and our traffic simulation into everyday smart traffic management systems. We're even exploring the attribution of NOx and sulfur dioxide pollution data into the shipping industry with a handful of the biggest carriers on the planet. Combined revenue of around $40 billion, it's very clear that if it's so interesting, the value of our analytics to date, to these big industry heavyweights, imagine what we can actually do now in real time with our near real-time measurements on the ground. And why is this so relevant? On January the 1st, 2020, the shipping industry faces the biggest emissions cuts regulations. Dieselgate in Germany caused more than a ripple in the automotive industry. England's NHS emergency, and France being considered the first nation-state to actually be by the EU considered to be having the problems with nitrogen dioxide. It's a big problem. We believe we can capture already $800 million and target this across 6 core data areas. We have a data subscription model, and we're already, with a team of 20, looking for a global partner who has the ambition to actually take emissions data and air quality data and do something with it, be it creating a new industry air quality standard, be it developing a science-based app that actually helps reduce hospitalizations based on pollution. We want to make air quality data and emissions data as relevant to the financial industry as it is to asthmatics. Thank you.
Judges, what questions do we have?
I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about how you prioritize and find different types of customers that are interested in this data set.
Yes, so we have the relative luxury that we do have paying customers right now. So on the one hand, it's taken a while to get those, and cities are our typical customers that we tend to find and that we can actually build on our experience from. But in terms of our corporate partners, we've actually been quite lucky because it's starting to be a really championed cause in the majority of big corporate companies. So if we go to a big corporate company and say, we've got an additional data set that can actually really enhance your portfolio, it's becoming really, really interesting from them. And because we've already got traction with cities and with some other corporate partners, it's sort of escalating and rolling all the way. So it's really interesting for us.
I have a question around the data, the granularity level. Where do you get the data from the cities? And do you need to integrate with other IoT providers? Like, where's that granularity coming from on a local level?
Mm-hmm. So although we're hardware agnostic, we do also produce our own IoT sensors. So we can deploy these at scale based on the fact that we have a network of corporate partners. So we're not just going city by city. We're actually working with global scale partners. We've got one example, which is advertising hoardings. So we're installing our IoT sensors across their network without having to even speak with cities. So it's quite an interesting model that we're going forwards with. But also the benefit is that we're sort of covering the full value chain. So we've got our sensors on the ground, but we can integrate any other data set that we need to. And actually, that's where the magic takes place. Right. The hardware's there, but we don't have to use it.
Mm-hmm. So you're selling the hardware, and that's the first part of your revenue, and then you have a subscription model on top?
We're not selling the hardware at all, so it's just a pure data subscription. If a customer has their own hardware or if they have their own data, for example, a city generally does collect some kind of air quality data, we can integrate that instantly into our models and into our real-time dashboard. Mm-hmm. So we're not selling the hardware, we're just selling the data.
Do you suggest hardware for someone to buy if they want to, if a city wants to have a platform for itself?
Of course, we always suggest our own. We have done lots of tests with other competitive hardware, and of course, I'm going to say it, but it is actually the best low-cost sensor that you can find out there at the moment. So we can very much easily integrate with other hardware providers and suppliers if there are any, if they have a preferred supplier, but we would always recommend our own.
What kind of numbers can you share?
So we already have revenue. I think that's as much as I can say, 6-digit. And we are... Yeah, I mean, we've got investment, for example. We've got just over $1 million in investment at the moment, and we're looking to raise a pre-Series A shortly.
So I was on stage just 10 minutes ago, funnily enough in the same seat, and one of the statements I made is, we need companies like what you're doing to solve humanity's greatest challenges. So it's amazing, first of all, that you're tackling this. We had this expression, sunlight is the best disinfectant. If you can see the data, then you can start to affect change. So in the abstract, I think, amazing. What I'm curious about, so my startup, prior to becoming a VC, we also did something similar in a different realm. And selling data is hard, because when people don't understand the value of that data, and it's abstract, or down the line, that's difficult. How do you, have you thought of ways you can package it up in a way that is more comprehensible and more of a product, as opposed to here's data for your city? And if so, what does that look like?
So we distinguish between cities and monitoring as a service, which is a relatively straightforward business model, and then looking at corporate partners and other, the sort of rest of the value chain. And we're in the process of packaging up our product portfolio. So we kind of split it out between this monitoring as a service, and then we go all the way up to a simple API access. So yes, we are packaging out, our data into different types of data products and portfolios that can be effectively sort of built up as a sort of checkbox, depending on the customer's need. And we're finalizing that at the moment. So in terms of detail, I can't give you a great deal, but that's where we're headed.
You also mentioned, consumer products in the mix there, which is a different muscle you have to develop. It's actually quite a different skill set. Is that a separate effort, or is that within the company? And how do you keep focus so you actually deliver a good product to a particular industry, just to start with at least?
So at the moment, we're not focused on B2C at all.
Okay.
We're actually working with, for example, Department of Health and other health providers, so the sort of bigger end of the spectrum than going B2B. We appreciate that, B2C, sorry, we appreciate that's a more tricky market, particularly when we have smokers and so on. It's not a mainstream topic yet for general consumers. So yeah, we're looking for larger providers. We're working with, for example, the Department of Health in Ireland on the app.
We've got 20 seconds left. My question is, what's your biggest ask? If we had a magic wand and could give you what you need the most, what is that? What's your toughest challenge that we can help you with?
So at the moment, we're looking for 2.5 million in investment, which is obviously a standard question. We're also looking for a partner that is willing to take on that risk and actually be the first mover in some of these industries. So we're talking about the shipping industry, of course. We're interested in finding a partner who is willing to take that first step and set that industry standard.
All right, give it up for Hawadawa.
Thanks. Well done.
Let's bring out our second startup of this startup battlefield. That startup is Nixo. Presenting for Nixo are Ava Sika Aho and Perto Latte Lati.
Nearly half of the Western population reports bad quality of sleep, or even lack of it, causing billions of dollars to their employers and to the society. The cost of sleep deprivation in US alone is $400 billion yearly. In Germany, the same statistics is $60 billion. The effects of sleep deprivation are both cognitive and physical. It affects our ability to be productive, make us more prone to having diseases, or make us less productive. Companies such as Sleepio and Fitbit have been trying to solve this problem by providing you wearable devices and trackers and some general tips and coaching on how to change your habits towards better sleep. But that is not enough. That's why we are offering you Nixo Sleep Coaching, personalized sleep coaching in a mobile phone. You can use it with your favorite wearable device and start sleeping better now. It's not just some snake oil, but actually developed with leading sleep researchers in the field. Move to the demo. So we can start from scratch by providing the data to the application. So we use Apple Health Kit, and then you can choose your device, and then you can see the data already there. Based on the data, we assess your sleep coaching profile, and after that you can continue to coaching directly. In the screen on the right-hand side, we can see a profile of a young professional who has a lot of all-nighters and an active social life during the weekends, causing a lot of social jet lag. With them, we are actually focusing on making their sleeping patterns more consistent throughout the week and throughout the days. Then we move to the coaching. So the coaching is based on lessons that are divided into weeks. And based on the lessons, you can start creating habits with our help. Yes, as the weeks progress, we can actually, when we learn more from you, we actually can provide you more better coaching through that way. In the Nuxo cloud, you can actually see your data and follow your coaching progress as well. Back to the presentation. So what we just saw, you can connect with your existing data from your favorite tracker. You get a sleeping profile assessed by Nuxo, and then you can continue right to the coaching. The coaching program is built on sleep research done by our researchers. They are doing research around circadian rhythm and homeostatic rhythms. We are focusing on mostly fixing your melatonin onset in the nighttime and working around your natural circadian rhythm. Global market for sleeping aids is $50 billion. We are first targeting the European market, which is $15 billion. We are a bootstrapped company, founded January of this year, and we've been building the product with the leading and the biggest occupational healthcare provider in Finland, and with a leading life insurance provider in Finland as well. Myself, I have a background in engineering. My co-founder is a cognitive neuroscientist. Our head of coaching, a cognitive neuroscientist as well, is working very closely with our sleep researchers to make the coaching even better. If you're an employer looking to help your employees live a better life and be more proactive in the workplace, you can contact us through email or visiting us at Startup Alley on our booth. Also, if you're not getting enough from your tracker, you can actually download the Nuxo app now from the App Store and and purchase the coaching there. My name is Eeva Siikaho. We are Nuxo. Thank you very much.
Okay, judges.
Thank you so much. So at Local Globe, we're both investors in an audio coaching app for running, as well as in Mind Candy that have basically pivoted to focus on sleep with Moshi Twilight for kids. So definitely understand that the space. Just curious how you think about developing and really transitioning and helping people, change their behavior with regards to sleep. Yeah. And the effectiveness of nudges, or how do you actually change behavior?
Yeah.
So the original research that whole app is based on is actually conducted at University of Helsinki, and there they developed this coaching protocol that focused on this habit change, almost like that's what it consisted of. And we actually took that and got rid of the psychologist doing most of the motivational talk and stuff like that, and turned it into a mobile app. So we already have proof from existing research that, hey, these things that we're providing here work. And this year we've been testing that with actually getting it to work so that we don't have the psychologists. The results have been pretty good. Yep.
I'd be interested in, there's two questions. One of them, you're working with a health provider, and the other one was, I didn't get that, an insurance company?
Life insurance
Life
provider,
insurance.
yeah.
Okay. My question, do you have a sense of data of the conversion rate of people that download the app that move to basically the coaching, and then how much is the coaching cost?
The coaching costs, it's €8 now per month.
Yep.
We already launched, we did a soft launch earlier this year, so we don't have that much data. So we are of course working on that, converting them more. But we are working mainly with businesses, so they purchase for their either customers or employees the coaching.
The coaching price is a little bit lower because we get a lot more users at the same time, and we also provide them with additional reporting, for example, so that you can see the whole organization, how well they're performing. So that's actually something that the life insurance company and occupational healthcare, which we've been working with, that's what we've been developing for them, and that's what they really like to see. And so far, the occupational healthcare, the pilot is just starting actually next month. The life insurance company that we piloted with, that went really well as well. So we actually got really good results, even though most of the users in that group that we tested it didn't have severe sleep problems. So most of them had some really minor stuff, but they most reported that they get good results. They actually learned something new, and they were actually able to change their habits towards better as well. So.
That's interesting. So the €8 a month, are you charging that to the employers or to the end users?
That's for the customers. For employees, it's a little bit lower, depending on how many people you enroll. Okay. So it's around from €4 to €8, like basically that.
So do you see the go-to-market strategy here being primarily a B2C go-to-market strategy where you go to market and create customer pull, or is the challenge getting through to as many companies as possible. So they are essentially your customers.
We see that the business is the best potential, so we can actually show the results and the effects there the best. Of course, consumer side is interesting, but because we decided bootstrap, it was the hardest route. So we instead chose to talk to businesses directly, and that turned out to be a really good strategy. And we'll see continue doing that, but the consumer side will be there on the side as well, because it also helps us develop our product more towards the individuals who actually use it. So,
when you're working with corporates, where does privacy end? In the sense of you're providing them a general analysis of the whole company, but then do you go into departments? Do you go into which people have signed up for the app? Where does privacy actually start and end for a single person, an individual?
Yeah. We are looking into that. Of course, we can't provide individual data to your employer or your life insurance provider, but 20 people is the minimum of giving your group analytics, and that's general analytics, not specific individuals.
So this is an incredibly crowded space. I mean, we were talking about some of the different solutions earlier. There's so many things that exist. A lot of the teams that we see also doing these kind of projects, they have somewhat similar backgrounds. They bring in expert coaches and things like that. What do you guys think really differentiates you from the other options on the market?
What differentiates us is basically that we have the researchers in our own team. We have the founding team also has background from cognitive neuroscience, so the science part is really baked into it. And that by itself isn't enough. It's actually the data that we provide and we take in and combine those two to provide actually personalized. So as Eva mentioned, many of the current solutions don't really address that because they stay on a general level, or there's no really scientific research based on that. So combining these two has been the key to talking to businesses and getting new customers interested. So they don't just have that. I've been talking to a lot of our wearable makers, and they don't see this as something that they would start doing now. I've been hearing that some of them they are going to start, but in the last year or so they've done nothing on this sector. So we don't believe them coming right away, and it's actually surprisingly hard to build the coaching materials, which we've built ourselves.
And what is the exit strategy?
Answer quickly.
Let's see. We're now focused on selling building a good product and actually getting people to sleep better. We're more interested in that than getting this exit strategy at this point. But we can talk about that later behind the stage, for example.
And did you sleep well last night?
Pretty well.
Pretty well, yeah.
All right,
7 hours, yeah.
Well
Awesome.
done. Well, give it up one more time for Nixo.
Thank you.
Let's bring out our next startup, TIO. Presenting for TIO are Don Stein and Jonathan Hibbins. Come on out.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Why are you here? People come to events for two reasons: to learn from great content and to socialize with people. But TechCrunch has 10 million readers, and there's only 5,000 people here. Where are the other 900,000 people? Well, they could live stream, in which case people can learn from great content, but they can't socialize. They could host a webinar. People can learn from great content, but they can't socialize. Or maybe even a Reddit AMA. People can learn from great content, but they can't socialize. The world is missing a product that gives the two benefits of why we are all here at this event online. Enter TIO, a platform for virtual events. You appear inside of a venue. This is my avatar that I customized. As you can see, I have blue hair. You appear inside of that venue with hundreds of other people, just like us here today. All of these people are actually controlled by someone in real life. You can move around and actually talk to people, just like you're going to plan on doing today. And now I'm going to show you what it feels like to be on the virtual TechCrunch Disrupt stage. Pretty nerve-wracking. And right here, you'll see we'll get some audience love. Perfect. We've been working with some great communities. Companies like Startup Grind. They have 2 million entrepreneurs across 600 cities and no way to bring them together into the same room. With TIO, now they can. We've been working with esteemed people like Tim Draper to host his virtual alumni reunions for Draper University. Those alumni span across 50 countries, and he has no way to bring them into the same room. With TIO, now they can. We've hosted so many cool events. We've had live podcasts hosted in our event platforms. We've had events about mental health in the workplace, where people appear and talk about the issues that they're dealing with. This is a really important thing for us to do. What's really, really unique is that people are staying inside of our app sometimes for 3-4 hours. It's very similar to a real event. As you can see here, the event starts at 7 p.m., and just like a real event, people start to filter in around 6 o'clock. The panel begins at 7, it lasts until 8 p.m., and then for the next few hours, people actually socialize, moving around and talking to real people that might not even be in the same country where you live, creating connections that you could never create otherwise. What's great about virtual events is that there's already a massive market offline. $62 billion are spent on event sponsorship alone, and that doesn't include tickets. The way that we make money as a company is by charging organizations a monthly fee to have access to our venues, and then we also take a percentage of ticket sales and virtual sponsorship. If you're interested to host an event with us, if you are currently hosting webinars, if you're currently hosting real events, go to this address, apply to be in our next batch of communities that we work with, and we would love to help connect your community, your distributed community. Thank you very much for your time. Looking forward to questions.
Judges.
So how's this different from, Second Life and some of the previous incarnations of VR? And if it's the fact that it's for conferences specifically, what is your moat? What is unique about the fact that you're doing it?
Yeah. So Second Life in 2007 had its heyday. There was actually a big trend back in 2007 around virtual events. The unique difference is a few things. One, the mobile phone. So Second Life was not able to scale to the mobile phone. We have a good percentage of our attendees that obviously join from their mobile device. There's also a lot of things that have changed from a technical perspective, things like Unity. So you before couldn't spin up a company like this for a fairly capital efficient manner. There's things like Improbable. They help enable virtual worlds. And so there's a lot happening on that ecosystem. What differentiates us from other platforms out there is that we do all of our spatialization in the cloud. And my CTO and co-founder, John, can talk about essentially how we're doing that by sending one up and multiple down.
Yeah, essentially, rather than sending up one stream and hundreds down, we do all the spatialization in the cloud, so we know which way the faces are looking, we know whereabouts they are in the virtual space, and that way we're able to scale beyond typical limits, so sort of 250 upwards. Our objective really is unlimited scale to do 125,000 arenas because of that technology, because you're not limited by the physical horsepower of the client machines, it's because it's all done remotely.
Yeah, so because we spatialize in the cloud, we can scale to numbers like 250,000 people in a virtual event. What we're doing as a company is setting that as one of our milestones.
Okay, so it's a tech moat. It's not necessarily a community moat or the fact that people are signed up to the platform. It's the fact that nobody else can do it at scale like you can.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons. I think every great company has little moats as well. So I come from a background of event hosting and community building. So I definitely relate to the people that I'm pitching with. And obviously, John comes from a background of VR, avatars. He spent 20 years in gaming. So the two of us together, virtual and community, are a nice fit.
Awesome.
I think this is a great thing for the planet, right? And I think virtual conferences are coming. There's no doubt about it. And it's also,
Thank you.
from what I understand, an extremely lucrative business model for you guys. But I still have a question around the scalability of, I think I've tried to figure out how many users you had per stream, and it's not that many. So how can you scale the user base? Is that your responsibility or a company like Startup Grind? Because you need to get this out at mass scale, right?
So we think of our partners as the external brand, not so much us in the sense that Startup Grind's trusted by 2 million entrepreneurs, right? And so when they send out a newsletter with a link to join one of their virtual TOs, then people already trust their brand. We've been doing controlled tests with the community so far. So Startup Grind, they have an Accelerate program internally out of the 2 million people. That's about 40 of their top entrepreneurs. That's who we've been working with. They actually have their next event tonight. And that's another great thing about what we've done. We've seen people repeatedly come back and host more events. So one of the organizations has now hosted, over the last 6 weeks, probably an event a week. Startup Grind has their next event tonight. And we're seeing that pattern across all of the communities we're working with.
What's your insight in terms of facilitating a virtual event with avatars versus a video-based event?
It's a key question. So social anxiety is real. People hate to stand on stage and talk. People are very anxious when they go into a room full of people they don't know. And it's even weirder when you're video chatting with somebody that you don't know, and that's randomized. There are platforms that exist that are out there right now. I've tried them. I'm a fairly social person, and I get awkwarded out when a random person appears in front of me, and all of a sudden I'm looking into their kitchen. So avatars lower the social anxiety, and it also allows, because there's less social anxiety, for events like mental health in the workplace, where people are coming and telling us about real things that are really hard to talk about in person. So avatars versus video, we lower social anxiety.
Do people need some specialized hardware to use it? Is that an impediment?
Any device, anywhere. So it works on mobile phone, computer, web, and also VR headsets, but focusing on the mobile device for now.
Okay, awesome.
I'll come back to my favorite ask question. What's your biggest struggle? What do you need the most right now?
Say that again, please.
What do you need the most? What's your ask?
We want access to really large event organizations that are interested to be forward-thinking and push the envelope here. That is the most important thing to us. I know a lot of companies are raising. We have great investors from San Francisco, like General Catalyst and other people along those lines. So what we're really hoping for are access to the top event companies in the world.
All right, give it up for Tio.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good. This way.
Let's bring out our next startup, Jamelius. Presenting for Jamelius is Ermeus Giovanni. Come on out.
Hello. Hello. What's up, Berlin? Do these look familiar? If you're part of a team that needs to communicate and collaborate to get work done, I'm pretty sure that they do. These days, teams are forced to use way too many tools to get their work done. Tools that promise to simplify their workflows, improve their collaboration, and bring their team together. But what's happening is the opposite. Our data is further disconnected, our teams are not connected, and our work stack continues to grow. Data that lives in silos kills productivity, and it really frustrates teams. We spend way too much time searching for information, trying to decide the best platform to connect on, and have you ever asked yourself, was that conversation in a Slack channel, or did I have it in an email? Or maybe that data was on a Trello card. At Jamelius, this problem is not new. Many companies have tried to solve for it, and they can be put into two categories. You have your all-in-one workspaces, and you have your data integrators. Third-party spaces such as Zendesk and Notion have their own issues. Their barrier of entry is quite high. It's going to take time for your team to learn how to use this other platform. Besides, it's almost impossible to find the all-in-one solution that will satisfy your team's workflow. Then you have your data integrators. The first issue here is just getting started. If you don't have a technical background, it's going to take time for you to get set up. But the main issue is the level of interactivity between your data is limited. One-way synchronization does little to move your agenda forward, and adding layer upon layer of integration just makes your data more noisy. At Gmelius, we simplify teamwork by making your collaboration platform agnostic. So imagine a company where each member of your team can choose their preferred tool and be ensured that their data is seamlessly synced across their entire stack of tools. We start by integrating with the most natural workspace for teams, and that's their email inbox. Besides integrating your inbox with a range of features for team collaboration and workflow automation, there's a few key things that differentiate Gmelius. We take your email conversations and turn them into flexible channels. These channels can then be translated into other forms of communication. For example, your Slack message, your Trello card, or whatever data type you're working with on your favorite platform. This may still sound a bit abstract, so let's go to a quick demo in action so you can see Gmelius. Let's move to demo. Now, this is not your typical workflow. The fate of the universe is on the line. As you can see at Gmelius, we are Star Wars fans, so we wanted to have a little bit of fun with the presentation. And with the movie coming out next week, we're all super excited. But on the left, you have Yoda. He prefers to stay in his inbox. That's where he's comfortable. That's where he gets his work done. Then you have Luke, on the other hand. He prefers to work from all of the newest and coolest platforms, whether that's Slack, Trello, Asana, whatever it may be. So Yoda, here in his Gmelius empowered inbox, is able to go to his shared inbox, check his unassigned folder, and he sees there's a disturbing email there, one that's urgent. With just a few clicks, he's able to easily assign it to Luke, and since email is extremely important, he adds a quick note to context by @mentioning Luke. He sends that off without leaving his inbox. Then you have Luke. He just so happens to be on Slack right now. Within Slack, he's able to check the status of all of his inbox activity, but not just a one-way synchronization. This is real live data that he can actually work with and respond to. In this case, it's responding to that email note. While in his Slack channel, he's able to monitor all of his inbox activity. And this includes the Gmelius empowered features, such as shared labels, shared inboxes, email notes, and more. Again, this is all in real time, which is a key differentiator with Gmelius. Back at his inbox, Yoda gets that real-time notification. He sees that Luke received his message and everyone is on the same page. Now, to save the galaxy, you need to monitor, you need visibility. Within one click, he's able to take Luke's email and add it to his Trello-like Kanban board without leaving his inbox. As you can see, Gmelius boards give you clear visibility and give you a visual representation of all of the conversations in your email inbox. He's able to change priorities, check off to-dos, drag and drop as he sees fit. But Gmelius wasn't always saving universes. We started off in the university dorm room at the University of Oxford. What started as a research project for our founder to manage his research evolved into the Gmelius that you see today. We're currently used by 100,000 professionals and trusted by 5,000 teams. We operate in a market that has 1.5 billion Gmail users and 6 million companies that use G Suite. But this is just the beginning. Our platform agnostic model takes us to the levels that you see here. The main point is to show you that we're operating in a space that has huge potential. But our focus and our team at Geneva, we're extremely passionate about empowering teams. Because everyone here, once we all get back to our desk, we have to communicate with our stakeholders, collaborate with our team, and get work done. And that's where Gmelius comes in. Is your company ready to simplify teamwork? Get started at gmelius.com. Thank you.
Judges.
Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit more about the characteristics of your most engaged teams and most engaged users?
Yeah, sure. Normally, the point of contact for us is either the founder or the CEO of the company. That's the decision maker. But once it's shared, once they start to add their team members, the viral effect of the solution really gets on. As far as our particular customers that we have now, it's the tech sector, followed closely by agencies of all sorts, as well as operations. SMBs, 2/3 of our market is in the US. And again, as we continue to push forward on our platform agnostic model, we want to go higher up into the enterprise sector.
Do you have any churn?
Do we have what?
Churn.
Churn, yes, of course we have churn, but we minimize churn because Jamilius quickly becomes a part of your daily workflow. So once you start adding your team members and get more involved in your workflows, you're invested into our platform. So we do minimize churn. Retention is a key metric that we follow. Yeah, our founders, his thing is without retention, growth really doesn't matter. So that's a key focus for us.
What is your strategy for user acquisition? How do people discover Jamilius and start using it?
We have two key channels. Our first one being the product itself. And that's first and foremost, that's our full focus. The second one is organic search. Users search for their pain point, they find our solution, they come into our ecosystem, start to share with their team, and then that K factor kicks in.
Okay, so you're not doing paid acquisition this
We've
point?
done minimal paid, just basically for our brand words, but up until now, I didn't get a chance to say during the presentation that our growth has been purely organic. And it shows the value of our solution, and team members start to share it with each other, and it starts this.
And that growth is fast enough. You're happy with the growth rate today, or?
Well, we're happy with the growth, but of course, there's always goals to. But like I said, our main goal is the product, and then going upstream with our new platform agnostic approach, letting teams choose where they want to work, and seamlessly sync in with all of the tools, no matter where they are. That's our main focus.
So you demoed Gmail and Slack. Do you currently have other integrations available? Are you planning to roll out other integrations?
Yeah, that's actually top priority for us. Our main ones next will be Asana, Trello, HubSpot. That's our main focus. Our dev team is hard at work. We have a bunch of geniuses behind the scenes that are putting this together. So yeah.
And as far as email is concerned, you keep it on Gmail only?
Yeah, Gmail and G Suite for the moment. But the future roadmap looks like will naturally evolve into other email clients. But as I mentioned, our market within Gmail and G Suite is huge, and so there's a lot of work for us to do there.
Are you charging today?
Yes, we charge. We have a standard freemium subscription-based model, free to use. The paid tiers get you additional team collaboration features. As you go up higher in the tiers, you get workflow automation. Enterprise level, you're able to create sub-teams within your team.
And how many people are actually paying today?
About 5% of our users are paid. So I think by the end of this month, we'll have 5,000 paid users.
Can you give me the number, what they pay?
Our lowest paid tier is $9 per month, and it goes all the way up to $49 for our enterprise tier.
Other questions?
No, I mean, you're solving a real problem for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely the case. But there are competing technologies, right? There are a lot of people trying to do similar things.
There are competing technologies. We are solving the same problem, but our solution is totally different. Whereas most solutions are either forcing you to adopt their platform, we're giving you that choice to let your team work wherever they want to work with, and let our solution integrate all of the data seamlessly across their channels. So you imagine if you have an enterprise with multiple departments, a few of them can be using Jamilius, seamlessly integrate with those that aren't, and then that virality effect again, with everybody having their choice of where they want to work, and everything seamlessly synced with the email inbox as their base. Yeah, that's our challenge. We're pioneering a new industry, a new form of SaaS, and we're confident that we're in a good space. So.
All right, one more round of applause for Jamilius.
Thank you.
Very cool.
All right, while he wraps up his handshakes, let's bring out our final startup of this round, Innovat. Presenting for Innovat are Ilya Melkumov and Sonia Baranova. Come on out.
Have you seen the piles of paper that international travelers have to complete in order to get their VAT refunds? long queues in the airports, and stressed people running late for their flights. The innovation has happened in many areas of traveling, but VAT refunds are being overlooked. Meet Peter, a traveler who wants to get his VAT refund. He has to go through this daunting process, fill numerous forms, wait hours in queues, and in the end, he doesn't receive his money back. After my last experience, when I was late for the flight, I couldn't bear it anymore. This is how Innovat was born. Innovat is a digital solution that offers the fastest and easiest VAT refund experience for travelers, making their journey stress-free. Customers can get their money back in 3 simple steps. Create a profile, upload the receipt, and get the money back when leaving the country. Let me show you how this works. We move to the demo, please. The customer has to go through a quick and straightforward KYC check by uploading the documents. He then has to upload his trip, which we automatically verify via APIs with our travel partner, and input his refund method. We support many of those. He then has to upload any receipt from any UK store, and we extract the necessary data from the receipt, creating a digital VAT form, which will link to the QR code. The customer has to show the QR code at the customs office when leaving the country, and he gets back his money in 3 working days. On top of that, we put a recommendation tool where we analyze the purchases of the customer and recommend the items from the same retailers, complementing the look of our traveler. We move back to the presentation, please. So our customers are travelers like Peter. They love to shop, but hate to wait and lose money. The market opportunity is huge. We are based in London, as it is the growing hub of both traveling and shopping. The UK tax-free market is around $4.3 billion. It's looking extremely attractive, with several European governments already contacting us in how we can incorporate our agile solution into their legacy systems. Not to mention, the European tax-free market is around $20 billion. There are many favorable opportunities in the current market. Open banking allows us to read customer transaction data, standardize it, normalize it, and sync with the customer's bank account, completely eliminating the need for uploading any receipts to the system. And Brexit. When and if Brexit happens, European customers will be able to get their VAT refunds when traveling and shopping in the United Kingdom. The tax-free industry has never been challenged. Old players still have an obsolete process with paper, fees, and huge queues. The new entrants have gone into compliance issues. We found a legal way on how we can scale our product on a global level. So Innovat is a fully digital solution which is easy to use and completely transparent. And on top of that, we put the special retail offers. So it's a win for all the parties. For the travelers, like Peter, you get more money and you don't have to queue. For the government, we help with the compliance systems and we help them eliminating the fraud. And for the retailers, we help tapping into the international travelers market as well as helping with the customer retention. Our business model is pretty straightforward. We have a percentage fee as well as weekend variable fees and fees on risky currencies. We are looking in how we can prove our concept working with some of the biggest names out there, such as L'Oreal and LVMH. We are also looking in how we can leverage our solution by partnering with large travel agencies and airlines, such as EasyJet and Aeroflot, as our distribution partners. Moreover, on the user acquisition strategy, we've already integrated our solution into WeChat, and we are looking in how we can tap into the communities of travelers on such platforms as Telegram. We believe we have the necessary experience to bring this product to a global scale. I myself was a professional esports player and sold my first business in gaming, as well as working in a technology VC fund. I also have a master's in accounting from London School of Economics with a focus on VAT taxation. My co-founder knows how to launch products from your past working experience at Revolut as an early employee, both in legal and operations department. We've also built a solid team of advisors to support us in our business, including ex-tax-free entrepreneurs and ex-government employees. So if you're a traveler like Peter, join Innovat and get your tax-free, stress-free.
Judges.
I would love to start with the following question. Why this particular market? Because if you look at the competitors, there are so many digital solutions. You've got companies like Refundit, right, that are funded massively and that are live in 17 countries. Why are you tackling this, and how do you differentiate yourself from them?
So initially, we are the customers of this product, because myself, I'm coming from Russia, and I found this problem for 5 years. I haven't seen a single solution which taps into this particular market where we are operating. Our competitors, such as Refundit and Vivat, has gone into compliance problems, and they're not operating in the United Kingdom. So we found a legal way on how we can scale our solution and help the customers to get their VAT refunds digitally.
Didn't know that. Okay.
So who's the critical party here that you need to convince? It seems like the retailers.
We don't need to convince any retailers. We're completely retail agnostic. The party that we need to convince is the government, since we're working directly with the government on implementing this new legislation. It's basically we are on the forefront of innovation in the tax-free industry. That we are completely retail agnostic. So when the customer buys something in a store, he doesn't need to go to get his form. He needs to get the receipt, scan the receipt, and upload it to our system. And we automate the whole process from there.
Okay, that's a big difference versus the existing market, which the retailers
The existing market has a
that.
B2B model, where you have to go to the store, you have a POC, where you basically they print you this receipt. Instead of us, we're completely store agnostic, and we go on a B2C scalability level, where we allow for flexibility for the customers, saving them time. You don't need to queue in the store
no,
to
that's
get the
helpful.
form.
That's a key point then. So how far along are you with the government then? They have to be convinced. So are they?
So we started 4 months ago. We are already working extremely close with the UK government on implementing this solution. We are one of the parties that is looking to change the legislation in the UK. And as you mentioned before, Refundit, they are not live in the UK, and they are not working with the government. We believe starting in the second biggest market out there gives a competitive advantage. London and Paris are the biggest markets where the legislation is the hardest to change. If you can crack these 2 markets, it's extremely easy to scale in other European countries, such as Belgium and Germany.
Have you already processed claims by customers?
We are currently processing our own claims, since we developed the complete technology solution, which took us some time. And when we will be 100% sure that we can launch to the wider audience and we can issue the refund in 100% of claims, we will go live to the public audience. So now we are confident in providing our reclaims, but we are working with our money. And when we're working with the client's money, we want to be 100% confident.
So you're going to take a cut of every claim. What percentage is that?
So currently, we are in a closed beta testing. We are looking to take a cut of 4%. And that is possible because we have all the technology solution in-house. From all our competitors, they're using third party to actually extract the data from the receipt. Since we have a unique technological advantage of having the leading computer vision technologists in our team, we build the whole technology in-house. And we are able to drive the prices down and add this recommendation tool, which leverages machine learning and allows us to basically leverage our application in the view of customers.
There's a feature I'm trying to wrap my head around, which is the upselling of the Louis Vuitton, the handbag. At what point do you capture my attention to do that? And would you need me to upsell right then and there in the store before I check out? I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a great question. So once you upload the receipt, we verify it, and we extract the necessary data. We categorize this data, and this data matches with the data from the retailer. At this point, we are already able to give you basically the complement items, which you can buy either online, and we receive a revenue share cut from this, or you can get in the store. And we have a specific offers for the people who buy this in a store via our retail partners. Mm-hmm. So basically, you will get the full refund without any fees.
What does it mean that WeChat is an early adopter? What does it mean in practice?
In the sense that we view China as one of the biggest markets. It's 30% of all the tax-free refunds are made by Chinese customer, and we want to be with the Chinese customer even before they come to London, for example. So we've already integrated the solution, and if the Chinese customer has a WeChat account, he can basically open us in a mini application, scan the receipt via WeChat, and we will do the whole automation process. So he doesn't even need to upload our application. We do everything on the WeChat platform.
So it works now?
We've basically shipped this version in 2 weeks. It's currently working, and we are testing it on ourselves, basically, before we are confident that we can offer it to our consumers.
What are the governments concerned about? Is fraud the main concern? Do you have an answer to that?
Yes, the government main concern is that the whole paper process doesn't have any data points. So they can't collect data. They can't eliminate the fraud because you can't verify that the receipt is genuine and that the customer is leaving the country. With our technology system, we can track the GPS of the customer. We do the KYC ourselves. So when the customer already arrives to the airport, we do the job for the government to already identify that the customer has this identity, made this purchase, and he's in the airport leaving the country. So we're basically helping the government in eliminating the fraud, improving their compliance systems, and if need, basically working closely with them on improving their compliance systems.
All right, give it up for Innovat.
Good job.
That concludes the first round of the Startup Battlefield. The judges are going to follow me off stage, and they're going to help us choose some finalists. Before they do that, though, don't get up yet. Let's have one more round of applause for our awesome judges.
Look at us.
Thank you so much, judges. There are food trucks outside, and everything looks delicious. Enjoy yourself at lunch. We'll be back at 1:15. See you then.
It's your video making friends here at TechCrunch again. This time DJI sent us the Osmo Mobile 3 gimbal to try out for a couple weeks. While Vianne took hers out to Europe, I tested mine out here in the Bay Area with my friend Steely, and we went skating. Here are a few things we liked and didn't like about the Osmo Mobile 3. The first thing we noticed about the third generation gimbal was that it was foldable, lightweight, and compact. It fits right in your fanny pack. Wait, what? Balancing it was quick and easy, and we were able to mount the Moment anamorphic lens on our phones without needing a counterbalance. On the back, you have the record button, the M button that lets you shift between modes like video and photo, landscape and portrait, and also doubles up as the on and off switch. On the side is a slider that lets you zoom in and out, and on the front is a trigger button that multifunctions from tracking a subject in the middle of the frame, switching from front-facing camera to selfie mode, and putting you in sports mode for fast-moving subjects. The gimbal's interface is simple and intuitive. Once you get your muscle memory down with all the different functions, it was a cinch to use. Although it's a solid mobile phone gimbal, for basic stuff, there's room for improvement. Balancing the phone was easy, but we had some issues balancing it with the anamorphic lens. A DJI rep told us a counterweight wouldn't be needed for the Moment lens, but we had to shift the phone a bit to adjust for the lens's weight, which sometimes caused the clamps to press down on the phone's buttons and capture a screenshot, or even worse, activate Siri. The functions are great when they work, but sometimes they just don't. Active Track doesn't work when you turn your head away or if the subject just moves a little too fast. The Mimo app links up quickly and easily to your phone via Bluetooth and includes a plethora of features and settings. There are certain functions that we wish the app would have, like log and the ability to view a frame stretched when using an anamorphic lens, or just the ability to adjust the view depending on which lens you use. And ultimately, you're still limited to your phone's camera capabilities. Quality is still bad in low light settings with the iPhone X. The front-facing camera selfie mode is still unflattering, and with a fixed lens, you're still zooming in and out digitally, which means your footage will get noisier the closer you zoom in. With added tools like gesture control, story mode, Hitchcock dolly zoom, and hyperlapse, the Osmo 3 breaks up the monotony of regular footage and makes shooting more fun. Overall, it's a great hardware design upgrade for DJI. A feature-rich app and intuitive controls make it easy to use. It's a must-have for content creators, influencers, and regular folks. For anal-retentive video makers like us, we just needed a little bit more. The Osmo Mobile 3 is available now for $119 and $139 for the combo, which includes the grip tripod and the carrying case.
So we're here today in Bolt Threads headquarters. This is the epicenter of our research and development efforts. This is where we take ideas of materials from nature and bring it all the way to kilograms of product in a lot of different formats. Fibers, solids, gels, whatever it is you want to make with a natural material, we can do it here. Today when you buy clothes, they come from generally, the fibers come from two sources. You either grow something out of the earth, like a cotton plant. On the other hand, you have petroleum-based polymers. These are your polyesters and your nylons, acrylic. These come from a barrel of oil that we use modern chemistry to make the fibers and then make those into the things you wear. Petroleum-based stuff effectively never degrades. Hundreds of years is our current best guess. Natural stuff is great. It biodegrades. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just we can't grow our way out of the problem. You can't make enough growing with those processes to support twice as many middle-class consumers on this planet. As a graduate student, I was working on Spider Silk. Spider Silk's a protein. The part of making that protein and then being able to use it to spin fibers. It just so happens that my co-founder was at UC Berkeley trying to take Spider Silk and spin the protein into fibers and needed a source. And so together we made a pretty perfect team.
Our microsilk process starts out with us looking to nature, identifying spider silk proteins that make interesting products. We then take that protein, look at the DNA sequence that encodes the protein, order that DNA, and then insert it into yeast. We brew up that yeast, just like brewing beer, and the yeast, instead of making alcohol, they make spider silk protein, which we then separate out, purify, and turn into this powder. So this is all spider silk powder, which is the precursor to our microsilk fiber.
Silk, as you know it, comes in a couple of forms. Almost all the silk you buy comes from a moth. It's a worm that makes a cocoon and metamorphosizes. Spiders are pretty amazing, making 7 different kinds of silk. The one that we all know is called dragline silk. So the common example for how strong dragline silk is, if you look at it on a by weight basis, it's stronger than high tension steel. If you look at it on what you call a toughness basis, this is the energy you have to put in to break it, it's about 7 times tougher than Kevlar. When you look at your clothing today, the vast majority of it is all blends of some sort. You rarely find something that's 100% any one material, and we think that's true of us as well, right? There's a lot of reasons you want to add, give you an example, stretch. And so what we found ourselves doing very early on is experimenting with blends, more because we thought all of our downstream partners, all of our customers were going to want to do that as well. And we wanted to work out those processes and show it was possible. From a cost perspective, this is what we spend most of our time on. Bigger scales, lower cost, and make it more mass available. Because at the end of the day, making high-end product for luxury and premium segments is great. I think it gets the proof out there that this is a real technology and that this is something consumers can interact with. We'd love to make it more mass market available, people to allow the benefits in more and more apparel. 2019 is going to be a really big year for Bolt in terms of how much product you see with our materials is accessible to the world around us. And I think that's the touch point for people who've been following us, who are interested in this technology. It's a hard, deep science technology, but you're going to see more and more of it available, and that will continue in years to come. Not just microsilk, but some of the other stuff that we have going around here as well.
After we've made our microsilk powder, we then dissolve it into this honey-like liquid, which then we push through tiny, tiny holes very quickly, which ultimately turns into our microsilk fiber and yarn.
They're not called Zuckerbucks, but Facebook just reinvented digital money. Facebook's Libra cryptocurrency will launch early next year, and it's more like PayPal than Bitcoin. It's designed to be easy enough for everyone to use, but it's still complicated to understand, so I'm going to break it down for you nice and simple. Libra is like cash that lives inside your phone. You'll be able to buy Libra through Libra wallet apps on your phone or from some local grocery and convenience stores. You cash in your local currency like dollars and get nearly the same number of Libra coins, which are represented by this wavy 3-line emoji instead of the dollar symbol. But first, you'll have to verify your identity with a photo ID. You'll then be able to spend your Libra while online shopping, or potentially pay for things like Uber's or your subscription for Spotify, since those companies have partnered with Facebook to make Libra popular. Since it's almost free to digitally move Libra from one account to another, you won't have to pay high credit card processing fees that can add almost 4% to your total. And some Libra wallet apps and shops will give bonus discounts or free coins for signing up and paying with Libra. You will be able to send and request money from friends like you would with Venmo or PayPal, and it's easy to send Libra just like a message. In fact, Facebook is building its own Libra wallet app called Calibra that will live inside of WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and its own standalone app. You won't have to attach your real name and identity to any of your payments, but they will be public. Facebook knows it's a little bit creepy, and you probably don't want it spying on what you buy. So Facebook set up a new company called Calibra that will keep all of your financial data separate from your Facebook profile. That means it can't use your transaction data to target you with ads, reorder your newsfeed, or sell your info to marketers. Eventually, Facebook hopes that you'll use Libra to pay your bills, scan your wallet's QR code to purchase coffee, or tap your phone to buy your public transit ticket. At any time, you can cash out of Libra and get your local currency back in your bank account or handed to you at a local store. But how does the Libra cryptocurrency technically work without a bunch of blockchain buzzwords? Well, Libra is coded to have a stable price, be secure, and be controlled not just by Facebook. Instead, Libra is run by the 28-member Libra Association that it hopes will grow to 100 members by the time it launches in the first half of 2020. Financial companies like Visa and MasterCard, merchants and apps like eBay and Lyft, venture capital funds like Andreessen Horowitz and Union Square Ventures, and nonprofits like Kiva are all members. They each paid at least $10 million to get one vote on the Libra Council that controls what happens to the currency. They'll be responsible for checking to make sure Libra transactions are real and creating the Libra Reserve. See, each time you cash in $1, that money goes into a big bank account called the Libra Reserve that creates and sends you roughly 1 Libra token. The Libra Reserve is made up of a collection of the most stable international currencies like the US dollar, British pound, the euro, and the Japanese yen. The idea is that even if one of those currencies goes up or down in price, the value of the Libra will stay stable. That way, shops will accept the Libra as payment without worrying that the value of the coin will drop tomorrow. Big swings in price are why older cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum haven't grown popular as payment methods. Libra can also handle 1,000 transactions per second, while Bitcoin can only handle 7. So how do Facebook and other Libra Association members earn money? Off of interest on all the assets held in the Libra Reserve. After the Libra Association pays for its operations and investments in technology, members earn a cut of the remaining interest in proportion to how much they invested when they joined. If Libra gets popular and tons of people cash in, then the reserve grows huge and the interest could add up to serious revenue for Facebook. But there's also a subtle second way that Facebook could get rich from Libra. If the currency makes it easier for small businesses to accept payments online, they'll sell more stuff. They'll then have extra money to spend on Facebook ads, which will make it extra quick to buy things with Libra. 90 million small businesses already have Facebook pages, but only 7 million advertisers currently exist on Facebook. If Facebook can turn more of those local merchants into ad buyers, Facebook's revenues could skyrocket. The big risk of Libra is that anyone will be able to develop apps for it. That could lead to another Cambridge Analytica scandal. Instead of some shady app maker snatching your personal info, they could steal your digital currency. And Facebook and the Libra Association say they won't vet Libra developers, which leaves the door wide open to abuse. And if people get scammed, they're still going to blame Facebook. But if Facebook succeeds, the real win could be for the 1.7 billion people left in poverty with no bank account around the world. They're exploited by international money-sending services like Western Union or MoneyGram that charge steep 7% fees that take $50 billion away from families per year. And if they're mugged, they could lose all their money since they have nothing stored online. But all they'll need is a photo ID, and Libra could give them an alternative to a bank account that's tougher to steal and can make it easier to pay for what they need. There are plenty of reasons to worry that Libra could give Facebook and other tech giants more power or lead to people getting scammed, but it could also give disadvantaged people everywhere a way to join the modern economy. And at least it's not called FaceCoin.
We are here today to take a look at our new system, Nintendo Switch Lite. This is a dedicated handheld system really optimized for portable on-the-go gaming. It launches on September 20th for $199.99. It comes in 3 really cool colors. You have turquoise, yellow, and gray. And of course, it is compatible with our very, very large library of Nintendo Switch games. Any game that works in handheld mode will work on Nintendo Switch Lite. It's optimized for handheld gaming, so it has Joy-Con that are now attached to the system, and also it's a little bit smaller than Nintendo Switch. At Nintendo, we're really about giving the customer choice. So whether you are more of a gamer that wants to play in your living room with a docked Nintendo Switch, or if you know that you're going to be really gaming on the go a lot more, then there's a system out there, a Nintendo Switch system out there for you to pick.
We're standing on the floor where we just launched HoloLens 2 just a few days ago. I think there are 3 key pillars that we would talk about. One is immersion, and so the field of view against our first version of HoloLens is over twice as large. Also, we have this ability to interact with holograms naturally, what we call instinctual interaction. So reaching out and touching a hologram as if they're really there. We also have a comfort pillar. We've adjusted the center of gravity, adjusted the electronics, batteries in the back, sensors in the front, make it much easier to wear for much longer extended period of time. And finally, we talk to our customers, and they want to talk about how they can quickly get value out of these HoloLenses. And so with HoloLens 2, out of the box, you get immediate value. You can immediately start deploying these for your scenarios. And we announced here many Microsoft 365 solutions like Guides that allows you to train your customers, or rather your employees, in a much faster way through 3D visualizations. And so between immersion and comfort and this notion of time to value, we think HoloLens 2 is the best way to enjoy mixed reality. Pricing, we have 2 ways to approach this. You can use a subscription model, which is $125 a month, using our services, or you can buy the enterprise package, which is $3,500, which has been reduced from the original $5,000 of HoloLens.
We are back at the Steve Jobs Theater in Cupertino here this time to talk to you about this. There we go. This is the Apple Watch Series 5, that little trick right there. So what you're looking at right now is the always on display. This is kind of the big new feature for this product. It'll turn off if I cover the light sensor or if I'm resting my arm to the side. So that's actually the biggest feature here. Apple has improved battery life to such a point where you can get about 18 hours on this, which is standard that you get on the last generation, but you're able to get that this time with the always on display. We did not see sleep tracking, which is one of the things we were anticipating, which I suspect would have taken quite a bit more battery life. Other big improvement here is the compass. So there's a built-in compass like the one that you'll find on the iPhone. They're opening up to developers right now. A bunch of different applications you potentially use for it. The most obvious one is probably mapping to help you orient yourself. And then my friend at Apple over here just showed me one of the cooler early apps that has been developed. So this is Night Sky, very familiar to probably most people with smartphones. So, spin it around and you can see where the constellations are in the sky. So those are the big top level features. There's international SOS, so if you have an emergency abroad, that's helpful as well. A couple of new case designs. There's ceramic has returned, titanium. Price point on titanium is pretty high. That one starts at $799. The standard watch starts at $399, and it's $499 if you want LTE built in. We are here at Steve Jobs Theater in Cupertino for Apple's new iPhone 11 launch event. This right here is the iPhone 11 Pro. So Apple actually announced 3 new models today. There's the iPhone 11, iPhone 11 Pro, iPhone 11 Max. This presents a little bit of a paradigm shift for the company. So they're doing away with the iPhone R line, and instead they're making the iPhone 11 basically the entry-level device. So that one's $699, which is obviously a bit of a reaction to the way the smartphone market has been going over the past couple of years. People just aren't buying as many phones. And a big part of the reason why people aren't buying as many phones is because they're just really expensive. Apple's flagships have routinely been over $1,000. So they're basically just shifting everything down a little bit, which kind of makes the iPhone 11 Pro the successor to the iPhone XS. Looks very similar. Form factor is very much the same as the 10 and 10s. You got the notch in the front. The big difference, however, if you flip around back, is this 3-camera array right here. So if you have a trypophobia, this is going to make you feel a little bit funky right now. The iPhone 11 has a 2-phone array, also in a very sort of similar square configuration right here. This one adds a 3rd. So that one does wide angle and ultra wide angle. This one adds a telephoto lens. So you're going to get better video, better photos, and one of the more interesting features here from a software perspective is something called Deep Fusion, which takes photos from all 3 cameras. It essentially shoots 9 shots, and it makes a composite of them to get you much better images. So the camera array is really the big change. A couple of other differences. Obviously, we'll be seeing a lot of feature updates with iOS 13. All right, so the big change on the front is a Super Retina display. It's even higher res before. On the 11 Pro, you're going to get 5.8 inch and 6.5 inch on the iPhone 11 Pro Max. This is coming at the end of the month. It'll be available on September 20th, starting at $999, so similar price point as the 10s for the Pro, and $1099 for the Max.
Livewire is an all-new Harley-Davidson Halo product that's an EV, and its core architecture is based on an internal permanent magnet machine and an RESS with lithium-ion technology.
How is Harley-Davidson developing the technology for its electrical vehicle program? Are you leveraging startups? Is it all in-house? Are you using the Silicon Valley office?
So Livewire actually started with an idea in 2011 where we started investigating different technologies, motor technologies, power electronics, battery packs, all the way back to 2011. And what we've started doing, and you can see in our startup of our West Coast facility, is we're bringing a lot more of that design and development in-house to bring the absolute best in EV technology to market.
Why is Harley-Davidson pivoting toward electric?
Livewire is an all-new product in an emerging category for Harley-Davidson. It represents the future of Harley-Davidson, and we can expect to see future models with part of the technology that you see showcased on Livewire today.
Who is the Livewire for?
Well, Livewire is for a lot of different people. Actually, we know that many of our Harley-Davidson customers will want one. And we know that from when we had Project Livewire in the hands of our customers, how excited they were. But really, we're looking at a new market. These are customers who are more urban, they're younger, they're wealthier, they're high in terms of their style and appreciation of design and quality, and they're looking for an electric motorcycle for urban use.
So for market development, how does Harley-Davidson balance its loyal chrome and steel gas market with building this new EV market that probably is going to be a different demographic?
It will be for sure, and there'll be some crossover as well. And it's it's not or, right? So we'll continue to lead in touring and custom development and making motorcycles that will appeal to those customers, and we're going to reach out to these new customers. And not only with LiveWire, but we intend to have a whole portfolio of electric vehicles in the future.
Scooters, bicycles.
Well, you name it, we're going to be broadening the portfolio and leading the electrification of two-wheelers. And so there'll be different visuals, there'll be different price points, different performance points. In some cases, you won't need a motorcycle license to enjoy them. So yes, our intent is to lead the electrification of two wheels.
So on price point with LiveWire, which comes in at $29,000, right?
Correct.
How do you expect to compete with, say, Zero, who's coming out with a new motorcycle roughly comparable that's $10,000 less?
Well, the reality is they're not that comparable when you look at the level of quality, the fit and finish, and some of the performance attributes, as well as the overall customer experience. If you think about the level of customer-dealer interaction, the fact that our dealers will have servicing ability, they'll have charging ability at their stores, and the ability to really give the customer a broader and better, we believe, customer experience. So we think when people make the comparison, there really is no choice.
With LiveWire, Harley-Davidson will be the first big gas manufacturer to release an e-motorcycle to the US market. Do you think you'll have an impact in shifting the industry in that direction?
I think everyone's watching, that's for certain. We're the first mover in the space. We have the best dealer network, not only in the US, but globally. We have a very strong dealer network that are all in, and it's a very exciting time. And I think you'll see others move after a Harley-Davidson.
Is LiveWire all American made?
Good question. LiveWire is assembled in York, Pennsylvania, so American made.
Harley-Davidsons are famous for their sound, for their gas motorcycles. Is there an electric Harley-Davidson sound for LiveWire?
So absolutely, it wouldn't be a Harley-Davidson if we didn't have look, sound, and feel. So sound on this motorcycle will be authentic to Harley-Davidson, and it comes from the combination of the electric motor, the spiral bevel gear, and the drive line. Each of those are engineered specifically to have that signature sound.
But a little quieter than a gas bike.
Absolutely.
I think the most robust ADAS systems out there are considered level 2. Level 4 is considered full autonomy under certain conditions. What is Rivian going for?
So Rivian's actually going for level 3, so autonomous driving in certain conditions, in certain geofenced areas, where we actually take over the entire driving operation of the vehicle in a fail-safe manner.
So what is Rivian's approach, and how are you going to ensure that there's some safety there?
We're building a driver monitoring system that is made up of multiple components, so it's not just one sensor like a torque input sensor that would detect if the driver wants to actually disengage the longitudinal and lateral controller. There's a driver monitoring camera, and there's also going to be hands-on wheel sensors.
To me, the biggest issue with DMS is not just that it's monitoring the driver, but what kind of either corrective or preventative behavior. So
that's a good point. It's really trying to determine the driver's intention, because if you've enabled the autonomous system and you're on the highway and you've pulled out your iPad and you're watching a movie and you kind of have it on your lap, say you want to turn and get your notebook out or put that away and get a book, and you inadvertently give a steering input to the steering controller and it senses torque, the driver monitoring camera will see that you're not looking at the road, and you also don't have both hands on the wheel. So we'll have to ignore that input from the human to understand that they're not intending to change lanes. They're actually just doing something else while the vehicle's in control. And then on the flip side, it's important to know that the driver is actually ready to re-engage in the driving task. So say you're approaching your planned exit. A minute before that, the vehicle will notify the driver through HMI that it's time to get ready to drive. Be aware of your surroundings, and then we'll detect both hands on the wheel, the inputs of the steering controller match the algorithms, and the driver's eyes are on the road.
my job specifically is going on adventures to meet people who are mountain biking, who are surfing, who are rock climbing. I flew down to North Carolina and showed up at this overlanding conference with a couple of generative research tools, which basically allows the people that I'm talking to kind of co-create with me as we're talking. So, you know, it's asking, what are the tools that you brought specifically for Overland? What are the biggest problems? Working together on those problems. And then it's also just being a part of the community. So because I was there alone, there was a lot of people that invited me into their campsite and were like, hey, you know, do you want this ground beef burrito? Everyone was making ground beef burritos on this trip. I probably ate like 7. But yeah, and then just sitting and having conversations about their vehicle, what overlanding means to them.
So give me an example of, or either a design element in one of the 2 existing models that you either contributed to or came directly out of your research.
I designed the crossbars. One of the biggest things is just realizing that it's super annoying to like set up your vehicle before every single trip, because there's a lot that needs to be attached or taken off so that you don't have this huge rack on the back of your vehicle, things like that. And so one of the things that we did was we made it a quick release system. So there's ports on the entire vehicle, or along the entire vehicle, spaced 36 inches apart. The crossbar system is modular so that you can undo one of those crossbars, take it off, throw it in your garage. It seems simple. A lot of people at the shows, when I'm talking to them, are like, why has no one done this before? Partly it's because we have this really great ecosystem of the vehicles, but also partly it's because there's very few automotive manufacturers where the process is ingrained this deep, right? Where no, before we design anything, we have to go out and talk to people who do those things and understand it.
Why pursue level 3? Why can't that just be achieved with level 2? Because level 3 is harder.
We want to embrace the challenge in a sense. And OEMs, you see that they've been adding some automation to certain controls of the car for years now, with cruise control and then adaptive cruise control and then lane departure warning. And you're seeing these features come together and provide more and more driving features taken over by the vehicle. We're building a consumer product. We want people to use it. We want them to love it. If we can give back some of that commute time, some of that drive time to them to unwind or to engage in something else while the vehicle's kind of on that daily commute, or you know, you want to hang with your friends and check out pictures and swap them while you're driving home from a climb or something like that. We want to enable that for our customers. And there are mobility companies working on level 4, and they're looking at it kind of from the top down, coming from 4 and 5 for more fleet applications possibly. So we want to get a feature in our customers' hands sooner than possibly some of those other systems might be fully vetted for wide adoption.
Managing on-shelf inventory is really hard because of the flow of product. That volume makes it difficult to make sure a product is on the shelf right on time for the shopper, telling them what is the ground truth. Where are the products? Are they stocked? We're essentially giving visibility to is the price right?
Are the robots doing anything that a human employee couldn't do?
It's much more minute in its analysis. So what we do is robots don't have any hands. We're not actually restocking shelves. But what we do very well is we automate the data collection and analysis. So we have a bunch of 3D cameras that we point at the shelf. And as the robot rolls down the aisle, we capture the details of the shelf and of every product.
How does this data come back to the employee?
It tells them what problems they want to fix and in what order. So when the shift starts, you come in and you have the entire store analyzed, you have the problems in rank order, and you can hit them in that order, which maximizes your efficiency.
So you had the underlying technology, you had the hardware and software, AI, things like that, but you had to build a custom robot specifically for Walmart's needs?
Yes, we had the building blocks, but you have to put them all together, and that tells you the baseline, and then you figure out what you cannot do with the building blocks, and then you have to go and invent them. So we did that, and that's why it took us, 6 years now working on it. We actually naively thought it was cameras on wheels. How difficult could that be? Maybe in 9 months we could deploy it, and here we are continuing to peel that onion.
I look at a company like yours, and Amazon Robotics comes to mind, right?
Sure, yes.
You know, Kiva, Ty Brady, building this company, a giant retailer, approaches them, starts using their stuff, he eventually acquires them and turns it into Amazon Robotics. Did a deal like that not necessarily make sense for your company? Is Walmart not in the business of buying technology companies right now?
I think I have to leave that to Walmart to answer. If we were to guide our own destiny, if we continue to be successful doing that, what we would like to do is serve the entire industry. Because fundamentally, the problem we're solving, which is lack of visibility of what's on the shelf, is universal. The entire world has the same problem, and nobody has a solution. And for large stores, the best solution is a combination of robots and AI. And so what we want to do is completely maximize the impact and help the industry as in general improve their efficiency and improve the shopping experience.
Huawei Mate X is the world's first and also the fastest 5G foldable smartphone. Huawei introduced it here in MWC. This is very slim, just 54 millimeters. And also we support the supercharged 55 watts and also big batteries. It will give you the best experience in 5G new area. This foldable unfoldable phone can give you the 6.6 big large screen when you use it as a mobile, and also it can transform to the 8-inch tablet. Because it is a flexible soft screen, when you do the unfold and the fold, the important thing is for the hinge. So Huawei takes 3 years to make it the 180-degree no gap design when you unfold it. We will start to launch it in countries starting from the middle of this year, and the price will starting from the 2,199 euros. But for sure, it's vary by country and the skill.
What makes IM Robotics unique is that we're the only ones with a mobile robot that is capable of actually doing the task that a person would have to do of walking around the warehouse and actually grabbing physical items off of a shelf. The problem is that e-commerce is growing, consumers continue to spend more money online, and that's putting a strain for more and more people to do the work in material handling for e-commerce. Our customers or prospective customers are looking to automate to both reduce cost but also to alleviate this manual labor shortage.
Obviously, Amazon is building their own in-house. They bought Kiva back in 2012. Is your clientele largely smaller e-commerce sites? Are those the sorts of people who are looking for a system like this?
The cool thing about robots is that you don't have to be a gigantic player or have a massive multi-billion-dollar warehouse to automate. Because they do more of the full task of what a person would do, they're able to provide that value at a lower price point without having to build in a lot of special infrastructure.
But the goal for you is to have a kind of a one-size-fits-all approach that all of these different companies can just kind of pluck one off the shelf and deploy it?
We're going to be expanding the breadth of what we can handle over time, but we're also looking at broader applications like what we call bin handling. In that case, we just store everything in the warehouse in bins, and the robots go and retrieve those bins and move them to a conveyor, and take bins from a conveyor and move them to the shelf. And so now anything that you can put in a box or a bin can be handled or effectively automated with our robots.
So the Impossible Burger is better in every single way. This new version is not only craveable for the meat eater, it's actually preferred 3x the last version, but it still has no cholesterol. It has a fraction of the use of land and water, and it hits the spot for those of us who really crave a delicious, craveable burger. Well, in the last 2.5 years, we've gathered every shred of feedback from not just our celebrity chefs like David Chang or Mary Sue Milliken, but also from meat eaters around the country. And one of their biggest requests is to make this product more versatile, easier to cook. So while it still is beefier and tastier and has better texture, now this Impossible Burger, this new recipe, you can braise it, you can put it on a slated grill, you can cook it almost any way a normal burger from a cow can be cooked.
It grills beautifully. It's good to saute with, so you can make chili or maybe a ground beef that you put in an empanada. You make meatballs really well. You can do really anything you can do with ground beef. You just don't want to overcook it. When you overcook it, it gets dry, just like beef would get really dry. It's most similar to ground beef that's sort of 80% lean and 20% fat.
The biggest challenge for us is the fact that our mission is only served well if meat eaters everywhere happily pick our product. And the good news is that's what we've seen nationwide to date. But the biggest barrier is most meat eaters have been terribly disappointed by the plant-based meats of the past. This is truly different. So leveraging the credibility of celebrity chefs is an important way to overcome that barrier.
Up until now, the soy products that are mimicking turkey or bacon just haven't done it for me, so we really didn't bother to get too involved. So for me as a chef, it's very exciting to have this new tool in my toolbox.
We prototype 100 new products a week. I've tried prototypes of an impossible steak. I've tried a prototype of an impossible chicken noodle soup. There's no shortage of innovation and R&D at Impossible Foods.
MCity is a public-private partnership. We are really here to bring industry, research, and government together to work on a lot of the advanced mobility technologies, connected vehicles, automated vehicles, to help bring them to society in a thoughtful and beneficial way. We run a bunch of different living laboratories, including the test facility, but we also are supporting research in a lot of these areas. We've funded about $27 million over the last 4 years in engineering, social sciences, law, all kinds of disciplines that touch these new technologies. We do all sorts of research projects. We've got some funded projects on motion sickness. Will the seating configurations of tomorrow really be a reasonable thing, or will we need mitigation to keep people from feeling gross while they're reading iPads or whatever is going down the highway? We are also running a project around safety and testing of highly automated vehicles. So how can we guarantee that these systems are safe and ready to go out onto the public roads and mix with real humans? I think in terms of building public trust around the safety and testing of these systems, we need a more open set of testing standards. It'll be a little while before groups like SAE can finalize some standards in this area. So we can help feed into that with the research that we're doing. You can imagine 60 member companies, getting them to agree on technologies and things is pretty much impossible. We're not focused on policy as much as we're focused on informing good policy through data collection, on-road deployments, those sorts of projects. And the member companies are actually here to share data with each other on a lot of these topics. You can imagine safety, for example, is one where no company wants to have sort of the upper hand. I think they all see the rising tide floats all boats. So they want to bring all the companies up together and have everyone be following best practices for testing. I think everyone benefits.
The plant was opened in the early 80s. It's built a variety of nameplates and car sizes. Currently, we have about 1,100 people here on the site building small car, the Sonic, EV Bolt, and of course our Cruise AV.
Talk to me a little bit about, for folks who don't know or aren't familiar with how factories work, specifically manufacturing 3 vehicles on a single line. What's involved in that process?
You could have separate lines. It would be very inefficient. So obviously the people and the facility is an asset here. We want to leverage that to its fullest ability. The advantage is being able to integrate ICE, EV, and AV into one single line leverages the amount of space we have, the expertise we have in the operators. Also, it provides us an opportunity to be able to be more efficient than we would if we were separated.
Is it unusual to have an internal combustion engine vehicle and an EV vehicle on the same line?
We are probably the only plant that I am aware of that builds an internal combustion engine an electric vehicle and also an autonomous vehicle all on one single assembly line.
And about how many EVs and ICE vehicles are produced here?
So we build to order. The days of building cars just to build cars and fill up dealerships are long past. We have the capability, the flexibility here to be able to build whatever mix is required by the orders we get from customers.
These are done in, looks like batches of about 6 or 7 vehicles at a time, depending on...
So not to get into the specific strategy that we've used, like I said, we do have some sharing between our AV and our EV. We've specifically tried to understand how we can be most efficient with specific content for AV and what makes sense to be able to share on the single line. So we did develop an area within the facility to make sure that we could scale it. They're set up very efficient, specific to the AV. It's just a very few operations because of the immense amount of sharing, but this was the right way to go about it. After the few operations that are done down here that are AV specific in our general assembly area, the car then gets introduced right into the same line that our regular production cars would be in.
And anything else that we should note about the vehicle?
There's a lot of engineering that you don't see that's gone into this to make it AV capable, to get the driver out of the vehicle. You know, I could go on and get into the nuts and bolts of it, but we've just done a fantastic job of integrating it into this facility with the people, leveraging what we believe is our competitive advantage, and that's our assembly process.
DJI is releasing its GoPro killer called Osmo Action Camera, and I got to take it out for a spin. Here are my initial impressions. I don't want to bore you with long-winded tech specs that you can just look up on your own. We want to get to the good stuff. It's got all the features that you've come to expect from an action cam, like 12 megapixel photos, 4K video, slow-mo, time-lapse, hyperlapse, voice control, a durable design, user-friendly
Ladies and
interface,
gentlemen,
and all of
please
the
take your
universal mounting
seats.
options that
The
you
program
might already
is
have.
about to begin.
And now the goodies. That front color screen to compose that perfect frame for vlogging or a selfie, I guess. All jokes aside, I did find it useful when getting action shots of me riding through the forest. It's no surprise that DJI's Rocksteady EIS technology was rocksteady indeed. One thing I noticed when the EIS is turned on is that it crops the frame a bit to allow the algorithm to do its balancing act, hiding the edges off screen. No biggie though, just move the camera back to get the right composition. The HDR video feature claims 3 stops of additional dynamic range in the scene with natural transitions between light and dark areas. And based on the footage, you can definitely tell the difference. I'd shoot HDR often than not, just so I can have the information in the footage when I go to post. But here's the trade-off. EIS cannot be enabled in HDR video. What? I guess that's just too much computing for this little guy. That is a bummer, but hopefully it's enabled via a firmware update. The quick snap feature is a nice to have. Just press the shutter button and start recording video or take a photo in just under 2 seconds of pressing it. What would be even cooler is a pre-record option so that it covers that 2 seconds of lag. DJI has the option to de-warp your footage in camera just in case you don't like that fisheye lens look. I'd keep it on most of the time unless I'm shooting a skate video or shooting POV of a fish. The removable lens cap is another distinctly unique feature. DJI lists varying ND filters as well as some color filters to shoot underwater scenes more accurately. Another accessory DJI is promising is a 3.5mm adapter for external mics. As of the making of this video, GoPro is currently sold out and back ordered on the little dongle, so releasing these guys would give them a leg up on the competition. Overall, I really dig the camera and its features. DJI is certainly not shy about stepping on GoPro's toes with this action cam, and at a price point of $349 US, it's an attractive option for sure. The Osmo Action Camera will start shipping immediately at DJI.com on May 15th, then everywhere else on May 22nd.
Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch senior writer and your Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello! So as you probably guessed, the reason I'm on stage once again is because we're about to start the second round of the Startup Battlefield. As a reminder, all of these companies are competing for the grand prize of $50,000 US and ownership, if only temporary, of the Disrupt Cup. Before we can bring the companies out, of course, we're going to bring out our 5 expert judges. First, we have Louise Dahlborn-Samet, a partner at Blossom Capital. Before Blossom, Louise worked at Klarna, a leading European fintech startup. Next, we have Bindi Korea, a venture partner at the London-based venture firm Draper Esprit. She's been a strategy consultant at PwC Consulting, worked in corporate environments like Microsoft Ventures, and worked at the startup Trayport. Next, we have Karen Stafford, the regional director for Central, Northern, and Eastern Europe at Intel Capital. Karen holds multiple patents, is an advocate for diversity in technology, and an avid outdoor adventurer. Next, we have Sitar Telly, founder and managing partner of Connect Ventures. Prior to starting Connect, Sitar worked at Doty Hanson Technology Ventures, where she led the firm's investment in SoundCloud's Series A. Last but not least, we have Neil Wass, partner at Atomico. He's focusing on the consumer space and marketplaces. He was previously part of the executive team at Uber and COO and CEO at Wonga. So let's have a round of applause for our judges.
Enthusiastic. Yay.
Now we are bringing up our very first startup in this round. That startup is Nodal. Presenting for Nodal are Misha Benolil, Elliot Taysonier, and Garrett Kinsman.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Misha Benolil. I am the co-founder and CEO at Nodal, a crowdsourced connectivity solution to connect the next trillion things to the internet. I am here with my co-founder, Garrett Kinsman, and our blockchain architect, Elliot Tessonnier. So Garrett and I, in the past, were lucky to launch an amazing mobile application called FireChat. FireChat enables you to stay connected and message when there is no internet access. We had more than 1 million installs the first week after the launch, and eventually, it was the mobile application that helped the students in Hong Kong back in 2014 to organize and stay connected during the pro-democracy protest of the Umbrella Revolution. So we had seen crowd connectivity change the world, and we knew there was no going back. So we realized we could leverage crowd connectivity to connect more efficiently, more cost-effectively, the next trillion things to the internet. And we could do that if we could first make sure that everyone participating in the network would be rewarded. And second, if we could make sure that every connection is safe and secure. So we created a new economic model that basically rewards all the participants in the ecosystem, the app developers, IoT manufacturers, smartphone makers, and now people, you, get rewarded for participating in this network. So the way it works, the more data you move, the more value there is in the data you move, the more you earn Nodal Cash, or cryptocurrency. Let me show all of you how it works. So prior to the event, we positioned a few sensors in the room. And as you can see on this graph, you have green dots. The green dots are smartphones from people who already have our mobile application installed. What happens is these smartphones become IoT gateway or access points for IoT, if you prefer. And the blue dots are these sensors. So when you click on a blue dot, you can see that they have sensors for humidity, temperature. There is even an accelerometer and pressure. And all that data flows through these smartphones and go back to the cloud, and is sent directly, if you are working with us, in the form of a raw data into your information system. But what we realized when we were building this huge network is that there are so many flaws in security in IoT. So we created a communication protocol that has security built in. It's called Rendezvous. And Rendezvous is amazing. It is able to verify the identity of all these devices and sensors that connect to your network. So as you can see here on the screen, it was able to verify the identity of that device through a certificate. Let's go back to the slides. Thank you. So Rendezvous is amazing. It is built on blockchain. It is a fully decentralized technology, and guess what? It scales better on the blockchain than on a centralized architecture. It prevents double issuance of certificates. It is fully trustless. And in case there is a device that has been compromised, you can revoke access to the network for that specific device. So we package our solution for enterprise, smart cities, large organizations, businesses, and all our solutions come built in with our communication and security protocol, Rendezvous. They work for asset tracking, sensor data collection, or simply for connecting your things to the internet. That's the amazing network we built in a bit more than a year since we started to deploy the network. We reach more than 80 countries. It's a 100% software solution. It goes pretty fast. And every day, our network connects or sees up to 100 million IoT devices. And all that through mainly smartphones, up to 5 million daily active smartphones. And to achieve that, we partnered with amazing companies like HTC, who basically pre-install our app on their smartphones. We partnered with Cisco Meraki, who is pushing our software for their routers for their enterprise customers. And we also have partnership in security with companies like Ledger, if you are familiar with the blockchain and cryptocurrencies. That's a slide that shows you basically the traction in this space. We have big companies entering the IoT connectivity space. Amazon recently announced Amazon Sidewalk, and Apple launched their Apple Find My. Nodal is the only solution which is 100% software and that addressed all the use cases in Industry 4.0. So now it's time for you, for people to reclaim ownership of their data and of the internet. Nodal is the opportunity for you to be rewarded and earn Nodal cash each time you help smart cities, companies, and businesses build a more secure and private internet for connecting their things. So join us by installing our app, Nodal Cash app. We call this the Citizen Network. Thank you.
Okay, judges.
Can you tell me about how many individual downloads on the Citizen Network versus the pre-install on HTC or any of the other phone makers? What's the percentage? What's the number?
So we are just starting with our own mobile application. So Nodal Cash was released a couple of weeks ago on Android. It's coming on iOS pretty soon. Most of our presence on smartphones comes through our partnership with app developers or with smartphone manufacturers like HTC.
And what's the split between the smartphone manufacturers and app developers?
App developers is the majority of our users.
Okay.
I mean, of our partners, sorry. And for them, it's a way to complement their revenues, or actually to find an alternative to advertising revenues, because often, sometimes, they don't want to sell users' data. So for example, we have a famous ad blocker, who instead of paying for the app, basically you block ads, it's free, if you activate basically our service.
I'd love to learn more about your business model, particularly how you're working it with the manufacturers.
Let Garrett.
Sure. So we're like a telco. So we provide a monthly fee per device to connect that device to the internet. And so today we're in several paying pilots, upwards of $50,000 per pilot. And these are with select customers that can scale up to millions or tens of millions of dollars per year.
What's the fee you charge per device?
It varies based on vertical, but in general, it's 10 to 20 times cheaper than a cellular solution.
Who is it that you're selling to?
So today we're working with national railways, hotel groups, tool manufacturers, and shipping pallet companies, all to connect things that really could never be connected to the internet before easily.
And inside of those organizations, like which position, which role does the person have that you're selling to?
Generally, it's the innovation group that's trying to solve problems, especially for improving efficiencies and things like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And go ahead.
After you.
No, you go.
Can you explain a little bit more about the data that you're actually passing here? You said it's for asset tracking, but what other data is passed? Is it something that can be used for communication amongst individuals as consumers, or what? Can you give us a couple of real use cases of your technology?
So in general, we're a general purpose data network. So any type of data that an IoT device wants to transmit to the internet, we support. Most of our customers, it's asset tracking, but we're also supporting things like sensor data, so temperature of a shipping pallet or the vibration, things like that.
Okay, and then explain how that connects to the consumer need. I mean, you encouraged everyone to download the app and claim back their cash. What's the real incentive for someone to do that?
Well, today your smartphones often cost between $500 or $1,000, and actually for you, it's a way to get some reward back that we'll be able to exchange for services, and you don't have to do much. You install the app, you walk around, and on your commute, and you will see we pay you every couple of minutes or hour, and you receive basically payments.
And how does that work?
Thank you.
Sorry, how does that work?
So we send you our cryptocurrency called Nodal Cash, and you can see the reward you just received, and you can even check basically the work that has been attached and performed to generate that coin.
What's the required density to having a number of cell phone users to be able to have the data transmission in a reliable way? Density in a city of the phone users.
Yeah, it's very important to have density.
Yeah.
That's why we have this incentivization mechanism. And we believe once we reach around 5% penetration in cities, we have actually a pretty good network. And it's a delay-tolerant network. So often what happens, you have use cases, for example, in the construction space, where people have smartphones, but signals don't go into these projects. It's very hard. So with the phone, you can walk around, capture data from sensors. The phone and the application will store the information, and when you connect, then it will send back the information to the cloud.
It would seem to me a vicious circle with you need to have the required density to be able to pay people to be able to have the signals come through.
So we had
how are you approaching that?
Exactly. We had to solve that chicken and egg problem.
Yeah.
And today we actually have a network that's working. And we tend to, at the beginning, to take only projects where people were also participating in the deployments. So in the case of the National Railway, for example, they have 600 workers that have tablets. So not only they can use our network, but they can leverage these workers' tablets and smartphones to participate in the network.
Can you tell me a little bit about the path from a paid pilot to a full commercial deal? And with the partnerships you have right now, how far along are you in that journey? And how long do you think it'll take you to close that deal?
Sure. So right now we have these pilots live, and the real benefit to our network isn't locating an asset, it's improving efficiencies. So this is actually quantifying human labor and understanding where is an asset when I need it, and using that to build a story. So these customers are very interested, and we're actually meeting with a major one in a couple of days. So they love our technology, they want it, and we're in the process of converting these into paying customers.
But how far do you feel you are to closing an actual proper commercial deal with these partners?
So we have, for example, a deployment with a smart city, the city of Paris.
Okay.
It's a group that has smart benches. So we already did the test, and now we are waiting for the commercial deployment of these benches across the cities in parks. And when that happens next year, it's going to be like it's in less than 6 months, basically.
Okay.
All right, give it up for Nodal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring out our next startup, Clideo. Presenting for Clideo are Michele Mazzaro, Nitzan Meyer-Wolf, and Andrea Iriondo.
Businesses spent over $300 billion this year trying to communicate with us on digital media. However, most of their budget was thrown into the garbage. We're constantly overwhelmed with advertisement that is delivered to us in the wrong context. Numbers are clear. Marketers today are satisfied when they reach a shy 2% click-through rate, which in turn means that 98% of their target audience simply ignore them. And this is even more evident on video. The other day, I watched this video on surfers on my favorite website. I was frustrated. The first thing I see is this pre-video advertisement that was not relevant to me, so I skipped it. While watching, I wanted to know more about the content of the video. Where was this video made? What is the model of this cool jacket that my favorite surfer is wearing? But I had no way to find out. Even 20 minutes on Google search couldn't help me. Look at the lost opportunity for businesses. They invest money in ads that I skip, and on top, they fail to engage with me when I'm ready to interact. Wouldn't it be a dream for brands to be there in the exact moment when their customers actually need them? I'm Michele, co-founder of Clideo, the ultimate platform to create and manage interactive videos. With Clideo, businesses can turn any video into a discovery experience and finally engage with consumers when it matters. Through our interactive overlay, viewers can now discover, shop, and share items they love directly on video, while businesses can finally collect high-resolution data of in-video conversions to optimize their video strategy. Our editor is elegant and fully customizable, so our clients don't need to sacrifice any of their content. And this is all done in a few simple steps. Let me show you how. Move to demo, please. Remember my Surfers video? Turns out it's sponsored by brands. Clideo will help upgrade this type of campaigns, boosting all its engagement metrics. All our clients need to do is to link the video to products through our tag manager. Once inside, they can customize anything. The button titles, the URL of destination, the pop-up timing, and much more, including fonts, sizes, colors. Just click on Save, and we're ready to go. We have our interactive video. Let's check it out on our preview player to see how it looks like. Now, with Clideo's interactive overlay, you can go to the checkout page of the product that you like on the video. You can share it on social media, and you can add it to your wish list and review it anytime. Once the video is live, we track and display interactions, conversions, and metadata of each single interactive item on video. Our dashboard is tailor-made for marketers to drive decisions. For example, they can now tell that Italians like the jacket, while Japanese prefer the watch. This means that our customers will not only know how many views their video generated, but also why people watched. Back to presentation, please. What we've seen here is the future of video, where viewers engage with what really matters to them, and marketing campaigns are measured by real performance rather than by vanity metrics like views. All this is possible thanks to our proprietary technology, focusing on user experience designed to engage consumers, easy-to-use platform to reduce tagging frictions, and our end-to-end machine learning models enabling video tagging automation, real-time consumer personalization, and vital business insights to increase conversion. Let's look at competition. Our direct competitors mainly focus on the creative and production side, targeting a limited amount of luxury brands for very specific projects. On the other hand, video marketing platforms only offer interactivity as a minor part of their entire solution, lacking basic functionality. So they end up being more expensive for lower quality. Clideo serves all types of businesses, delivering the best do-it-yourself solution without sacrificing creativity. On top, we are the only platform that manages consumers' wish list, later expanding to be the first interactive video marketplace. In terms of business model, we provide accounts to use Clideo SaaS platform. Our customers are large brands and SMEs, publishers, and e-commerce websites, and we're now testing a revenue model based on subscription plus a variable success fee. So far, we delivered a 33% conversion rate to our early adopters, which is 17 times higher than industry standard. Our first partners are 2 e-commerce websites and a hotel chain in Madrid, but we're already advanced in the sales cycle with several publishers and a leading media agency in Europe. So if you invest in video and you're tired of throwing your budgets into the garbage, make your first interactive video and check us out on clideo.eu. Thank you very much.
Does this technology also work on still for a lot of the influencer community?
I'm sorry.
Does this technology work on still photographs as well as video for the influencer community?
Yes, so for now we're focusing on video as it's one of the most relevant channels in digital marketing. 85% of internet traffic is on video, and the brands are investing 45 billion in video marketing, and will invest in 3 years from today 62 billion in video marketing. So it's extremely relevant, and that's where we want to specialize at the beginning. Over time, we will not only be on video. Our goal is to be to help businesses engage with consumers on all channels in the best way possible to drive conversion ultimately.
Could you tell us a bit about the defensibility? Because I can understand how businesses like this, but to some extent you could see this being replicated lots of times. So where's the moat? Where's the defensibility?
Right. So the overlay, the interactive overlay can be replicated. What cannot be replicated so easily is our machine learning models that we're building in-house, thanks to our CTO, Nitzan, right here, who has extensive experience in that. And also the solution is patented.
What exactly are you using the machine learning for?
Yeah, I was happy to take it. First of all, our machine learning comes to drive decisions for businesses. So we can track across the web from all our videos, interactions, and metadata. So we can cross it and give meaningful insights. For example, we can tell that communities in Italy like a specific product, and if you would publish this specific video with this specific template at 7:30, you might be converting 2% more. So this is the kind. Except of that, we also will use it for automating the process. So automatically detect objects on video.
Out of the sort of 3 groups that you sell to, so brands, publishers, and e-commerce, where are you getting the most traction, and why do you think that's the case?
Yeah, so at this stage, it's important to say we're early stage and pre-revenue. So we're getting the most traction from e-commerce websites, and that's mainly because of the sales cycle of many large publishers and media agencies. But that doesn't mean that we're working with large groups too. It's just we're starting with.
And then with the Lady Gaga and Brad example,
Yeah.
Was that done in real time, or was that done in videos that were posted afterwards? And can this product actually be run in real time in events like that one?
In this specific case, it was not real time. It was a preloaded video. This video would live on a publisher website, for instance, and the publisher would get an extra revenue stream from advertisers to drive immediate conversions on those products.
What would they need to do in order to enable that, like from an integration perspective?
The process is simple, it's seamless. This is something we get a lot from our customers. When we go to the first meeting, they're always scared about how many integrations and things they need to do. But in reality, we just provide an embed code, and that's about it.
And then it works on like
And then it
YouTube
works
as well?
It does not work on YouTube channel, because we would have to have an agreement with YouTube, but it does work with YouTube videos embedded outside of YouTube.
What data do you have that supports the theory that consumers would like to shop while they're watching a video?
You want? Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, we made our internal tests, something that obviously we were worried about, and we did some usability testing, and we showed great adaptivity to the product, and users were willing to shop. Except of that, all our industry shows us that we are definitely going to shoppable videos, and we see groups like Instagram, YouTube that will do it by themselves. However, we don't see it on the publisher side and the world outside of social media, and this is where we're going to be to give the solution.
Yeah, on top of that, not surprisingly, I would say, in our first proof of concepts, we proved to our first early adopters exceptional results in terms of conversion, proving that consumers are actually at the point in which they need solutions to engage them when they want, when they need.
Okay. Is part of your roadmap to extend this as an add-on for TV and movies, Netflix, et cetera, so that I can be on the couch with a glass of wine and shop?
Absolutely. We did start speaking with Netflix Spain, for example.
Yeah.
The feedback we got is that they are not ready yet for this type of solutions. They're focusing a lot on content for the moment, but it is something that they will definitely try to implement in a non-invasive way in the future.
Mm-hmm. Could you tell us a little bit about the team and what makes you uniquely positioned to do this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a business background. I worked with several FMCG companies investing advertisement budgets in video, and that was super frustrating because you never know the return, you don't know what's going on, and I don't want to say, but the metrics that you get in return are vanity metrics. So 5 million people watched it, but I have no idea on the return. So I saw this firsthand. I also saw it firsthand as a consumer. When I want to engage with content, I can't. Nitzan, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself. I will speak for you.
I've come from a software background, been an algorithm developer, product manager, mainly on computer and video analysis products. And Andrea?
We also have Andrea there. She's sick today, unfortunately, so we didn't give her a microphone because she's going to cough all the time. But she's an expert in B2B software sales, so that's also something that will help us.
Okay, we are pretty much out of time, so let's have one last round of applause for Clydeo.
Thank you.
Love it.
Okay, let's bring out our next startup, Stable. Standing for Stable are Rich Council and Liz Allen.
Guten Tag, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. My name's Rich, and I come from a family of farmers in the UK. And what I'm going to show you in the next few minutes is what I've been working on for the last 4 years to help a $4.8 trillion industry manage their biggest risk. So, it is truly enormous. This industry is made up of thousands of commodities, 500 million farmers, and over 2 million food businesses. It makes up a huge percentage of global GDP. But we all, just like me as a farmer, actually all face the same problem. Volatile weather makes supply unpredictable. And unpredictable supply creates volatile prices. And volatile prices kill businesses. So we're talking about price risk management. And actually, that's often called hedging. You would have heard of it. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to do. And Stable actually has made it easy. And the big problem about why derivatives for this area, agri-food commodities, is that they're not like oil or gold. These things are hard to standardize, and that makes them difficult to trade on an exchange. And as a result, less than 8% of the world's commodities are actually traded in a place like Chicago. And what that means is, even when a place like Chicago exists with a liquid exchange, quite often the companies that could use it are in a different country with a different currency. And that creates basis risk. And basis risk is really a gap between what you're trying to protect and your actual risk, your physical risk of your business. The other thing is derivatives are hard. They have a huge barrier to entry in terms of size. If you think about it in farming terms, less than 0.1% of the world's farmers are big enough to access a derivative marketplace. So, Stable makes that easy. We've reimagined how this industry could protect itself from one of its biggest risks. And our vision is to enable every business on the planet to protect themselves from price risk. So this is how we've done it. We've actually built now, after 4 years of R&D, the world's largest index insurance platform. We have over 3,000 commodities on the platform from 40 different countries. And what that means is that our global clients can protect their local risk in their local currencies. It has never, ever been done before. So in this example, you can see this might be a small company, say a smoothie business here in Berlin. And what they wanted to do is protect themselves in November if the price of an ingredient like mangoes or orange juice climbs above 200 euros per ton. And you can see in this example, in November it climbed to 210 euros. The difference is obviously 10 euros per ton, and we would have paid out automatically 100,000 euros to protect that business from price risk. And the best thing about index insurance, it's not wildly interesting, I'll give you that, but the best thing about it is that everything's agreed in advance. So there is no claims process. We are able, via the platform, to make good that lost income in less than 48 hours. So, we're small. You could call us like an insurtech startup, but we are already backed by giants. We are regulated both by the FCA in the UK, and we're also a Lloyd's cover holder, a Lloyd's of London cover holder.
Okay, great.
And what that means is that all of our policies that are bought on the platform are underwritten by some global underwriters. Some of them have invested, as well as some of our industry's biggest players. We earn our money by a simple commission from the underwriters and a share of the profits. So let's see just how simple we've made hedging for one of the world's 500 million farmers. Let's meet Sarah. Let's go to demo. So Sarah, after registering, comes in and selects dairy as the thing she wants to protect. And next, we ask just 3 simple questions. For how long do you want to protect your business? She can protect a single calendar month in the future, so let's do that. And let's imagine that Sarah wants to protect next September's index price. So she does that. Question 2 is just how much do you want to protect? And let's say she wants 100,000 liters, something meaningful but not huge. And the final step is for her to say, at what price does this really hurt your business? So you can see a slider here, and Sarah is just moving the price to whatever price that is bothering her. That might be her cost of production, that moment she starts losing money. And behind the scenes, the algorithms are pricing that across all of those commodities in real time. Unbelievably simple for our clients, a lot going on behind the scenes. So she can see her monthly premium, and after she's paid, she is issued a simple insurance contract, just like insuring your car, or perhaps her tractor, which would be more relevant. So let's go back to the presentation. Okay. So
You're out of time, so let's just go to the final slide.
Okay, no
final
worries.
thought.
So a lot of data science behind the scenes. We run 62 trillion simulations across all of those 3,000 commodities. We also look at futures markets, thousands of futures markets to give us future price signals and then diversify the portfolio. It's a huge platform. We're very excited to be here after 4 years. Thank you for listening.
Okay, judges.
How do you reach your customers? 500 million farmers is big market, highly fragmented.
Yes.
Maybe not super technologically sophisticated when it comes to online software. How are you reaching them?
Yeah, so what you've got to do is you've got to think of our client base in two halves. We're actually operating on both sides of the market. So on the one hand, we have a B2B sales team that have come from Rabo and JP Morgan and hedge funds who are able to sell directly to corporate giants, everyone that you could imagine across Europe. On the other side, let's think B2B to C. And those guys are actually accessed through banks or insurers who have an existing relationship with them. Like a co-op is a really good example. That gives us that access to speak directly to an awful lot of fragmented businesses. Does that help?
Yeah. So you strike me as, I guess, a commodities platform on speed.
Yeah.
And what I gather is that your value add and your secret sauce is the insights into the 3,000 commodities and the algorithms. But is that defensible enough? Coming from a commodities background myself. And,
yeah, it's massively defensible because if you think about it, if you think who could do the data science, and there are people who could do that.
Yeah.
But in order to do this, you have to regulate as an insurer, as we've done, which is another big thing. So if you are thinking Macquarie or Goldman's, someone who has the ability to do this, they would have to re-regulate in order to simplify this. And then also the distribution, plus the indexing.
So the secret sauce is the value chain and the technology underlying that?
Exactly, because you cannot just get a Bloomberg terminal and plug in and get those 3,000 indexes. We've actually had to go to Colombia to work with the Colombian Coffee Index. It's a huge amount of work. 4 or 5 of my team do nothing else. So yes, data science, yes, indexes, yes, regulation, and yes to the distribution as well.
Who's doing the underwriting? So you said you're working with partners. Are your team doing the underwriting or your partners doing?
No, so we do everything. We're an MGA. So we price the risk, we manage the platform, and we handle the claims. Then underwriters at Lloyd's of London basically handle the risk.
Okay. And could you give us an example of how you showed us somebody who's insuring their milk production as a percentage of their overall business. Give us a sense of how expensive this insurance would be.
It's a good question because ultimately this all comes down to price. What we obsess about is what slice of the margin do we take of their wider margin? And we know that precisely. So our algos never charge more than 0.5% to 6% of the asset price. As soon as you go over 6%, just like an option, then actually the demand drops off a cliff. We know exactly what people are willing to pay, and our algo serves up the right price for the demand.
Okay.
So is the insurance independent of the reason that there might be price fluctuations, so contamination, government issues, transport?
Yeah. So there is no moral hazard. The price that you receive for your physical good, your milk or your wheat or your avocados, still matters. What we're providing is an index-based safety net behind the scenes to give them the confidence to invest in the future.
Who are your competitors? Because I'm surprised no one's tried to tackle this problem.
Yeah.
Because the startup I worked in was focused on this, but it was very much cocoa, coffee, oil, gas, the basics.
So we never touch traded commodities. It's all untraded commodities.
Okay.
Currently, we have no competitors. Our thing is substitution, okay? Because ultimately, you could go get a sucking great overdraft and actually handle the price volatility that way. But that assumes that you've got assets. You know, if you're a young farmer or a small business, you can't just go and get a £1 million overdraft. This enables you to protect perhaps just 20%, 25% of your output or your raw materials. And that's the beauty of it. It's utterly flexible to each business.
So you've created a new market.
Utterly new market.
Yeah.
It's never, ever been done before.
Okay.
What's your scale currently?
Sorry?
What's your scale currently?
Well, we're a team of 25. We've done a soft launch in the UK, and from January 2020, we'll roll out across Europe. We now have the risk capital, we've got the regulation, we are good to go.
I'd like to understand more about the acquisition of customers. You said it's through partners.
Yep.
Are they reselling the product, or how's
No, they
your
are
relationship?
introducers, basically. So
Okay.
on the corporate side, we will reach out to huge companies. That's an obvious thing to do. We don't want anyone in our way when it comes to corporates. We have the expertise in-house. But when it comes to retail, think huge agri-banks. I can't name them, sadly, but they have the relationships, and all they are doing is introducing them to us. They become our customer, but we do share a little bit of the revenue with them for that warm lead. It's absolutely fantastic for us.
All right, give it up for Stable.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next up, we have B Blocky. Presenting for B Blocky are Nathan Damitewi and Ben Wiley.
Thank you. All right. Ready? In a continent where nations are racing to become a digital economy, Africa suffers from what I would love to call SOD, shortage of developers, the real architect of this digital economy. Less than 1% of African school children leave school with basic knowledge of computer science. This is, in this way, it would take us way longer to catch up to this world, nevertheless getting ahead of it. Nevertheless, getting ahead of it. Children are growing in a different world than it was a few years before, with technology embedded in their day-to-day lives. These children need not only be passive consumers of technology, but also become creators and innovators of it. And coding would play a huge role in helping them prosper in this tech-driven, rapidly changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nathan Damter, founder and CEO of B-Blocky, a gamified programming learning app for kids. B-Blocky lets children learn the fundamentals of computer programming through game puzzles, and helping them animate different game characters to perform certain tasks and movements. It presents code concepts, which is primarily presumed as a very complicated things in graphical programming blocks, which are very easy and intuitive to use. Let's go to the demo, please. Our app is primarily built to look as colorful and as attractive as possible for kids aged 7 and 13. Our courses range from simple intro to algorithms to complex problems, and also with free roaming, allowing their imaginations to take over. Every lesson starts with instructions, then with a game scene, which is either a normal game scene or an AR, which we build to make the learning process much more interactive. You just have to switch we just have to switch it on and press play. As you can see here, we've switched on our AR, looking for a space. Here is the instructions, and voila. So here, the instruction was to get the apple using the graphical programming blocks. So Ben here will program the kid to move forward and eat the apple. And when he runs the program, voila. Programming has never been this easy and fun. So if done correctly, Ben gets to earn coins, Blocky coins, which will be able to purchase different game characters in it. So back to the presentation. There are a couple of players in this game industry. The main ones are Hopscotch, Tinker, Code.org, and Scratch, which are either internet dependent or works in the desktop only, and primarily focusing on the US and the European market. forgetting the whole continent of Africa, with 1/3 of the total population by 2015 will be African. On the other hand, Bblocky is a mobile first, as we are positioned to take advantage of this rapidly evolving technology, where our application works fully offline, ensuring inclusivity in regions where internet penetration is very low, and increasing our addressable markets. Leverage the cutting-edge augmented reality technology to make the learning process much more fun and very interactive. And last but certainly not least, it's a global app which have a global reach and appeal, but at the same time remaining relevant to our local audiences. Yeah. Our primary source of revenue is in-app toy store, where we allow our users to purchase different game characters in our toy store. And our other source of revenue is branded characters, where companies and brands can feature their branded mascots or environment in our app, giving them a unique way to engage with their audiences. So what could be a better way for Disney, Barbie, or Lego to have their characters in our app and engaging with kids in a much meaningful way? So far, Bblocky has been downloaded more than 5,000 times around the world, with no marketing budget to it. And we're at the beginning, and the future is as promising as it gets. We have the edtech industry is growing 17% year to year, and the African gaming market is doubling by 2021. So if you are an educational institute or a company working on the edtech sector, or if you are a children's brand, make sure to get in touch. We'd be happy to work with you. And before I go, I want you all to know something. Most African tech founders started coding a little late. For me, it was later in high school. But somehow I ended up building some very cool stuff, and that's why I'm here. So imagine what a child can build if they are introduced to coding at their pretty young age with the right tools as Bblocky. Thank you.
Judges.
It's very cool what you're doing. Well done. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen in the usage of those 5,000 downloads so far? So how long do people stay? What do you see in terms of in-app purchases? Yeah. And also, what it costs to acquire somebody in the first place. So just help us understand the business model a little bit better.
Okay. So most of the users use the applications from a range of 2 weeks to a month for now, since we have limited courses contents in it. But this can go to 3 months to 6 months as we are adding more contents every time. So the user acquisition cost is so far 30 cents. And we've been able to do this. We haven't yet put out a budget for it, but we've been able to get this kind of users through PRs and through working with schools to promote it for their students. And what was the last question?
Yeah, I think your revenue model, you said, is in-app purchases. I'm guessing you haven't got that many brand sponsorships yet. Yeah. What are you seeing in terms of the in-app purchases? So it's 30 cents a download, it sounds like.
Yeah.
And then there's a conversion to actually people who are using it. So.
Okay.
And then, so how much do you see on the other side in terms of the earnings?
So we haven't yet. We just launching the in-app purchases by the first quarter of 2020. But we've been able to predict it. We've been able to predict for the next 3 years to reach to $200,000 when we reach about more than 500,000 users within the next 3 to 5 years.
$200,000 for 500,000 users.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tom, how are you working to create content? And are you to ensure that it works and people actually learn how to code?
as in about the contents.
How do you create the content to be sure that the content is actually helping people learn?
Okay, so we work closely with a programming center in Ethiopia and Addis Ababa. So we see closely what the kids are learning, and we just create the contents from what we're seeing there. And we also follow a curriculum on code.org that provides a free curriculums to implement coding education for children. Yeah, so that's where we get our contents. Did I answer? Yeah.
Can you tell me what age of children are you targeting?
7 up to 13.
7 to 13.
Yeah.
And what is the feedback from those kids? Because obviously they're downloading on their parents' devices
Yeah.
and playing and stuff.
So we've been trying to get the feedbacks by just seeing the kids. So they really like and enjoy the game scenes, the game scene they're looking at. So the first thing when we give them the app, the first thing they see it's a game. It's a game. So that's one thing we like about it. And the comments about the AR. So they've been very engaged to it. It's been very interactive with the AR, and they like it. So the comments and the feedback from the kids is pretty much positive. And if we work on a little bit on the contents, making it more sticky, I think it would turn out very well.
And what's the stepping stone after this, after they've been tricked through gaming to enjoy coding?
Yeah.
What do they normally go to after this?
So, our application is an intro to computer programming for people for kids that have never been, never programmed before. So the next step would be, we don't have it in our app yet, but we're trying to build, not anytime soon, but in the future, we're trying to have advanced programming education in our application. So for them, they just get an introduction to it. So by the time, if they want to learn, if they want to continue in the programming, there will be advanced courses. We suggest advanced courses, but not in our application.
Thank you.
All right. That's it.
Other questions?
Yeah, just one more about like the difference between your app and Scratch, for example. So a lot of kids are using Scratch.
Okay.
You said, I think it's mobile first. You felt it had an element of localization.
Yeah.
Can you just expand upon that a little bit, please?
Sure. So Scratch is a fully desktop application.
Yeah.
So Scratch doesn't start with a mission, with a goal. It just gives you the tools, and the courses, the curriculum comes from somewhere else. So, or the teacher have to give the instructions. But for our application, everything comes within it, as in the instructions and the tools together. So we have a goal. As in when a kid finished working on a given task, he actually finished the goal. As in maybe he learned about the if or the conditionals or anything. But the Scratch is just a tool, as in basically an IDE for any as the similar as other IDE.
Okay. So in short, you need a teacher to work with Scratch and the kid, whereas in yours, the instructions and the development are coming in-app.
In-app, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, one more round of applause for B. Blocky. We have a final startup presenting in this round of the Startup Battlefield. That startup is Scaled Robotics. Presenting for Scaled Robotics are Baruth Sankaran and Stuart Maggs.
Hey. Good afternoon. Construction impacts our daily lives in unique ways. It shapes the cities we live in, the homes we dwell in, builds the infrastructure that drives our economies. Yet this global $17 trillion industry is one of the world's most wasteful and inefficient. And we believe it is because whilst we design digitally, we still construct manually. Construction is inundated by outdated tools and processes. They just don't have the technology to measure and keep track of what they're trying to build. They use chalk, bits of string to construct, and post-it notes to keep track of progress on multi-million euro projects. For example, on a site in Oslo last year, a structural beam was brought to the attention of site management. This was 3 centimeters deviated from where it was supposed to be built and missed entirely by existing quality control, including the site surveyors. Now, if left undiscovered, this would have cost thousands of euros, 7 days in delays, and the valuable time of 8 site managers. And that's just one beam. And the reason this happens over and over again is because of the outdated technology that construction uses. And they consider this as normal. And this is the problem that we are trying to address at Scale Robotics. With robotics and artificial intelligence, we are building tools that can help you accurately measure and keep track of construction so that your projects will stay on budget and on schedule. It's simple. You can't manage what you cannot measure. And that beam I told you about in Oslo, automatically flagged up by software developed by Scale Robotics within 24 hours and brought to the attention of site management. It was fixed at no extra cost. So how do we do all this? Our robots drive around site, building detailed 3D maps of the environment. This captures the current state of the construction project. This data is then automatically uploaded to our servers in the cloud, where it is analyzed by our software. Switch to demo, please. So we take this data, we perform non-rigid registration, non-linear optimization, machine learning to filter out all the noise and provide precise statistical analysis about every element on site. And this complex information is then simplified and delivered back to the client on an easy-to-use web-based interface, as you see before you. The simple color-coded information that you see here is gray means we don't have enough data to make an assessment. Red means it's missing. Green means it's been built correctly. And orange, as you might have guessed, means it's built incorrectly. And as you can see, we're standing in a sea of orange, which means everything is wrong. But now knowing everything is wrong is not particularly useful information. What you care about most as a site manager is what's putting my project most at risk. And we make this information searchable. So let's say you've had issues with the quality of steelwork, and you want to isolate all the steelwork. You can say, show me all my beams and columns. Not only that, filter them by date of build. Not only that, filter them by quality of build. Say something like, show me everything that's deviated above X millimeters. Now what you get is a list that's automatically ranked by deviation, so you can focus your attention on what's putting your project most at risk, rather than having to sift through hundreds of thousands of data points. You can even go ahead and diagnose one of these issues further. Look at point-wise deviations on a heat map. So you've gone from holistic site-wide information to extremely granular information. You can see some of these points are deviated up to 45 millimeters. But I like to see this with my own eyes. So we've tagged every element on site with multiple images so that you can see it from multiple vantage points. And as you can see, all beams look the same, so you can highlight that element and know what exactly is going on with your site. And this information, this complex analysis, is available to all stakeholders at their fingertips, even before setting foot on site. Switch back to presentation, please. So we are taking this to market on a B2B SaaS model, and we seamlessly integrate with existing workflows, including existing laser scanners. We also integrate with all widely used industry standard file formats. Our typical client is a multi-billion euro general contractor. We onboard them with a single project, and then we grow within their organization. We are running active projects in Europe, and we've done tests in both Middle East and in Asia. We also want to thank our partners at Autodesk, who have the largest market share in AEC software. They've championed our work to their customer base. Every product needs a great team. We are an eclectic mix of industry and academic experts, where more than half of our team has PhDs. My co-founder, Stuart, is a trained architect with over a decade of experience in the construction industry. I have a PhD in robotics and artificial intelligence, and I spent my past decade working at some of the world's most renowned labs in both industry and academia. So to all the large general contractors out there, are you tired of 1 to 2% margins? Shoot us an email. We are confident that our software will help you stay on budget and on schedule on your next project. Thank you.
Okay,
So
judges,
do
while
you-
you're admiring the robot, let's have some questions.
So do you provide the robot as well, or is it your software that will power any robot? Oh, hello.
So the robot is optional. Our software platform is agnostic to any reality capture device.
Okay.
So this is where we seamlessly integrate with existing workflows. Is if you have a construction-grade laser scanner, you can just upload that data to our servers, and we can still operate on that. The robot is one of the reality capture devices we've built so that it can be faster to capture.
But that it'll integrate into
Yes,
any way
it's the
of
same
working.
platform, the same web base you saw. Any point cloud goes in there, we can work
And
on it.
then the second question is the data that goes in for the materials, for example, that the columns-based stuff, is that coming in from the Autodesk software or other platforms, or again, is that data being input into your platform manually?
The 3D model that is there of the
Yeah.
building, that is provided to us by the general contractor. So this is a model that's called a BIM model, a building information model, and this is given to us by the general contractor, and then we take that information beforehand and we keep it, and then on regular, when the site gets scanned on a regular basis, we take it into our platform.
And that information can be reused across multiple projects, multiple clients, multiple projects.
The building that you see is project specific. So it's like if you're working on one project, you will get a URL to that project, so you can manage that project. If you are giving us multiple projects, then you will get a dedicated access to each one of those projects.
Okay.
And the data is automatically uploaded to whichever project it belongs to.
Okay, thank you.
How many construction projects use data capture either via your robot or another? So how many are starting for the first time doing this kind of data capture, and how many already do it?
So we spent 2019 working on a couple of pilot projects. So we had 3 main customers that have been using the software, testing it out on a couple of projects and making sure that what we'd built was actually useful to real project teams. And for 2020, we have another 10 companies that are in the pipeline that have either already sent us some sample data, or we're going to be capturing data in early 2020 to move further on in the pipeline.
Can you give us sorry, after you.
Sorry, just, but construction projects right now, they do, as a habit, capture visual data? Or that's something new that you have to get them to do?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So projects right now, they already capture visual data that you could use? Or like, is that standard already
So
in the industry?
one thing that's standard in construction right now is using kind of standard laser scanners, like
Yeah.
on a tripod. So we can also, as Barrett mentioned, we can take that data. So it means without shipping the robot off halfway around the world or somewhere in Europe, they can just send us legacy data, and then we can show them objectively on one of their sites what that kind of analysis actually looks like. And then through that conversation, you can break down a lot of friction, and it's a lot easier to move forward once they've kind of seen it on their own site.
Okay.
The
what are
margins
your-
are quite.
You go ahead. Well, what are your thoughts about the construction industry in general? I mean, the past decades, it's been booming, and there's a lot of new projects. What are your thoughts about overall macroeconomics affecting your rollout?
So I think I'll answer part and Stuart will answer part. So BIM adoption has been growing in the last, I would say 5 years, has grown by 70%. And big companies like Autodesk have actually focused on that the BIM adoption is growing. It's also being mandated by federal governments. Like the government of the UK, the government of the Netherlands actually mandates BIM adoption. And we are riding on that wave, is that because now companies and governments are going ahead and saying, you have to use BIM, these 3D digital models, to make your projects more precise than working with paper. There is a growing adoption, and that is what we are trying to cash in on, which is we can make their projects, we can help them optimize using that.
I think the industry kind of has a bit of a bad reputation. It hasn't really changed over the last 50, 100 years, but at the same time, in the last maybe 5, 10, it has definitely started to respond to some of the challenges, because we've really, as an industry, we've reached a breaking point. You look at the UK, Carillion 2 years ago, the largest construction company in the UK, went completely bankrupt. Thousands of people lost their jobs. You've got outside stresses on material access to labor, especially there's going to be a problem in the UK. So all of these things are coming together and putting a lot of pressure on the industry. So no matter what happens, they're always going to have to turn to solutions like this to optimize how their workflows are going. Otherwise, they're going to go the way of Carillion.
Right, because this is also going to make their work more efficient as long as the projects are running. Like it could save their costs.
You're saving on your bottom line from day one. So for example, on one of the, I won't name the project, but the first day that we deployed, we took data on one floor of the building, and we caught at least between 10 and 20,000 euros worth of mistakes. So that was just day one. And you can imagine what that means to your bottom line.
That's actually where I wanted to understand a bit more. I mean, because the construction industry margins are very, very thin. So can you give us an idea of maybe not that extreme case, but on average, what level of savings do you think your software can provide and relative to the amount that you're going to charge people for your SaaS platform?
So it's kind of broad because every project is kind of unique. So the value that we're delivering on a large biomedical facility where there's a lot of services, a lot of pipes, a lot of complexity is going to be larger than what we could deliver on like a single family house. But typically on those large projects, they're 20% over budget at least. And they're definitely going to be over schedule. And probably 10, 20% of that cost is going to be wrapped up in rework or just things that they hadn't expected on site. So we think that we can chip away at least 10, 20% of that total project budget. But then we also think we can deliver extra savings in terms of productivity and reducing that schedule and compressing that down with better information.
Okay, an order of magnitude in an absolute amount of savings per project would be what?
Quickly.
Rather not put a number on that, or because it really does depend on the projects, and we're happy to give you a more detailed look at that backstage.
It relies on the size and the complexity of the project. So.
Okay, give it up for Scaled Robotics.
Thank you.
All right, that wraps up. I'm going to try to not. Thank you. That wraps up session 2 of the Startup Battlefield. Our judges are going to follow me backstage. They're going to help us choose finalists. Before they do, though, let's have one more round of applause for our expert judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
What's up? How we doing? And again, they love me. Oh. Seriously, can we get some energy? I'd like to do something really quickly. Can you all turn around behind you, unless you're in the last row, and just introduce yourself to whoever's behind you. Get to know someone. It's kind of like church. All right. Whoever you met is now responsible for writing your next check. I'm just kidding. On the Extra Crunch stage right now, we have how to scale your startup globally. The panelists for that are going to be Sophie Alcorn from Alcorn Immigration Law, Carolee Hendricks from Jobatical, and Holger Seam from Blinkist. And I probably got those names like 50% correct. But right now, on the main stage, please welcome Mikhail Borkowski, the co-founder and CEO of Brainly, and Bob Van Dyke, the Group CEO of Prosus and Naspers, as well as your moderator, Ingrid London.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't I get a
Hi,
bump?
everybody. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. It's much warmer here than it is backstage.
Thank God.
Yeah, I know. It's really cold back there. Thanks for coming, guys.
It's good to be here. Thanks.
Okay, so listen, I have questions that are going to be for sometimes one of you, sometimes both of you. We're going to get through it, okay? All right, so let's just start with Prosus itself, Prosus and Naspers. Now, you guys are, I don't want to like overstate this, but you guys are a huge company. You're giant. You were South Africa's biggest company, and then you went off and split yourself in half to go and list a big chunk of yourself. Now you've got 60 billion plus valuations in both Amsterdam Exchange and in South Africa. You're doing very well. Vast empire. You've got Tencent, of course. Your shareholding in Tencent is part of Prosus. You've got tons of e-commerce and all kinds of things. We'll get into that later. And then you've got education tech with Brainly and others. So give me an idea of where EdTech is fitting into the bigger scheme for you guys.
No, absolutely, and I think for us, what the red thread has been is when we start investing into a new area, we typically do it out of our ventures group.
Yeah.
Ventures group is spread all over the world. They're mainly based out of San Francisco, and they got us into lots of new things that are exciting. So they got us into food delivery, which is now one of our biggest investment
we'll go into
areas.
that later, yeah.
Yeah, but also into to AdTech. And what attracted us initially is that just such a large global need, right? People need to educate themselves, and I would say even more so now than before, and even more in the future, as people need to reskill. And if you look at how people learn, in many ways it's still pretty old-fashioned, right? You have a teacher, a bunch of kids, and books, or a bunch of grown-ups and books. But technology, I think, can so much enhance the way people learn, and we think that's just a tremendous long-term opportunity to use technology to make people much better off.
Do you see EdTech as in the NASPERS process view? I'm just going to call you process from now on, by the way, just to make it simple. Yeah, in the process view, do you see EdTech as another branch of, pardon for being so crass, but e-commerce? Essentially because it becomes another thing that you can buy and sell online.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you the same question.
Yeah, probably Michal has a better answer than I will. But no,
I don't know.
I think what we see it is, and I think the way we see our own business, like technology can really do certain things fundamentally better.
Yeah.
And when we see sort of this big human need, where we know that technology, I think technology probably plays a role in 5% of education today. I think it will be 100% a number of years from now. So not really e-commerce, but more like technology powering a basic human need.
Right. You guys have, your interaction with NASPERS, through NASPERS Ventures, is that you raised some money this summer, 30 million? Congratulations.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you very much.
So let me just ask by starting, so first of all, Brainly, you guys, maybe you want to give a very quick description of what you guys are.
Sure. So Brainly is an online learning community for middle and high school students. And what students do is that they come to our platform and they ask questions and answer questions that are education related. So typically this is homework help, test preparation, etc. And we managed to bring it to quite a massive scale because we operate in markets like starting from Indonesia through Russia, Brazil, the US, India.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty big audience, about 150 million monthly users active on the platform.
Right.
So that's a...
Yeah.
I like to sum up what we are doing in a way, like when I was in high school, I really wish I had a product like Brainly.
You're right.
Because it just makes learning so much more fun and more efficient.
Yeah. It's kind of like a Quora for homework-related questions.
Correct.
Okay, so one of the reasons for that funding was to kind of go deeper into the US. How has that been working out for you guys?
Well, we are doing really great in the US. Right now, about 20% of middle and high school students use us every month. We see growing usage from parents, and the parents' use case is very interesting, as they get asked to help their kids with homework, and then they don't know how to help, so they come to us. Yeah. They learn how to do it, and then they go and explain to their kids. Typically, they don't really mention us to their kids, which is sad, but still, it's a pretty cool use case. So US is growing really, really nice. We are growing at about 100% year over year. Usage is amazing. We started monetization, very happy about the results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you breaking out yet how many users are going off from the ad-supported to paid yet?
No, we are not really.
You're not talking yet?
No.
Okay, yeah, because you wouldn't answer that question the last time I asked you. Okay, so it's quite interesting because process, I would say that the bulk of your holdings and interests are European, developing markets, not so much US. Do you see things like this as an opportunity to potentially break deeper into the US market?
So strangely, now we're in Europe, I can say this. I would say that we don't necessarily think US focused or even sort of geo focused, right? We're a growth company. We're growing in aggregate our revenues at around 30% rate, which means if you want to do that, you're looking for business models that are growing explosively, ideally in markets that are growing explosively. So that's why we very often end up in places like India and China, But if we see a great opportunity in another market, even if the market itself might not be growing very fast, we'll go there as well.
Yeah.
I think what Michal is doing in the US is just like, his business model is awesome, frankly, and it worked really well in Eastern Europe initially, but then literally in other places in the world, so why not go after the US as well?
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned India. You guys have a massive ed tech play in India, which is Byju's.
Yeah.
Byju's, which is huge in that country. I mean, it's a really obvious thing. Often what investors do is they help create strategic connections between portfolio companies. Are you doing anything with trying to bring Brainly closer in with these companies? And was that something that helped you make the choice of whether to go with Naspers as an investor, given that they've got these connections with these? I mean, you've also got Udacity, Code Academy. You guys have a substantial ed tech play already. It's not just Brainly. You guys looking for connects between them all or not?
So in our case, it was that we launched India a while ago, but we were looking at initial results and we were excited, but we never really, so we were curious about the market, but we were not at the stage to decide, okay, let's launch, let's be serious about it. And one of the discussions with people at Prosus helped us to understand the opportunity in the market. And we started focusing on it. And from like the collaboration perspective, it's great to meet Byju and talk to him about the Indian market and how well they're doing.
You have met them.
Yeah. These connections is something that Prosus is really good at.
I mean, is that the kind of thing that you guys would try to encourage, or that you would want to do to start building out new products?
I think one of the things that we care a lot about is that first of all, empowering people like Michal to build a great business, right? And that's, I think, what we really want to do is make sure we don't get in the way and give you everything that might be a possibility to be more successful. If it's connections with other companies, and in some cases, there's actually areas where we can help out, we're very happy to do so. But Michal runs the show.
Right. I mean, do you think that you guys might ever want to go into that step of doing, a little bit like Facebook with its message commenting, which it runs across publications? You can do Facebook comments. Do you think you would ever want to try to build something like that to be like the conversation layer for EdTech, for example? Is that something you might move into?
What we are definitely doing is that we are really good at helping students to understand specific questions.
Yeah.
And that's our sweet spot. We stick to it. We love doing that. And that led us to reach market penetration in some markets like Russia and Indonesia of 60 to 80% of all students using us every month.
Yeah.
And what we are definitely looking to do is to set up partnerships with other educational products, because when somebody comes to us, that person tells us what he or she doesn't understand.
Yeah.
And clearly we can help with that one specific case. This is what we love doing. But there's clearly an opportunity to direct that user towards other educational sources, so they can learn the topic to full understanding, not only how to solve a specific question.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's always a network effect that's always going to be more powerful than just offering something on your own platform.
Correct.
That if you can do it elsewhere. Okay. But here's another question. This is actually for both of you. Now, you say 150 million users, right? Okay. How have you guys been, this is something I brought up with you before, I know. I'm going to ask you again on stage. But how are you guys dealing with the quality level on that 150 million? I mean, how do you know that you've got 150 million actual users rather than 130 plus 20 million bots? How do you know the answers they're giving are good answers, not plagiarized, not inaccurate?
Yeah, so on bots, we definitely do a lot to prevent that. That's just pure responsibility to the numbers that we share. On content quality, we do a lot. There is a pre-moderation, meaning even before the content is being posted, we check it automatically. And then there is a post-moderation done by our experts, and we have thousands of people around the world who are helping us as experts to verify content and check the content quality. That said, our approach is also to give a chance. So if we see a small mistake in an answer, we ask the user to correct it.
Yeah.
So in fact, the user gets a notification, hey, we spotted up an issue with your answer. Could you correct it? And then at the end, we have also social moderation. So our answers are rated by students. They say, hey, was it really helpful? Wasn't it really helpful? And what I think is something that is really cool that we are doing is that thank you button, because it's an amazing feeling when you give an answer and somebody said thank you to you.
Yeah.
So there's like a multi-layered process for us to verify content quality.
Yeah. I will say that, when you just do a sort of random like sentiment analysis on Brainly, like if you go to Twitter, it's generally a kind of like, what would I do without it? So
yeah, it's low.
I think it's mostly really helpful to people. It's like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be graduating if it wasn't for Brainly,
Yeah.
and all of that stuff. So
Yeah.
I think mostly people love it. But Bob, how much of that is an issue for you guys? So I know that you love to invest in successful companies, but how much are you guys digging into like the kind of quality level of a product that has like a crowdsourced element to it? Because it's useful, but then sometimes it can be very unuseful. So how big of an issue is that for you guys? Not just with Brainly, but with any product.
Yeah, when we invest or before we invest, we typically spend a tremendous amount of effort in, first of all, understanding customer journeys, and then we're pretty deeply into data analytics. We have a lot of very, very capable data analytics folks. Actually, remember the last investment round, you and I actually spoke on the phone for quite a bit around the sources of your traffic, the different flows, how it all works, where your customers come from, how do they use the product. So this is very much at the core of what we try to understand deeply before we make an investment. It's our livelihood to get it right, and I think Miha is one of the examples that gets it right.
And are you guys, like when you looked at Brainly though, were you looking for something in that component? Because as I said, you guys have these other EdTech plays. None of them are really, I would not call them conversational, user-generated, social. They're all about actual learning tools. Udacity, Codecademy, Byju's, they're all content generator. They make original content basically in education, whereas this is like a conversation layer. Is that something you guys were looking for to complement the other stuff?
So I think what we found initially just very attractive is, as we were talking before about sort of the love around the product, and that's something we found out pretty quickly. So the first investment was about 3.5, 4 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
I think when we first were looking at the company, you looked at markets where they were all very, very strong at that time. You see how customers, first of all, customer growth is there, but fundamentally customer satisfaction is there, and it becomes a real part of people's lives. And then we're actually not that particular about in which way does that happen, right? So one of our core commerce businesses, Classifieds, where it's also user-generated content, and it's very much bringing people together who then form a conversation that you don't necessarily have a tremendous amount of control over. So what we care about is traction and fundamental customer appreciation. Like, is there a strong reason for people to want to use? Does it actually do what people want on a structural basis?
Okay. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Now, I know I've said this before. I don't know if it annoys you. Do you get annoyed when Naspers and Prosus get compared to SoftBank?
No.
You're okay with that comparison?
I'm okay with that.
Are you happy with that comparison? Are you neutral?
I think the comparison is of limited applicability.
I disagree. And I'll tell you why in 2 seconds.
Tell me why. Tell me more.
Okay. Limited. You think it's limited. Why?
So I think the overlap is we invest in tech companies that show high growth. So I think that's actually where, and we happen to have a fairly significant investment in a very successful Chinese company.
Yep.
So those are the two similarities. I think what is quite different is that our investments we're not a fund, right? Our investments are not part of a fund. We invest off the balance sheet. We invest for the very long term. Some of our investments are 30 years old. And we actually enter any investment with the intention of keeping it for as long as we can envision. So we're not a fund, not an exit-focused group. And we're quite focused on a number of areas we think we understand. We'll find out if we actually understand them, but we don't spray and pray, right? We actually have core segments where we spend the vast majority of our investments. And we're an operator, right? So my company employs 20,000 people, so we actually do stuff.
Right.
So our engagement doesn't stop with money and advice. We actually bring a fair amount of operating expertise along as well.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack in there. I want to just ask, do you think you guys might ever try to do the route of forming a fund in that way?
We've thought about it, but in the end, it doesn't really fit our DNA, right? So if you think about what's made us successful over time, it's partnering with entrepreneurs for the long term. And it's not sort of saying getting in at the right time, getting out at the right time, but rather finding a business model that we think is excellent, that is being pursued by somebody who we think is excellent. And that actually doesn't fit with an exit, right?
Right.
It's actually something that might take a decade, or
Yeah.
the best is yet to come after 2 decades. So I don't think the fund thinking fits our view of the world.
What's your opinion on how they've been trying to handle their spray, as you described it, spray and pray? You know, they've had a really difficult turn, I'd say, you know, in the last year. You know, they've been calling in a lot of their bets. They've been, you know, writing down investments. They've been taking over certain companies. They've been pulling out of other things, you know, with WAG and so on. Do you, what's your take on that, Bob?
Yeah, so, I mean, for me I mean, we've actually co-invested with SoftBank in the past, and the people
Yeah.
I've met there I find impressive, and I have a great deal of respect for. And when we've co-invested, we've been actually very successful. We've invested together in Flipkart. I think it's been a great investment for both of us. I think everybody does their own, has their own philosophy, does things their way, and look, it's very hard for me to comment on their investments. We're not in any of the spaces that they've in, except for a few e-commerce things.
Yeah.
So I can't really comment on what works well for them.
Right.
Can talk what works for us.
Yeah. Do you think that you would ever take an investment from SoftBank, Michal?
Like, I don't know.
It's a very different type of investor to Naspers.
Yeah, but you know, I think like from my perspective, it is always the framework of thinking what the value the investor brings to building the long-term vision.
Yeah.
And that's the framework of making decisions. And
Yeah.
That's why like I really like working with the guys from Process.
So can I just ask a question slightly related to Brainly, slightly related to other things? One other area where I think that there might be a connection between what you guys do and what SoftBank does is that occasionally they go and they take something that they've invested in and then buy it outright, and they become the full owners of it. Sometimes you guys do that too. Yeah, occasionally. When do you decide that you'd like to be a full owner of something versus just an investor? What's your metric on that, or lever?
So we've actually very rarely done it. I think what we've done in the past more often, and it's actually good to be a bit specific on it, when we had a minority stake, we go to a majority stake.
Yes.
We've done that in the past.
Yes.
And I think that typically happens when we see, for example, a tremendous amount of synergies between companies in a similar space. So in our classifieds business, we've done that. When
Yes.
we were a minority and we said, hey, look, there's so much value in bringing these things together, it will actually be easier if we are a majority. But we very rarely want to actually, the founders of the companies, we love to have them in. So when we go to a majority, we typically want the founders to stay in and be shareholders. We very rarely have gone to 100% ownership.
Okay, okay. So you don't have any plans of trying to, you know, for example, have you tried to acquire ed tech companies like Brainly?
No, we've not. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Michal should speak for himself, but I think he's on a fantastic trajectory.
Yeah.
And can work together maybe with some of the portfolio companies, but
yeah.
But I think he's on a tremendous run.
Happy to be an independent company. Okay, I'm going to shift to another vertical that you guys have done a lot in. Now, you guys are in the middle of a major live bid, and so we're not going to be able to talk specifically about that. That's Just Eat. We're just going to have to leave Just Eat on the table. No comments on that, but we can talk about the food space. Now, food is really interesting. It seems like a ton of companies want to be in it. We've got Uber and Amazon, you guys, many startups, SoftBank obviously doing tons in there. But it's been essentially a very unprofitable operation for quite a lot of the food delivery businesses. Why is everybody so interested in it?
Yeah, I think when you see people spend a lot of money, there's usually something in it, right? So, or collective foolishness. So, I think it's not collective foolishness. I think what we've seen, and we started investing in food delivery I think it's about 7 years ago in
Yeah,
Brazil.
you've got stakes in Delivery Hero,
Yeah.
iFood, Swiggy.
That's right.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, and we started very, very...
Thank you. I did my
your-
homework. Yes.
Your fact knowledge is
Yeah.
shockingly good. No, so we started investing in Brazil in iFood about 7 years ago, and what we saw at the time, right, was a business growing fast, seemed to be serving mainly sort of, I know, well-off people who, who on occasion wanted to eat well, have a festive meal in the home. What we see now is something completely different. We basically see people eat, on average, maybe 80, 90 times a month, and we think a lot of businesses actually, we think that many of those 90 occasions are going to be served by a food technology company. And interestingly, in our Indian food delivery business in Swiggy, we see some people order actually more than 30 times a month today. So it's basically a meal a day.
More than once a day, yeah.
And when you start to unpack why that is because like we've really moved from food 1.0, which is, oh, a restaurant delivers already now, instead of calling them, I type in on an app, which is really 1.0, to where India is, which we would call food 3.0, is like Swiggy makes their own food.
Yeah, they've got the cloud kitchens.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but beyond that even, right? So cloud kitchens could be a place where a restaurant opens another location, if you will, but they started making food that didn't exist. For example, salads and bowls was something that just nobody made in India, and then the team of Swiggy Harsha said, I will make salads because it's not that hard to make a salad and everybody wants it, and they just saw the models produced that you need to start selling this, and that kind of innovation then led again to a whole new demand area that just didn't exist before. And another one that surprised me is that now one of the biggest meal occasions for delivery is breakfast, which I don't think is the case anywhere else in the world. In India, they've completely innovated, so they have their delivery fleets out there. They employ about 220,000 people as delivery executives. They have them out there with a limited number of breakfast orders that are like 10 on a scooter already.
Okay.
And whenever people
Preloaded,
order,
yeah.
preloaded. And it's so convenient for people. It's fast, it's convenient. People actually rather go a little bit earlier to work and eat at work, so they miss some of the traffic jams and get a nice warm meal there.
Okay.
It works really well.
So if I could sum this up, even if there's less return on it now, you think longer term it's bound to dip into being a highly profitable operation?
I think the way we think
and
about it...
And that's why you guys are so persistent in
Exactly,
it?
yeah.
Right.
No, I think if you look at where food delivery is now, I think it's probably where an Amazon was 20 years ago, where people say, wow, there's some convenient use case, and now people basically online would order just about anything there.
Yeah. So that doesn't sound like something you're going to walk away from as a category, regardless of what happens.
No, the category we think is even though it's quite a big business already, right?
Yeah.
We think it has a massive runway from here, everywhere in the world, and that's really what we're investing against.
And do you think that it's going to be a matter of a few big players? Because it's quite fragmented right now. You have a lot of competition, and it's very expensive competition at the moment. You know, Uber is putting so much into Uber Eats. You know, companies like Deliveroo in out of Europe, or DoorDash and Postmates. And you know, it's a bit of a race to the bottom. Like they're all spending ridiculous amounts of money. You know, where does that? Who draws the line on that?
So I think typically when companies spending a lot of money, they're doing it because they think the opportunity is massive, right? That's where we come from. I think that's where others come from. And I think if you want to forecast competitive dynamics in a huge space out 10 years, I think you're going to be very, very wrong typically.
Yeah.
Like if you think about e-commerce, where it was a decade ago or 2 decades ago, where it is today, I think it's completely different than what other people expected, right?
Yeah.
So I think in food as well, there will always be competition. There will be several players. There will probably be a lot of innovation in like cloud kitchens, private label. So I think people will specialize in certain meal occasions, different kinds of food. So I think the space is going to be probably 100 times as big in a decade. And it's probably going to evolve tremendously in terms of who does what.
Yeah, I want to think of what's the good food question to ask you guys. Brainly. Where's Brainly going to go with food?
We're
Brain
not going
food.
anywhere with food,
Brain
but
food.
you know, it's
Smart
on
food.
demand, yeah. Like so, you know, it's a different service, but no,
Yeah, I know,
we're not doing
I know.
anything in food.
Both
Yeah.
Nihal and I like to eat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'll be a customer. Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. Great to have you on stage. Great to see you again, and so great to have you here.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Good luck with everything.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Nice to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to keep on moving on. But we're waiting on a little bit of a stage change, and I don't have much to vamp about. It turns out that most of the jokes I want to tell don't really translate to the European audience. Have you guys heard of grape nuts? No grapes, no nuts. No, that's not funny to the one guy who raised his hand. Cool. All right. With that, I'm going to welcome our next guest. Please welcome to the stage from Klarna, the co-founder and CEO, Sebastian Siemiatkowski, and your moderator, Connie Loizos.
Hi, everyone. So I was just reminding Sebastian that the last time that I saw him was at a little coffee shop in San Francisco, like 4-ish years ago.
Yep.
And Klarna was notable and on the rise, but it wasn't the most valuable privately held fintech company in Europe. So congratulations.
Thank you.
$5.5 billion valuation.
Billion, yeah?
Okay. And you've raised $1.2 billion in funding-ish.
It sounds like you know better than I do.
I'm relying on Crunchbase. I think I saw that Snoop Dogg is on your cap table. Is that right?
That's right. Snoop Dogg is an investor in Klarna. We're very proud to have him.
So when we talked years ago, Klarna was, and maybe perhaps still is, known best for sort of facilitating easy credit, making it easier for people to buy what they want on their favorite e-commerce site. But I know that you've added a lot of products since then. So do you want to maybe get us up to speed on?
Sure. I think that we, there's a massive opportunity for consumers when they shop online today to have so many friction points. Like one of them might be the ability to get free credit without all the fees and things that people associate with credit cards. But there's also other things like where is my package? When will it arrive? How do I do return? So there are many more things that people like. Where's the best offers, the best discounts? There's a lot of things that people still struggle with. And so what we're just trying to do is create that super smooth shopping experience. And the more problems we solve for these customers, the better and the happier they are and the more they're going to use it.
Oh, that's interesting. And so, and do you have any other sort of financial products like loans?
Yeah, I mean, we do direct type of payments like that. And then in some countries here in Europe, we've already launched a plastic card as well. So you can use this like that. And then we also do this kind of mint.com, as people still think about it as mint.com. It was a lot of years ago. But like this financial dashboard that shows you kind of your spending habits and all that kind of stuff as well.
Okay, that's great. I didn't realize that. So you've got a lot going on.
Yes.
And I guess toward that end, you were telling me that you have a thing to sort of tell the crowd today that I think they're going to be very interested in, and a new tech hub in Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just there in this office in mid-Berlin today. It was supposed to open on Monday. I think it's going to be a little bit delayed, but we've just created this new amazing office here in Berlin, and we're going to continue hire a lot of people in Berlin, but not like product engineering and kind of continue. So we've had already amazing successes building great products here, and we want to continue doing that going forward.
That's terrific. And so as of right now, though, you've got around about 2,500 employees?
Almost 3,000, yeah.
Okay, and 17 countries.
Yep.
Okay. And you are in Germany, just not, this is like the big...
Yeah, I mean, in Germany is our actually largest market.
Okay.
So in Germany, we have about 30 million users, which, you know, takes us about 10 million ahead of that American wallet thing, which is quite cool. So Germany is super important for us. But right now, what's exciting is the US. So right now, we're adding customers at a pace that will be about, you know, 6 million customers on an annual basis in the US right now.
Okay.
So US is really taking off, and that's also super exciting to see.
Great, great. And I'd read that you want to make a big push, and we were just saying that you're spending much more time there than you had in the past. Now, but the sort of instant credit product is still the biggest sort of producer of revenue, I would gather?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that, like, if you look at, there's two things going on here, right? First is that millennials in the US and UK, they don't have credit cards, they have debit cards. 70% of millennials in the US only have debit cards.
Okay.
but they're still looking sometimes to get a cash flow ease. What's good about our services is it doesn't cost the consumer anything, so it's not like the old credit cards, which was really expensive for the users.
Right.
So it's merchant funded, and that allows the consumers to then sometimes be able to ease their cash flow, pay in 4 installments or try before they buy and stuff like that. So people forget is that people who have debit cards have much harder issues shopping online than people with credit cards, and that's a big piece of what we're solving for.
Right, and much more sort of visibility into what they're going to be paying at the
Exactly.
end of the day.
Transparency, clarity.
Right, right, right.
Totally right.
So just in terms of how it works, so do you always break the payments into 4 payments?
Yep.
Do you
So we
customize the
actually,
things?
so the breaking 4 is great, but that's one option. What we've seen is that consumers have different needs, right? So some people really like our try before you buy product, which means you pay nothing at the time you buy, and then everything 30 days later when you receive the products. Some people really like to kind of split it on installments. So maybe like you take $100 and you split it 25, 25, 25. And then sometimes if it's really bigger purchases, like you're buying a sofa or something else, you might split it over like 24 months of financing or something like that, which is kind of different. So we just want to make sure that customers have, and sometimes you just want to pay everything instantly, right? So we just want to make sure that people have like all the options that they want to from Klarna.
And how much can they spend? What's the sort of the upper boundary of what you can buy?
I'm sure there is one, but it's really hard to answer because it's very individual on an individual basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm just trying to understand this. So you're buying the receivables from merchants at a discount? Is that how it works?
Sorry?
Are you buying the receivables from the merchants yourself? Or?
Yeah, so basically the merchant sets up with us. They pay us a merchant fee just like they do with PayPal or somebody else.
Okay.
And then we process the payments for them, and we take the full risk and all the, customer care errands, everything related to the transactions. Yeah.
Okay, and then you've raised a lot of money, but I'm assuming that's not the money that you're using to do this. So, and you have a bank charter in Sweden.
So we have we're a fully licensed bank, and we have deposits to fund the balance sheet.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
So people in Germany can actually save with Klarna and get 1%, which doesn't sound a lot, but it's massively more than they get with any of the traditional banks in Germany. So
yeah, no, that's terrific. Okay, so I did want to ask about interest fees, late fees. How does that work?
Sure. So basically, we keep them extremely low. There are sometimes, if you're late, there might be a late fee, but the whole purpose here is that it's merchant funded. So merchant pay for this, and the consumers get a much better product than the traditional credit card or other options like that.
Okay, and what is the default rate?
Super low. If you look at like the overall Klarna for all markets, it's less than 1%.
Okay, that's great. I also wanted to ask, it sounds like this is not going to be the case, but in terms of late fees, there was a competitor of yours, publicly traded Afterpay, that last year was criticized because I think something like a quarter of its revenue was coming from late payments. Can you say, I guess, what your revenue streams are?
Sure. I mean, most of it is coming from merchant fees, and late fees in general are never bigger than the losses that you're making. So, but I think it's definitely an important topic where all the companies in this industry need to be very careful about how you set up your products and so forth. I think Klarna, maybe because we've been around longer than the competitor you're referring to, and because we're 5 times their size in totality, I think maybe we have just come a little bit further in how we think about consumer value and making sure that fees are right and so forth.
Okay.
So those are important topics to keep an eye on. But I also think that what's even more important is that you have this credit card industry, which in general has charged massive interest rates, a lot of late fees, and been not a very transparent and great industry.
Sure.
And I think actually the big opportunity is for people like us and the one you referred to and others to disrupt that industry. It's the credit card industry that we're going after.
Sure, and I'm not going to defend the credit card industry at all. But so, I'm sorry, did you say what your interest fees were?
Sorry?
Did you say what kind of range the interest fees
Well, that
are?
depends on a per individual basis, but like it's definitely lower than the average credit card fees.
Okay, and then your merchant fees are higher, but that's because they want to pay you more than credit card companies because you're basically increasing the purchasing power of the people that you're...
And actually, that's, if you look to some markets like Brazil and Turkey, that's kind of how the whole world works.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so I think in a way that's where kind of the direction we're heading in. Because as a merchant, you also have more buying power than as a single individual consumer. So you'll be able to negotiate better rates and be able to offer these products as a better rate than as a single individual.
Right, got it. Okay, so you obviously have heard sort of concerns, I guess, especially as we're maybe heading into a recession, that easy credit may be dangerous for consumers. You've got this technology that can assess whether or not somebody's sort of a good credit risk, and not this is not a fraudulent transaction. But you're not really getting a picture of their other financial obligations. Is that accurate?
In what sense? Sorry.
I mean, like, you don't know what other sort of burdens they have. They might be dealing with. I'm just saying.
No, we do thorough credit checks, and it depends, because in each market, it's hard to answer these questions when you're active in 17 markets because they're all different and so forth. But like, it's a definite obvious for us that we need to be able to assess the credit, people's ability to pay as well as their intent to pay. So that's super important. Again, the benefit we have, we do about 1 million transactions daily. We've been doing this for 15 years. So we really learned how to identify that and do it in a thoughtful and in a good way for the consumer. So yeah.
And so, I mean, obviously there is a lot of demand for this kind of product. I mean, I've been astonished to see how these other sort of competitors that have sprung up in more recent years, in addition to Afterpay, there's Affirm, there's Sezzle. Why hasn't there been more consolidation in this space? Is it just too soon?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there might become eventually, but I do think, again, that like there's a lot of focus on these companies right now. And it's fun, since Klarna, I think, was the original and the first one in this space. But the point is that, like, what we're trying to do, all of us, all these companies together, is really going after that credit card industry that is $1 trillion industry, or whatever it is, and that hasn't served its customers well, that hasn't, has been all about hiding fees and very intransparent products and services of fairly poor quality. So I think, the reason you're seeing a lot now is because that disruption is really happening now.
Right.
There's a big opportunity to change how this whole, and that's to some degree also true for N26 and Monzo and all the banking disruptors as well. Like, we're all going after these big banks who haven't really served their customers well.
Well, what's interesting to me is a lot of them are taking stakes in companies like yours. Like, Visa made a strategic investment in you in 2017.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, I guess, why they aren't pulling the trigger. If it's a matter of them not knowing how to integrate these into their legacy systems, but wanting to keep tabs on things, or maybe you have been approached.
Yeah, I think that I think what happens right now, I mean, it's a little bit like self-driving cars, right? So 2 years ago, everyone was talking about it. I still didn't go here in a self-driving car, right? So there's going to be a hype. Now, what I genuinely think, however, is I think that I've been doing this now for 15 years, which is kind of crazy. I was 23 when we started. But the point is that, like, when I'm looking into it right now, the bank disruption is actually happening now. And I'm one of the people who would never say that. I'm always like, oh, it's just a trend, it's a hype, it's going to pass, it's going to take longer than people expect. But I see it happening now. It's really happening. Consumers are switching en masse to these new services. And so what the legacy incumbents then do is you can go back into history and see it's always been the same thing. They are left with 3 options. Transform themselves, which demands a very courageous CEO to really change a business like that, and a very tough thing to do. Secondly, M&A. And third, go away and die as a company, right? And so I do think that that's what you're going to see in the market. Now, I wouldn't put necessarily Visa there, because I think that Visa is not a traditional bank. They're something else. They're a tech company. But in general, if you look at the whole industry, you're going to see a lot of investments in M&A activity going on, because that's just how you defend yourself as an incumbent versus disruption.
Right. So I did ask, but I sort of folded it into my last question. Have you been approached?
I mean, we get approached all the time, but yeah.
Well, so I guess in addition to Visa, I thought it was sort of interesting that you announced, I guess maybe it was in October, that AWS is now your preferred cloud provider. I'm imagining that Amazon is sort of an interesting and important partner for you.
Yes.
Well, that was brief. I'm wondering that in part because, like Amazon and Google are now embedding their payment systems into their platforms, which I would think is a risk to your business and those of your rivals. I guess, how do you...
I do think so, but I'm also one of the people who believe that, like, sticking to core is so important. And so, like, what's happening now is we've seen a lot of, like, the big tech giants trying to kind of do more and more and more and more things. And I just think that's very hard to do over time. And the other thing is that, like, so the only thing we can do as Klarna is to try to consistently stay ahead, right? And I think it's like when we started 15 years ago, it was payments online was everything about safety. That was the only thing people mattered, like safety, safety, safety.
Right.
Because people felt unsafe shopping online even at those days, right? I think 2010 to 2020 has been everything about simplicity. One click, one click, one click, because Amazon really taught us that one click was important and everyone wants to do one click. The question is, what is 2020 to 2030, right? That's what we've been thinking about. Like, how do we stay ahead of the game? How do we innovate? How do we keep creating new services and improvements to consumers so that they feel that like this is better than what's out there right now? And so, in my opinion, that really demands you to be passionate and in love with your business. And I think it's hard for tech giants to be that at that scale. Like, it's easy to recognize what's going on right now and what should we be doing. It's much harder to guess what's going to happen 5 years from now.
Right.
That really demands that passion and closeness to what you're doing.
Okay, well, talking about the future, a little bit of a leap here, but I saw that you talked to the Financial Times this summer. They asked you about going public after all these years. As you said, you've been doing this since you were 23. You told the outlet that, quote, "In many ways, we have most of the things in place that we need. It's more a question of timing and focus." So how's 2020 looking in terms of timing?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could happen. It's, but it was kind of funny because I was reading an interview with Michael Moritz, who's on our board, and he was saying that we were going to stay private forever. So I don't know. It's hard for me to know now what's true anymore. People are reporting different things about Klarna. So.
Right. You never know what Michael Morris is going to say.
Exactly.
But if you were to go public, theoretically, I assume it would be a U.S. listing?
I would assume so too, yeah.
I also just wonder, what do you think of this whole direct listing?
Sorry?
I wonder what you make of direct listings. Your neighbor, Spotify, led the charge.
Oh, I think it's wise. I mean, Michael is a big proponent of it. I think it makes sense. I read all the arguments. It looks interesting.
It is interesting. And also, I think probably, do people in Europe, are they following this conversation? It's basically where you take a company public and the shares are made immediately tradable by existing shareholders, but you're not raising money. So I guess that sort of begs the question about your sort of financial picture. Would you be raising funding again? You raised a big round this summer.
We are in a very exciting phase right now where US and UK is growing so fast for us. I mean, in the UK, we're hitting 5 million users now, and the rate in the US is super high for growth. And we want to continue investing. We think that, the potential market in the US is just massive, right? So that's really fun because we've been thinking and wanting to get into the US for a very long period of time. And it's fun to actually see it happening. So we will see what happens, but I wouldn't rule it out that one thing that could happen is raise even more money to be, investing even more in growth and product delivery and new products and services, as well as sales and marketing in the US.
Right. Of course, every time you raise money, it sort of impacts whether or not you're profitable. Are you profitable now? Have you been at any point?
Yeah, so Klarna has been profitable every year up until this year.
Okay.
So
that giant round sort of threw you off?
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's basically because of the investments in the US and UK and everything that we're doing now.
So we only have a couple more minutes, but I would love to talk to you about what's happening in 2020. So you have this bank charter in Sweden. I'm wondering, are you going to apply for a bank charter in the US? Is that part of this?
I wouldn't rule it out. I think that, again, we like being regulated. We think it's smart because right now what you have is you have banks who are fairly, in general, slow moving, but has still to some degree more trust. Not all of them, but some of them more trust because they're clearly following regulations and living up to these and so forth. Then you have fintechs who are moving much faster, but I do think some of them taking maybe too many shortcuts, right? And so what we want to try to do is be in the middle and say, let's be regulated, let's follow those standards, but a lot of the regulations are actually quite good. If you kind of read and understand the original intent of why you were supposed to follow these policies or regulations and so forth, it's really good. What most banks fail with is how they implement them. So they implement them in a very bureaucratic, very hard, very administrative way, and the consequence of that is actually creates more risk than less. And then you see things like some Swedish banks have seen blown up in the Baltics with Know Your Customer AML and other areas that you've had. So it's not about the rules in themselves, it's about how you implement them and doing that well, right? But for us, we think that the value is being both a bank and a fintech, being both, because there is reason why these regulations were written. And I think I do think that to answer the question for the US, that's why I'm not ruling out becoming a bank there as well, because it has, in my opinion, there's advantages to it.
Sure.
Just, yeah, it's a little bit more work, but like the value of the company is the amount of work and creativity that we put in and the problems we solve, right? That was what Martin, the founder of Spotify, said very wisely. The value of the company is the sum of all the problems you solve for your customers. And I think that's like, and this is also one of the problems that you need to solve for. Like, how do you make sure to follow these regulatory requirements?
Right, right. And in the meantime, you're using a bank.
Bank partner in the US, so
right.
we're working with them in the meantime, yeah.
Okay, great. And I guess last question, you know, I talk to fintech entrepreneurs every once in a while. Robinhood has been very clear about wanting to become like a full-service financial institution. Is that how you want people to think about Klarna in the US?
Yeah, I think so, but just one comment on that. Look, I think at Klarna, people ask us, are you going to be a full-blown bank? Like, define what you mean with a bank. I think what's much more important than, you know, the industry label of saying like you're this or that is like, for example, a team internally at Klarna came up with the idea that a lot of people using Klarna wants to see where are my packages, when is my package going to arrive, because they shop something online and they wonder when is delivery going to happen, what is going to happen, and they shop on multiple websites, so they want it all in one place.
Right.
And so we said, let's build it. Let's solve that problem. It makes sense for Klarna to solve that problem for consumers. Now the question is, would a regular bank do that? They would say, no, that's not banking activities, right? So I think you should not be driven by the label of are you a bank or not a bank, or is this bank, whatever. We're driven by the problems we can solve for our consumers, and then we need to ask ourselves, are we well positioned, and do we have the right abilities to be able to solve them in a good way for our customers? That's what's driving our decisions of what we do and don't do, rather than is it a label like full service bank, non-full service bank. Like, I don't care as much. I care about the problems that we solve for our customers.
Great. Well, it's such a pleasure talking to you. I wish we had more time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you.
All right, starting right now on the Extra Crunch stage, how to win customers and influence markets. The panelists for that are Colette Baloo from Baloo PR, Joanna Kirk from Joanna Kirk PR, and Katie Turner from Multiple. If you want to win customers and influence markets, go check that out. In the meantime, on the main stage, please welcome, oh wait, I told Daryl I'd pose. You got it? Cool. Okay, on the main stage, founder and CEO of GraphCore. Please welcome to the stage Nigel Toon and your moderator, Natasha Lomas. You can clap. There you go.
So GraphCore is a company built on the premise that AI needs a new type of processor hardware to unlock the next wave of breakthrough development in machine learning. But the history of artificial intelligence has been marred by humans overpromising. And recently we have some industry watchers sort of voicing concerns of another AI winter. If, again, the sort of the hype, we don't live up to the hype, basically. So high hopes and high stakes for your startup, really. Bearing that in mind, what evidence can you point to support this core premise that AI needs new chipset hardware to bring through new machine learning models?
Well, I think there's already lots of evidence that AI has become pervasive in a huge number of applications. You know, just in social media, in search, lots of internet applications, we're seeing it already being used. And thinking back, you know, the deep learning has only really existed since 2012. So we're talking about a very short period of time that it has become pervasive in lots of application areas. But what we also know is that we're just absolutely at the beginning of what is possible. And when we started GraphCore, what we absolutely heard from all the leading innovators that we were talking to is that today's hardware is holding them back. What you're trying to do in machine learning is probabilistic computing rather than definitive computing. You're not telling the machine what to do step by step. You're trying to learn from data. The data structures are very, very different. And so the potential to build a new type of processor that really works much more efficiently on the data structures, does the kind of compute operations that are required, and there is the opportunity to deliver much more efficient type of compute and to allow new kinds of innovation. If you look at what's happened in AI so far, a lot of what people are doing is deep learning They're doing standard feed-forward type of deep learning architectures. There are many other areas, probabilistic machine learning, other kinds of machine learning that people can exploit to be able to make new breakthroughs.
You've talked about your chips being designed to process data more like the human brain. Can you, what does that actually mean?
Well, I think that the challenge with that, and that's probably a simplification.
Yeah.
I think the challenge with that is that we don't even quite know how the brain works, right? But what you're fundamentally doing in a machine learning model, which is what your brain does, is it's trying to pull together this digest of all of the information that it's learned. And it puts that together in a sort of very special kind of data structure that we can think of as neural networks. In a sort of a broader sense, it's actually a mathematical graph. And so the way that our processor works is understands that data structure and works on it much more efficiently. So the whole model is inside the processor. There's massive bandwidth to memory. There's many more parallel processors that work on that data all in parallel. And then there are ways in which the data can be moved to where it needs to as the compute evolves across the machine learning problem. And so it's really been designed from the ground up to solve those types of problems.
Is it sort of about reducing the precision to a degree in order to, gain more parallel efficiency?
Well, precision is part of the whole story. Interestingly, machine learning relies on the fact that you're coming up with hopefully a precise answer. It's still probabilistic, but it's made up of many imprecise judgments that you're joining together. And each of those judgments can be much lower precision in terms of the arithmetic operations that you're doing. And if you do that efficiently, you reduce the amount of energy that's required. Not just, if you half the precision from 64-bit to 32-bit, you don't just half the energy, you actually reduce the energy by a factor of 4. It's a square law reduction. So you get it down to 16-bit, there's another 4x. You get it down to 8-bit, there's another 4x of energy reduction. But it's then a lot of the energy is actually taken in terms of getting to and from the data. And so how you structure the data is almost a bigger piece of actually where the energy gets drawn in a processor. The CPU in your laptop, most of what the energy is spent on is working out what the next instruction might be, because the code is very jumpy.
Yeah.
Whereas in machine learning, the code is much more predictable, and it's all about making sure that it has massive access to memory.
Right. So how do you see this technology affecting people's lives? So kind of paint us a picture for the people in this room. How are they going to be interacting with your chip? How is it going to improve their lives and their companies?
Well, I guess unless people here are developing machine learning algorithms, most of them won't actually be using our chip, right? They'll be
But they might be using an
some
application that relies
running
on
on
your
top.
chip, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. So first of all, what we try to do is to create a software environment that allows people to develop those applications the way they're already doing that. Talking to TensorFlow, PyTorch, and the types of environments that people are using today. We've tried to make the technology available in all the standard places they would go to get this technology. So we're working with Dell to put the technology in servers.
Yeah.
We announced a couple of weeks ago that our IPU technology is on Microsoft Azure. There's bare metal cloud that you can go to and get the technology. So we're over time, we're spreading where the technology is available for people to go and use. And the types of things that people are able to do with this, hopefully, are things like make the next breakthroughs in natural language processing. Rather than just recognize an object in an image, recognize a cat, for example, maybe you can actually work out what the video is about. And so you can actually get some contextual understanding about the video, and then you can search information better. You can maybe relate information to that video better. Ultimately, that's going to allow you to do things like build autonomous cars potentially. And we have Bosch and BMW as an investor in the company. I think that's going to take a while because it's a really complicated problem.
Yeah.
The perception part, understanding what's out there, is sort of possible.
Yeah.
But the really difficult thing is working out what is another road user going to do. Is that old lady going to walk across the road in front of the car?
It's hard enough for humans, right?
It's really difficult, right? So there's a lot that needs to be done there to make these systems safe.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, I think, a machine, any intelligent machine that is doing something actually will be held to a higher standard, or should be held to a higher standard than a human. We're going to expect it to be more accurate, better than a human could do.
Yeah, that seems fair, really. I want to talk a bit about the competitive landscape here, because from the outside looking in, it already looks like a very kind of congested market. We've got chip giants, we've got tech giants like Google also doing sort of similar stuff, and dozens now of startups like yourself. Are you competing with tech giants, or do you actually want them as customers?
That's interesting. We are in a capability phase with AI. We're just learning how to do it. So obviously everybody's trying to work out, what's the best way, what is the most efficient way.
Yeah.
I think there's a clear recognition that today's processors aren't necessarily the final answer. I think that's why Google's gone off and developed their own processor. It's not that they want to, it's because they've looked around and they said, nothing out there is good enough.
Your chip wasn't there at that point.
Our chip wasn't there at that time. And so I think there is an opportunity for a leader to emerge, a standard to emerge that will be gelling around a particular architecture perhaps, or maybe there will be a few different ones that evolve and solve the needs here. But I definitely think this is going to be a massive market. There's an opportunity for one or two companies to build really big businesses. And you say about the giants, actually, in terms of the traditional semiconductor companies, perhaps with the exception of NVIDIA, and Intel, who's trying really hard, there's not much going on in the other big chip companies. And so there is this opportunity for a new company to come along, focus on this area, and do better, and become one of the major players. I really believe that's possible.
But sort of right now, why should a developer, choose your IPU instead of Google's CPU or an NVIDIA GPU? What's, right now, is it very dependent on what they're building, their application, the type of application?
I think what you would find is lots of people are taking what's been already developed and they're just trying to make it a little bit better. And maybe we can help in those cases, but where we're really going to help is those developers who are saying, actually, I want to try something different. I don't want to just do another feed-forward convolutional neural network. I want to do something which is maybe more probabilistic. I want to include prior information in my network. I don't just want to have recurrence. I actually want to have priors in there. I want to have different approaches. I want to have, we were joking before about stochastic processing inside my model. These are the kind of things that I think our process is going to help people. Doing those new things, doing those breakthroughs. Interesting area, for example, is we are helping some companies on reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning has been held back because it needs very fast computing, low latency, to be able to work efficiently. And today's processes don't support that very well. Yeah. We can show some really big breakthroughs there. We're helping some finance companies help to predict what's going to happen with stock. And to do that, they need to have, the events are all interrelated. This happens in the market and it causes these knock-on effects. And so we can help people solve those problems. And that sounds kind of slightly trivial. Oh, people making more money trading stocks. But that problem is exactly the same problem that you've got in a video. Yeah. Something happens in a video, and that causes a knock-on effect of other things related to it. And so the same problem that we're solving there for the financial companies that they can see very quickly, those same techniques can be applied into lots of other really interesting applications that will be very beneficial.
Do you work with governments at all as customers?
We don't work with governments directly. We are working with big players, Dell,
law enforcement?
Microsoft. We're not working with law enforcement.
Nothing like that,
no. Again, at the end of the day, this sounds maybe like a bit of a cop-out, but we're building a tool. We're making a tool. People are going to use our tool for different things. We would love to be part of the conversation to say, look, these are the values that you should have. This is how we should use the tool. But at the end of the day, if we put our tool out there, through layers of customers, this might get used by lots of different people for lots of different things. There's going to be lots of good stuff that comes from that, but there are some dangers here, right? And so I think as a society, we have to think about that and think about, how we put in place some regulation, do that appropriately so that this technology can be used in positive ways, and we limit how much they might get used for negative things.
So you would support regulation around AI, for example?
If it's done correctly. I think the challenge is the knee-jerk reaction of regulators is to say, oh, you can't do that. Whereas actually that might not be the right thing. Rather than saying you can't do this or that, what we should probably be saying is these are the values that we have, these are the standards we should try and set, and you need to make sure that the system works within these types of values and standards environments. And that we set those values up. I think the challenge there is, if you look at different nation states, let's take America, let's take Europe, let's take China, the values they might set could be different. And so we need to be careful that maybe in Europe, where we're very focused on ethics, we don't end up putting in place false restrictions that hold European companies back from what could be done.
But do you feel a kind of personal responsibility to society, building a technology that is accelerating AI and could be used for, negative causes, maybe for weapons, maybe for supercharging surveillance capitalism? Yeah. Do you personally feel a responsibility?
Well, I think, of course, but I think it's also really difficult to predict what might come later. I always use the example, imagine, back in the day, somebody walks in the cave with this wild dog, and they say, look, I brought a wild dog, I'm going to train it to help us hunt. Somebody's going to say, oh, it's going to kill me. Somebody else is going to say, oh, it's going to take my job. There's always issues with these things in terms of how these tools get used, how they get applied, and we need to put some, maybe put some controls around it, maybe put some regulation around it, but at the end of the day, there's lots of good that comes from this. I always think about the fact that 250 years ago, there or thereabouts, we started to mechanize power. We built steam engines, and then steam engines became more and more efficient, and internal combustion, and then jet engines. We learned how to generate electricity, as a result of engines, and it's transformed our lives over the last 250 years. There's been some good things, there's been some bad things, but overall, the trend has been positive. Now, we're just starting to mechanize intelligence. I think there's going to be another incredibly interesting period of time, and we're going to have to be careful. We're going to have to think about how this new capability gets used, but the potential for good is enormous, and we need to make sure that we can capitalize on that.
But it seems like in Europe, at least, there is a push towards regulation quickly because of the very powerful potential for misuse, right?
No, I think that's right. I think there's, like you say, there's a big focus in Europe, but I think one of the dangers you have is unless Europe is successful in AI, they won't even have a voice at the table. Unless we are one of the innovators, unless we're one of the people bringing the new breakthroughs and the new technologies, why would the US and China even listen to us? They'll say, okay, well, we'll put some controls around our technology when we ship it to Europe, but it won't change what happens in the world. Unless we're at the table and have a voice at the table, we won't even be able to influence it.
Talking of being at the table, tomorrow the UK goes to the polls for a general election. You are a UK startup. You're based in Bristol. It looks like Boris Johnson's government is going to be elected, which means Brexit's going to happen. Maybe as soon as the 1st of February, the UK will be out of the EU. What will that mean for your business, building a chip company in a country that's leaving the European Union?
I think every big company has probably gone through the scenario and said, let's assume that Brexit is going to happen, and let's make sure that in that scenario we do okay. I think our view in that is actually we're not massively affected. We're not importing and exporting products into and out of the UK. We develop our technology in the UK. We manufacture in Taiwan. We ship everywhere around the globe. Our biggest concern is access to talent. Can the UK be an attractive place that people want to come to, that they want that they'll enjoy coming to, that it's a good environment for everybody to come. You know, we need to be a hub where talent wants to come and be based in the UK. So that's probably my biggest concern is, can we create an environment where we can still attract and have the very best talent from everywhere? You know, I always have the view, a company is just made up of the people inside it, and I make the company worse by hiring people that are worse than me, obviously. But I also make it worse if I hire people that are all the same. I need people who are different. I want people who are better. I want people who are smarter. But I want people with a different viewpoint, come from a different background, have different ideas, because that's actually how we'll make a better company. And so diversity and the ability to have lots of diversity, super important in a company and in a country.
Are you a Brexit supporter?
No comment.
Wise, very wise. Never comment. We're heading towards time, but a few more quick questions. The US trade war with China, one of your investors was on the stage earlier, Atomico, and they said that that's actually an opportunity for you as a European chip company.
I think it's an opportunity for all European companies.
Yeah.
I think somehow if we can create the ability to look east and to look west and build businesses in both of those environments, we can have trusted relationships in China. I think there are cautions that we need to think about in terms of how our technology might be used, but generally speaking, I think we've got the ability to build those trusted relationships in China, and of course, you know, we can continue to build business in the US. And maybe it will be harder for US businesses to have those kind of trusted relationships in China for a period of time.
Yeah.
I personally believe we're going through a phase of rebalancing, and there'll be some clashes for a period of time, and it will get sorted out. But there's a period of time where there's an opportunity for all European companies to look east and to look west and build business in both areas.
Almost out of time. One last curveball for you. We're seeing some exciting developments in quantum computing.
Absolutely.
I wonder, do you worry that that might be the next computing paradigm and AI as sort of a footnote?
No, actually I don't. I think there's a lot more for silicon to do. I think ultimately what happens is the way in which we build transistors will change. We'll end up using different materials, and we'll come up with different kinds of transistors to switches, basically, to build computers. You know, we're actually working with a leading university. They're using our IPUs to do experiments to try and work out what some of those materials could be.
Right.
I think we're going to be continuing to use silicon computers for the next 15, 20 years. And so we have the chance in that time to build a big company. And then maybe we can invest in quantum or whatever comes next.
All right, wonderful. Nigel, thank you so much. It's been a
pleasure. Thank you.
All right, I need a show of hands. How many of you have been in an autonomous vehicle? No driver. How many of you are down to be in one in the future? Okay. Well, then we've got some awesome panelists for you. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and chief commercial officer of What3Words, Claire Jones, and co-founder and CTO of Nexar, Bruno Fernando Ruiz, as well as your moderator, Kirsten Korosek. Warm welcome, please.
Hello. How many people raised their hands when they said that they want to be in an autonomous vehicle? Okay, fair amount. So much of the reporting I've done is focused on the technical challenges of safely and efficiently getting people in autonomous vehicles from point A to point B. But there's this whole other piece, this challenge, this potential opportunity of how these autonomous vehicle companies are going to get people into the cars. So this is where both of you come in. Before we start talking about autonomous vehicles, maybe both of you can briefly tell me how your tech is used in cars today, because we're not even there yet, right? So Claire, why don't you start?
Yeah, well, at What3Words, we invented a global address system. So the idea was that you mentioned point A to point B. How many times when you're in a car and you're trying to go to point B, have you gone to the wrong place? Maybe the wrong side of the building, maybe the place you're going doesn't have an address and you've got a long description. And certainly in ride-hailing, the amount of times you've had to talk to your driver and say, oh, that's not actually where I live. So we basically made an algorithm, and it takes GPS coordinates and converts them into strings of 3 words. So you can say, meet me at Apple Banana Spoon, and that will take you to a 3 meters by 3 meter square, one of 57 trillion. So that's the idea. Give a universal address system built for voice so that I can get in my car and know I'm literally going to exactly the right place within 3 meters. In cars today, so certain cars like Mercedes, for example, you can get in the car, you can say, hey, Mercedes, what 3 words? Apple, banana, spoon, and it'll drive you there to that exact location.
And then are people using it? I mean, can you tell if people are actually using this?
Yeah, so they do. They use it in cars, but they use it in all sorts of life, and sometimes very surprisingly. So it really can be used anytime you're talking about taking a person somewhere or taking a thing somewhere. So that might be a pizza delivery company that knows your pizza should arrive hot, and if they spend 3 minutes phoning you and going, sorry, can you come outside because I can't find your door? So it can be pizza delivery, it can be emergencies. So when someone breaks down on a highway and they don't know where they are and they can't, for some reason, get that location to the emergency services, they can say 3 words. So it's a whole range of uses in everyday life.
And then, Bruno, how does Nexar's tech, how is it used today in the automotive space? And where is it used? Who's using it?
We started a company to create really a network of connected vehicles, and it's like any network, like faxes and email. Until you have a lot of people using it, the value is not found as easily. So what we are today is that we provide essentially a dash cam that is connected vehicle. People install in the car. They're connected to their insurer. They're connected to our network that is nascent, and they start getting warnings. So as you start getting more and more density in cities like New York, where we have very high density, people get almost real-time alerts of things that are ahead of them a few hundred yards without having to have any sensor looking at it. So it's a virtual sensor in the car. It's something that we believe autonomous vehicles need to be truly autonomous, and it will happen in the next few years that more and more vehicles will be actually relying on this new virtual sensor.
But the interesting thing about Nexar is that it's not just this, what I kind of view as a consumer-facing, someone has this in their dash cam in their vehicle, it's streamed to their phone, but there's this other piece where you're essentially providing real live mapping and selling that data to cities. Can you explain a little bit about how that works?
Yeah, so it's part of the same. It just happens to be that my expectation as a consumer is that I want to get an alert that is meaningful to me, which means if it's not happening right now in the next 200, 300 meters and is fresh, it means that it's a few seconds old. I'm not interested in it. But the same way of mapping the world, putting things on the map, knowing what's happening, create what we call a digital twin, is also interesting for people who do not require the 3 seconds or the 30 seconds, but they're happy with 3 hours to know if a construction zone is active, or a day to know if a traffic sign is still there, or weekly to know that the topology of the road is still the same. So you start having people who not like consumers, but people like cities and mapping companies and some of the OEMs, car OEMs, that want to get fresh mapping data that otherwise they cannot get today. So, but in the end state, it's really the same. It's just the expectation that you and I have are very different to what a city has in terms of managing it.
So we were talking actually a bit backstage about this, but how does both of your tech fit in the future of transportation, specifically autonomous vehicles? And I'm wondering if it's a better, bigger, or easier market once you get to autonomous vehicles. And Claire, I want to start with you because to me, the biggest issue with What 3 Words, or the biggest competitor, is the traditional address, and also getting people to use a different form than we all just type in our address or drop a pin. So is it going to be easier? Is it a bigger opportunity for you with autonomous vehicles?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I mean, you're definitely right. We're basically hypothesizing a world in which someone sends you a wedding invite and it says, Apple Dragonfly Buttercup, and that makes sense to you, and you can use it. So yeah, it definitely takes a shift in behavior. I think it's about pain. So autonomous vehicles is an example where you might have a greater pain point. So right now, if I'm in a taxi or I'm driving myself and I'm going to the wrong place, I've gone the wrong side of the building, if I'm driving, I can drive around. If someone else who's a person is driving, I can say to them, sorry, just keep driving, it's the next door. Once that stops being a human That's much more complex. So it's much harder for me to say to a robot, even for pickup, I'm the one wearing the pink skirt outside Starbucks. That doesn't work anymore. So I think there's definitely a pain point there, but there's actually a pain point today if you think about things like voice. I don't know how many of you guys use the voice navigation in your car, but actually often the cars have brilliant voice control, and people don't use it for nav because the experience of inputting an address with your voice, it's massively complex. There are loads of similar sounding street names. You've got to go back. There are loads of errors. And so there already what we see is there's enough of a pain point saying in a traditional address with voice versus just saying apple, banana, spoon. You know what? It's much easier, and so people use it.
There is one place, though, where I've heard that voice has already, essentially leapfrogged Europe and the US, and that's China. So in your view, based on what you've told me before, and you should explain it to everyone here, are they way ahead in terms of voice in this application? Are they more prepared to get people in autonomous vehicles?
I think, you're absolutely on it with voice. You walk around and in China, people are talking to their phones all the time, and they're talking to their cars. And this means that it's self-fulfilling, right? Once you've got loads of people using voice control, you get better data, you can improve it, it gets better, more people use it. So you have this flywheel. And you see that with voice. And you see it with autonomy too. I think you can see consumer adoption of new technology. And if you don't spend time in China, I think in the West, we can always think, we have these great innovations in Silicon Valley and increasingly London and Berlin, but we export them to the rest of the world. You go to China and you see how naturally people are using voice, how naturally they're talking to their cars, how in China, cars aren't necessarily being designed to drive really long distances and to go really fast. Often what they're doing is saying, you're going to sit in traffic a lot. So let's give you an incredible user experience. And so I do think they're way ahead on user experience. And I think at the beginning you talked about getting that behavior change. A lot of that is about ease and trust. And in those environments where people are more comfortable talking to their machines, they do it more, they become more comfortable, and they trust those machines to do what they want.
So Bruno, how does Nexar fit in then with AVs? Is it a bigger opportunity for you, or is it is today level 2, meaning advanced driver assistance systems, a better opportunity for you, or does it matter?
Well, we don't want to discriminate, and we don't want to discriminate robots, especially. They're kind of nice, and we like them. They're not cuddly, but so for us, the opportunity is just vehicles that are connected to a network, whether it's a human or it's a robot behind a wheel. It really does not make much of a difference, because essentially, the way that we think about it is, are you producing information because you see in the world, you have eyes in the world, and you sending that up, or are you consuming information? Now, it's true that a robot can act in a much better way than a human being can. It's faster, it's more predictable, it doesn't get distracted. So a warning to a robot is not just a warning, it's actually a signal that may change an outcome. Whereas we know that for some of our drivers, we give them warnings and they go like, that's annoying. I don't want to be annoyed. We know the use case of Mobileye in Israel, that people put little credit cards to block the lens because they don't want to be bothered with the constant warnings. But in the end, I say no discrimination is the same. It's the best strategy.
A car. So as long as
it's just a vehicle. And actually, at some point, it's not just a car. It's any mobility device, whether it's a scooter, whether it's a bicycle. Eventually, it could even be a pedestrian that is equipped with some sensor that's saying, this is where I am. All we care about is that people can produce data that tell, this is where I am on the road. And then I can disseminate that data to everybody else around me. So that's essentially the magic that you need to bring in the future. Cars will always have a range problem. Any sensor, camera, LiDAR, radar, any sensor you put in the car will be limited in range. So how do you deal with, you're making a turn, there's a pedestrian crossing, you didn't see it because there was a truck on the way, and suddenly you come to 0.5 meters to a meter distance of the pedestrian, and you hit it because it was impossible to predict that. So either you change the AV rules to drive really slow, which means there will be congestion everywhere, or you give those cars in the future a sensor that is virtual in nature, which is why the value increases. But at the end of the day, again, we do not discriminate.
What is your, and Claire, I want to follow up with you right afterwards, but what is your saturation now? How prolific is Nexar? Where is it being used?
So we mostly focus in the United States. We are, since we provide, at the end of the day, a dash cam that is actionable. And people love to buy dash cams today. In some parts of the world, like Russia, Korea, Japan, they're a main mass market phenomenon. I think in Japan, everybody pretty much drives with a dash cam. So in the US, we've seen a huge consumer trend for vehicle cameras. That's what we drive. We're really riding that wave with them, making those dash cams not just a dash cam, but essentially an IoT device in the car that connects to the internet. You don't need to do anything with it. It just magically works. And because of that, we managed to get thousands of new users per week. Right now, we've done so far 700 million miles of driving. It's probably, and these are not just miles that we've seen. These are miles for which we have video and image data. That means today we are actually driving daily about 2 million miles. Just to put that in context, that's half of the paved roads in the United States. So think of a Street View that happens once every few years. We're doing Street View once a day.
I have all sorts of privacy questions for you, but I want to get to Claire for a moment. So I know that you have relationships with Jaguar Land Rover, Mercedes, right? So is your focus right now actually more on passenger cars today and just getting people used to it? Or are you jumping ahead, like you talked about a moment ago, where maybe the interaction once you're in an autonomous vehicle will be easier because people won't have a human to talk to, they'll have to use something. So what's the strategy over at What 3 Words in terms of automotive?
It's both traditional automotive. In reality, the cars in the next few years that are going to be on the road are going to be cars where we're driving. So a lot of our focus is now, because this is a piece of software. It's a piece of software you can send over the air to a car that you're currently driving. You can build it in very quickly. This has certainly been an interesting shift that OEMs have started to actually build things in quickly. For a long time, software that could be built in a matter of weeks wasn't being, but that's certainly changed. So a big focus is definitely cars on the road today. But the other thing is that more around mobility and how people are moving, and ride-hailing being a really important part of that. So we're live in various ride-hailing apps because, again, as a consumer, I probably get angrier when someone else is driving me to the wrong place and I've paid for that trip than if it's my fault and I'm driving, right? So we're seeing a lot of take-up in ride-hailing apps, in ride-sharing, and that kind of world where it really matters both to the consumer, but it also matters from a business model perspective. So if I'm, if a ride-hailing app, they know that exactly when you're going to finish a journey, they can get that driver booked onto another job. So it literally saves them money if they can save seconds or minutes off a ride. So that's how we see it. We don't just see it as automotive, as in it's about the car. It's basically about how the person is moving. And that doesn't even have to be in the vehicle. It doesn't even have to be on the phone. So we're doing work with Alexa. So we have an Alexa skill. So you can order, say, an Uber using What 3 Words through Alexa when you're at home. So it's not necessarily about what you're sitting in or what device you're using. It's about where you're putting in the address.
Did you shift, was this a shift more towards ride-hailing? Or was it just another opportunity? And I'm wondering if it's because, based on your answer, if it's because automotive is maybe a little bit slower on the uptick on pursuing or making any progress on autonomous vehicles. And then this is a way, as essentially a stopgap, that eventually automotive and ride-hailing will come together in the form of a robo-taxi. I mean, what's the strategy there?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and for us, we're relatively open. We can plug into whatever it ends up being. But I think one of the most interesting points on that is the crossover world, where you've got old-fashioned automotive meeting new ways of moving, which might not be autonomy. So, for example, Link in Sweden. This is a car company that's going, let's design around subscription. Let's design around not necessarily buying a car and owning it, but buying, becoming part of a membership organization that lets you use the cars. And we've seen this with BMW and Drive Now and so on as well. So I think the interesting thing is seeing how the more traditional OEMs are actually able to innovate. And you mentioned Jaguar Land Rover. They just launched Haven in the UK. Well, it's a ride-hailing service focused on electric vehicles, VIP experience using the new electric cars from JLR. There's a lot that they're doing to try and innovate and do things differently that isn't having lots of conversations about when we're going to have cars without drivers in.
Yeah. So, Bruno, I'm curious about, with this focus on the US market and really being able to being agnostic in a way from autonomous vehicles or human-driven ones, what is the competitor for you then? Is it other mapping companies? Is it, if you're agnostic as that's the strategy, I mean, what are you worried about?
I think currently today, the things that could be more of a threat to us and for us that are critical is anybody who owns a mobility fleet or has control over a mobility fleet, and they could generally start doing the same level of mapping as we do. I think it will be really hard for them because we have a head start of 5 years doing it. But as a competitive threat, I think that is there, especially with people who own mixed fleets, like ride-hailing, ride-sharing kind of fleets, in which if they wanted to boot a city like New York, it's actually something that they can potentially achieve in the next 2 to 3 years. I think we built enough value to basically let them say, okay, if you want to build an app, submit what you have to our network, rather than just being proprietary to you. So one of the things that happened a few days ago is what we do, we don't do it in a closed fashion anymore. We opened it up. So we're now part of something called IATF standard. We're a working group draft standard.
This is with AT&T and Cisco? Is this
Right, that's right. So Cisco is one of the authors on the paper, and we're working with AT&T also supporting the standard to make sure that we have something that is not proprietary to us, that anybody can contribute to both publish and subscribe to the network. So back to, suppose that I'm Uber or Lyft, and I want to achieve similar results to what we have, rather than competing with Nexar, I can start publishing data to Nexar and consuming data from Nexar, operated by AT&T, operated by Verizon, operated by T-Mobile. I don't care at that point. It's really a network, interoperable technology like HTTP and web is today, right? You don't care where your web server is hosted. You know that whether you have Comcast or Time Warner, you know that you just get to any browser, you can get to any server.
Right. So does that mean that, as far as you know, Uber and Lyft are essentially also investing heavily in mapping for not just building out their network now, but with this eye towards autonomous vehicles? I mean, so the way this standard would work, if I understand that correctly, does it mean that you're hoping that Uber and Lyft end up just using what you have because they don't have to worry about proprietary technology? What's the goal with that?
Right. So we essentially have put 3 things that already existed together. And I think the idea is to get people to understand we have not reinvented the wheel. It's just a new mashup of standards that existed together. Okay. And for them, it's easier to adopt that than to develop their own. And really, to break it down, it's a little bit at the bottom that allows these messages to go. We give an IPv6 address to every 1 square meter of the world. Then we cluster in a very similar way to what 3words is doing, the world. They're hexagons instead of squares. We like hexagons.
Okay.
And then the third one is we found a dictionary to really document what's in that hexagon. And that is not ours. It's actually defined by Berkeley Deep Drive, University of California, Berkeley. So putting those 3 things together gives the Ubers and the Lyfts and the Junos and who is not, well, no, Juno no longer, but an ability to really put things in that map, right? Okay. And that for them is, they're not locked anymore into either their own solution, but also they can start interoperating between them. For example, sharing part of the app space of their supply side.
I want to ask about privacy, and what 3words? It's essentially a layer, but I'm wondering what is the approach or concern or strategy with geolocation data? And I'm assuming, especially depending on the country, it could be an issue. What's the
So for us, it was really important that we could create a way for customers, like car companies, to use what 3words and actually not be worried about having to share data. We're not, we make our money by converting 3-word addresses into GPS coordinates. That's our business model. And so we actually have technology that allows companies to use our tech to convert 3-word addresses into GPS and not share any data, but we're not seeing any personal data. We're really not playing in that space, which has been great because it means actually the adoption's been very quick because we're not trying to make use of their data, which is quite important to them and that they can monetize. We're just saying, here's a piece of code that does one thing, takes 3 words, turns them into GPS coordinates.
Nexar is a bit of a different beast, which is, and you mentioned it earlier, these are incredibly fresh maps. I mean, we think of Google Street View, and there were privacy concerns that were brought up then. This is right now, essentially, same day. So how are you dealing with that? How are you protecting people who are captured in the video? And what's the approach?
So just philosophically, since we set up the company and ethically, we actually have a few blog posts exactly about this topic, our ethical pledge in terms of how we address privacy. Since the very beginning, we've been both about the imagery being anonymized. So if you look today, even if we get a subpoena or a search warrant and it say, give me Kirsten data, we cannot answer that because it's like iCloud. We actually copied the book there from Apple and Tim Cook when the incident happened in California to basically say, we cannot look at the data, at the raw data. And then the process data is fully anonymized in terms of classic things like faces and images, but we also go beyond that to remove dashboards. We look at windshields. Even our research team does hallucination to remove. So there's a kind of neural networks that hallucinate to remove the windshield and artifacts in the windshield so that there's no differential privacy that somebody could apply to reconstruct your whereabouts. And generally on the geostate, I think that's a really important part because at the end of the day, we're trying to create a vehicle-to-vehicle network. So your geostate, if you are talking directly peer-to-peer, which is what previous standards have tried to push, then there is a way for me to lose my privacy because now I can track you or you can track me. We are broker. We're brokering the information so that you never talk directly to me, you talk through a broker. We're essentially a data clearing house for that communication, which is an additional layer of privacy that we bring into the world compared to the current status quo.
Well, we have to go. I'm going to ask for a one-word answer. Do you think that the hardest piece of autonomous vehicles, commercial deployment, is going to be the technical piece or the business model, changing the way people, making it a pleasant experience? So the human factor, business model factor, or the technical factor? Claire?
Human. I mean, I've been in autonomous vehicles at work. I think this is about humans and how we integrate these into our lives.
All right, Bruno, are you going to take the same or opposite view? Or do you know too much?
I would actually say either. I'd say at the end of the day, it's risk and it's litigation, liability, policy making, insurance. I think I love autonomous drive vehicles. I love ADAS when you just jump into it. But it's something else. It's our risk as a society for how much we're willing to take.
Okay, great. Well, thanks so much for joining us on stage. Thank you.
Okay, we often think of social media as free by default, but our next guest has found a way to make people pay for it. And though not all of them are paid users, they have 140 million users, so he knows his way around the block. So with that, please welcome to the stage the CEO of PicsArt, Hovhannes Avoyan, and your moderator, Josh Constein. Warm welcome, please.
Thank you. So there's this perception that nobody would pay for social media, but with $45 million in funding, 500 employees across 5 different offices, and now 140 million users, many who are paying, or some who are at least paying, you've proven them wrong and shown that people are willing to pay for social media. How have you done that?
Okay, so maybe I should start with the founding story, how it started.
No, why don't you tell me, just like, you're an app that lets people edit their photos, add all sorts of really cool artistic elements, but how have you been able to make people pay for this?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of beliefs in Silicon Valley that, first, you cannot compete with Adobe, and second, you cannot charge for people using social media. I think both are wrong. So, honestly, when we pivoted to a subscription model, we were expecting to see our growth to be slower, but it's not happening. So we see strong growth. We still see increase of monthly active users. Now we are approaching 150 million, actually, monthly active users. If we compare with the country, we'll be bigger than Russia in terms of our monthly active users. And if we have about 700 million installs, so again, like to put in a perspective, it's like every smartphone users in the United States installs us 3 times.
Right.
So yeah, we are not seeing any impact on our growth when we switch to a subscription model.
I think a lot of companies worry that if they add premium features, then all of a sudden they're going to lose a lot of their growth because people are going to say, oh, I don't get everything for free. I have to pay for the good stuff. It's only the less useful stuff that's free. So why would I even use this app or get my friends to use it? But did you guys see that? And how do you decide what features should be free or premium as you try to balance growth and monetization?
Yes, that's a very good question. When we switch to a subscription model, actually our users, some of our advanced users ask us to switch to the subscription model because first, they don't want to see ads, and second, they want to see more premium features. When you are building a product for free, you are really not thinking about your users as your customer. Because your customer is a business, advertisers, who is paying for using the product, right? So basically, you are optimizing your product not for your end user. You are optimizing your product for the business.
Right.
And that's why you know Facebooks and other social networks, they measure like how much time people spending in their app because that's the time they can monetize. In our case, because we are allowing people to create stuff, we see like it's not about how much time they spent, but how many edits they did, right? And if we provide them better tools, they can do more edits. They can do more creative stuff. And optimizing our product for end user who is also a customer, we're making the product better for them.
So that makes sense for why you had the freemium features, but I must imagine it's difficult to decide, does this feature, like your sketch feature, for instance, which lets you draw kind of like an automatic silhouette of somebody next to their body, it gives this really cool kind of ghostly effect. You made that free. How did you decide to make that free instead of making it premium so that when people came in and wanted to use it, they'd have to pay?
Right. That's a very good question. And I believe people in this audience probably notice our effect in Instagram and other social networks because it's a very viral filter. So it's if you don't see it, it's like you take a selfie and it's kind of outline your like a face and it's making like a sketch. So we often decide if this feature is as free or premium based on the potential to be viral. Because Sketch is supposed to be such a viral feature, so it's contributing to our growth. And that's why we make it free. And it's also, I mean, we should, because we never, when we we switch to subscription model, for example, we didn't take anything which was free and move it behind the paywall. No, actually, we did exactly like TechCrunch did. So we just initially we just remove ads for premium users and provide premium content. That was our initial move, right?
Yeah, I think that's a really smart strategy because if you take the things that are going to grow your app and make them free, but then you take the things that might drive a lot of value for a few users, the most hardcore users, and you make those premium, you can still grow and use that as the top of the funnel to convert people. And I'm personally really happy that TechCrunch didn't do what a lot of blogs did with ExtraCrunch and instead made it so there's new types of content that we have there rather than just taking existing articles and stuffing them behind a paywall, which I think we all know is really annoying.
And by the way, I really enjoyed that feature. So
that's good. Okay, are you guys profitable now?
We are not profitable, but we control our destiny. I mean, we are still spending on marketing and R&Ds, et cetera. We can become profitable, we decided, but we're still investing in our growth.
Cool. So let's talk about you for a little bit. You founded and sold 4 companies before Pixar, which is your 5th. So what is your superhero origin story as both a serial entrepreneur and as the creator of this artistic program?
Okay, thank you for asking that and allowing me to share my personal story, how Pixar was created. I have 4 founding stories, as you can understand, but Pixar is a very is different because it's a very personal story. And every time when I was creating a startup, I am solving a problem. So when I was selling one of my previous company, Monetis, to a German company, TeamViewer, and by the way, I should stop here and say, OK, I sold 2 of my companies in Germany to TeamViewer and Bertelsmann. So when I was selling my company, I saw my daughter crying. And the reason was she posted one of her drawings online and get very bad comments.
Oh, it's terrible.
So she was very discouraged. She was almost about to give up because she was 10 years old, and she thought, oh, maybe I'm not very good on drawing, so probably I should give up. And I tried to encourage her as a father. But also, I mean, I did something which is quite unusual for a father, but very natural for an entrepreneur. You build a company to solve your daughter's problem.
That's adorable.
Yeah. So I don't know how successful I will be as a Pixar CEO, but as a father, I succeeded, by the way. My daughter didn't give up, and now she is graduating California College of the Arts, and she will be a professional illustrator soon.
Oh, that's amazing. That's really cool.
Yeah.
OK, so I would bet that a lot of entrepreneurs out there would love to know how to sell a company, let alone 4 companies. What advice can you give to entrepreneurs in the audience who want to know how to get that exit?
I really contribute my success to 3 important skills I have. First of all, on my first companies, I did a lot of coding myself. So I would say coding and ability to build your own product yourself without asking developers and engineers to do that will be super important. So I would say first will be get good coding skills, or if you can't, or it's too late, just find a good co-founder who can do the coding.
That's opposed to hiring outside developers.
Exactly, because it's a lot of iterations, lots of trials. You better have a control over that.
Right.
Second thing is to understand what kind of problems you are solving. Is it a real problem, or you think it's a problem? So understanding what customer needs is super important skills. And you need to spend time to understand if the problem is real or not. So my daughter's problem appears to be is not only my daughter's problem. It's very common, and I believe maybe people in this room, which they have kids, they can probably associate with this kind of issue. When kids are giving up, not becoming creative because early they didn't get this encouragement. So understand if the problems you are solving is big enough. And the third skill will be, I would say, when you going to the more mature stage, is marketing. Understand how to sell and market your product, what distribution channel you can get, and who is going to be your channel, and what channel you are going to use to sell or get your users.
That's really good advice. I think everyone should take that to heart. It's if you don't have the coding skills yourself, get a great technical co-founder rather than hiring mercenary developers who aren't going to do the iteration with you. Don't guess at a problem you want to solve. Actually do the research and make sure people really have that problem themselves. And make sure you know how you're distributing and marketing and selling your product, not just how you're building it, because I think a lot of great entrepreneurs and product builders and engineers forget that last step. But I think one of the most important parts of distribution is finding great allies. And you, as an Armenian startup and an Armenian founder, have found a really amazing ally in Kim Kardashian, one of the world's biggest celebrities. How did you guys get involved with her? Because I've seen her posting on Pixart and posting your guys' hashtag to other social networks.
No, I should talk about overall how we are working with celebrities. So Pixart is not just a tool. Pixart is a combination of 3 things. We have a strong and powerful tools, which are people are saying we are like Photoshop for mobile generation even. But second and third components are super important too. We have a community of users which are using our product to collaborate and co-create, and we have an unlimited content library created by our community. So we are collaborating with different celebrities in terms of, because we already have different fandoms within Pixart. Like K-pop is a super popular category for us. Like we have a BTS groups, Ariana Grande, especially in Germany. Actually, Germany, I should say, is the second most active community in Pixart. And we have local celebrities also within our Pixart. So celebrities finding they're already like super popular. So we cannot give them even more kind of popularity or recognition. But what they can do with Pixar, they can get engaged with their fans in a much more intimate and very kind of creative way. Because we are creating challenges for them, and our community is creating like super posters or coverages for their albums, etc., etc. And the engagement level is like tremendous. It's like you share your love to your idol by creating something.
That's really cool, because I feel like so much of fan and stan culture on the internet is about just liking and faving and retweeting, but you're actually asking people to get involved in the creative process, make something of value for the celebrity that they love the most, and then there's more of a back and forth relationship. Plus, what you end up having is those people promote the things that they create, and it generates a lot more distribution for both the app and for those celebrities.
Exactly. Yeah, we have a very good partnership with Taylor Swift before Kim Kardashian. We have many interesting and very cool content and challenges, and we have millions of views around these challenges.
So is Kim Kardashian an investor in the company?
She is not. She's a partner.
She's a partner. So is she being paid in equity for her work with the company?
No, we didn't pay equity for her.
So you guys are paying cash for her?
No, we didn't. I cannot disclose details. We do a kind of collaboration with her. And with most of our other celebrities, it's more like co-marketing. We didn't pay anyone. We just promote in our channel, and they promote us in their channels.
Got it. So you guys are promoting Kim Kardashian so that she rises her level of status, but she's also promoting you guys.
Right. Kim Kardashian, slightly different story, but yes, in general, we work like that.
What do you mean a different story?
Yeah, there's some, we have some contract with her, but I cannot disclose details.
I'm going to have to ask some people about that. All right, so let's talk about a much easier topic, China. So you guys have 15 million users in China now. That can be extremely tough for foreign startups to accomplish. What advice can you offer into breaking into this country, which can seem really monolithic and difficult to penetrate?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, foreign company in China, meaning like in terms of monthly active users, etc. And we were in China even before we start anything doing officially in China. So before we started, like a couple of years ago, we have lots of pirated versions of Pixar in China. And we didn't find what this pirated version. So basically, it was like you see Pixar in every shop, cracked versions and like modernized versions of by third-party developers. So when we go to market, we go to China. Like first year, the only things we were doing just replacing these illegal versions with the legal version of Pixar. So by the time we start our presence in China, we were already very big, quite big in China, and it became like viral because of I mean, we are growing like everywhere because it's very fundamental nature of people to share pictures and communicate through pictures.
Okay, so that's the good side. Most companies, most startups don't have a presence. They aren't being able to monetize China. You guys are. But at the same time, you clearly must have to deal with China's censors, which can be quite restrictive. And on Pixar, it's not just a set of tools. Users can upload their own photos and their own stickers that other users can use. And so do you end up having to take stickers or images down because of Chinese censors?
Right now, we are focusing more on being safe platform for kids and for Gen Z users. So our moderation is mostly about adult stuff. So because we are, people can share like anything. We're really like using AI especially to do like this kind of moderation.
Sure. I mean, taking stuff like nudity or graphic violence out, AI can do a pretty good job of detecting that stuff. But things that might offend Chinese censors, that can be a lot more nuanced and difficult to do. So do you guys have human moderators who are sifting that stuff out? Is China asking you to take things down?
We haven't had any case for now. You know, especially there was a kind of like, you know, semi-nudity stuff, which kind of, you know, skip our, you know, moderators. We do have a manual moderations, but right now it's more focused on this nudity stuff, not on the political things. So we didn't have any issues with the political things so far. I think that's because of the nature of the content we are having is about creation. It's not so people are not expecting, like, you know, if you post there, like the thousands of people will see the content. It's more about, you know, like we are really like filtering the content in terms of usability.
So you say that you haven't had problems with China's censors yet. I hope that I haven't started these problems. I posted right before this panel a photo that I found on your app of the Hong Kong protests. And then I took a sticker that I found on your app as well, which was the Chinese president dressed as Winnie the Pooh, which apparently he's not that into. And I shared that to your guys' feed. Is that the kind of thing that could get your app banned? Or if the Chinese censors come and say you have to take this down, will you remove it?
That's a tough question. I mean, you know, there are two extremes, right? Like Google and Apple. Apple is still, you know, trying to be compliant with the government, and Google, you know, decided not to, and they're losing the kind of presence and get replaced with some other services. Yeah, I mean, it's not only us. I mean, when we are serving our content to China, we're also using different services in China, like CDNs, and they also have their own moderation.
Got it.
So it's another, you know, level.
So would it be that, like, maybe that photo of Hong Kong or that photo or that sticker of the president wouldn't even appear to users in China?
Exactly, that could be, but not because of us, because of the hosting servers or VPNs even.
Got it. So you guys are kind of able to dodge that question of doing the policing yourself by using third-party vendors in China who take the responsibility, if they're going to be hosting the images, to make sure they're not having stuff that would offend the censors.
Yeah, we didn't do that for that particular reason. We did it just to provide better and faster services to our clients. But as a side product, you get that too.
OK.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see if more companies do that, but I also think you should probably make sure, you know, if you're going to operate in China, you know, you're going to have to come up with some pretty hardline policies about how to deal with that stuff, because it can't be something that goes on a case-by-case basis. As we've seen with all of these companies, with TikTok dealing with this right now, it can become a really big global issue really quickly. So I want to ask one more thing. You have a tab in your app that's for beautifying yourself, you know, removing blemishes, making your teeth whiter. My question, though, is, do you think that seeing those kind of images that are beautified can make other users feel ashamed of their own bodies? And do you feel a responsibility for that by offering those beautification tools?
You know, I mean, it's a very natural. I mean, you know, you want to look much more beautiful because, I mean, if you're using makeups in the first place, it's about beautification, right? And so,
sure.
So we are not really like invented that. We're just providing tools which make it better than anyone else.
So, but does making better beautification tools, is that good if that makes people think like, oh, all these other people look beautiful and I'm so ugly, I'm never going to be beautiful like these people, and you can go into kind of a shame spiral, and it can be really bad for your own personal well-being. You know, do you guys do anything to help offset that, or to tell people that like you shouldn't expect to look like this person who's obviously been manicured with your app?
Actually, yes. We actually have another feature which is planning to do is like uglify yourself. So, you know, not only just beautify, but make you ugly, and just have fun. So we're providing tools. I mean, how people are using them. I mean, just to make you nicer, or you know, we have a very large group of our users which are moving to prosumer market, right? And for prosumer, they start doing like banner ads, etc. And for banner ads, they need to use like models and nice faces to put on them as a banner, right? So it's not only like make yourself nicer, it's more so like, you know, make a nicer face for your display ad.
Cool. I would definitely like to see you guys doing more to make sure people know it's okay to be themselves, even if they want to beautify themselves or others. So one final question, you know, you guys have succeeded in being a premium social network selling tools, yet very surprisingly, Facebook, Instagram, even Twitter, where it's all about hardcore users, they don't offer any real premium features. Do you think we're going to see Instagram or Twitter launch their own premium versions? And what kind of features would they give that people would want?
I wish to have that kind of option when I'm using Facebook or Twitter, to have a premium subscription and opt out of these ads, and maybe having some even premium advanced features. So a couple of networks do that pretty successful, including us. So like YouTube or LinkedIn, I'm paying for these two networks, and I'm using these networks, and it's good. If, for example, if Facebook decided to switch to or provide the option to opt out from the ads and provide some maybe premium content, etc., I think I'll be happily paying $10–15 a month to use this feature. And even 5% of people that just convert to the paid, it would be $15 billion revenue for Facebook alone.
Good. Quick raise of hands in the audience. Who out there would pay to stop seeing ads on Instagram or Twitter or something like that? Yeah, maybe it's only 5%, but that still can be a lot when you're talking about billions of users. So I also hope that by providing these kind of premium features the way that you guys are pioneering, we'll see these companies stop relying on surveillance and data collection and give users an opportunity to say, hey, I want to be able to use your service. I want to connect with my friends. I don't want to have to give you all my data in exchange for that. And you guys have managed to do that. So congratulations to Pixart, and thank you guys for watching. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't know about you guys. I don't really mind the ads, but I would definitely pay to stop seeing abuse on Twitter, that's for sure. We do have our last panel of the day coming up, but because the room was a little bit less empty this morning, I'd like to make just a couple housekeeping notes. One is that, raise your hand if you've heard of Extra Crunch. Yeah. Keep your hand up if you're subscribed. Damn. Okay. So here's the deal. Normally it's 100 euros a year. Right now it's 25 euros a year. And this stuff is, our deeply researched and hugely insightful news around and analysis around how to build a better startup. So if that interests you, then please do check out extracrunch.com. We also have an event coming up in Paris in October. So I guess not coming up, but out there in the future, called Early Stage. It's really targeted towards early stage founders. So if you are an early stage founder, that's something that you are going to want to check out on TechCrunch.com. With that, I'm going to bring up our last guest of the day. Please welcome to the stage co-founders of Ada Ventures, Matt Pennycard and Francesco Warner, and your moderator, Mike Butcher. Warm welcome, please.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're all having a great time at TechCrunch Disrupt Berlin. Mike Butcher from TechCrunch, editor-at-large. Just Google what the hell that means, and then you'll find out. So one of the things we're going to be doing right now is talking about opening up VC and talking about trying to get VC and investors thinking out of the box, to use that old hackneyed phrase. But first of all, let's just introduce Ada Ventures, which is a brand new VC fund coming out of the UK. And I believe you've got some breaking news. Let's deal with that first.
Yeah, we are announcing today, exclusively with TechCrunch Disrupt, that we have raised a $34 million fund to invest in overlooked founders and overlooked markets.
Fantastic. I think that deserves a round of applause. It's great to see some breaking news on stage. That's coming out. And what's the sort of the skinny, Matt, what's the skinny about what you're actually going to do with this?
Yeah, we are a very early stage strategy. So we're investing in UK companies right at their earliest kind of inception, once they've built a product of some kind. It could be very early. It can be an MVP, a beta stage product. But that's the point in which we're investing. So it's technically a pre-Series A fund, but the gap in the market, certainly in our home market of the UK, is very, very early. So, post-accelerator, you could think about that as the sweet spot. We're only investing in opportunities that are kind of global in their ambition scale. So we want businesses that can have an impact at a sort of global scale. And we are, as Chex mentioned, we've got to focus on trying to find talent in places where other investors may not be looking.
Right. So, lovely. It's named after Ada Lovelace, right? Who was famously the first computer programmer with Charles Babbage, which is that's a nice sort of touch. But there seems to be some you've got a lot of weight behind this. You've got TransferWise co-founder Tarvit Henkris. You've got Supercell's co-founders on board as well. Backstage Capital's Arlen Hamilton. What do you think made these people want to be involved?
Yeah, I think that we were really lucky to find people like that who absolutely resonated with the mission. I mean, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that venture capital at the moment is not working for everybody. So, 89p in every pound invested in the UK in 2017 went to all male founding teams. 72% of capital was invested in London. Very little capital is going to people who don't fit that demographic. And we want to do something different with Ada. Ada Lovelace herself was this amazing visionary woman. She was born in 1815, and she kind of predicted the future of computing, but she was completely overlooked. And we believe there are other people like Ada out there today who are just there waiting to be found. And the fund is designed to surface and find and support those people.
So you're going after, I think it's interesting to just specifically mention that you're going after people who are so aging populations, women, young people under 20, health, and then you're going after sectors like healthcare, consumer, the future of work. I mean, why do you think in particular that you're going to find some diamonds in the rough? Is it because, is it something to do with like identifying problems?
I think that we've tried to look at it from the top level, as you're referring to, about sectors around where are very, very large markets that are not being looked at by a relatively homogenous investment class.
Yeah.
But more granular than that, we've built a unique scouting network. So we have 40 scouts as part of Ada Ventures, which is thrilling to us. And they are all representatives of communities within technology and entrepreneurialism. And they will bring the best deals from those communities to Ada Ventures. And they are diverse in nature. They are geographically diverse. They're not all just in London, for example.
But what does a scout look like? I mean, you're talking about people at universities, or what is it?
Could be. It's often people who self-organize around different sort of focus groups. So, for example, Muslimic Makers is a group of Muslims in tech. There's 800 members in London. And they work with us and surface companies from that community. And we have kind of first look at that.
Muslimic Makers?
Muslimic Makers, yeah.
What is that?
It's a meetup group. They meet up on a monthly basis. A lot of them work in tech, and some of them are future founders. And we believe that that's where the future kind of Adas may come from. But also lots of other communities like that. There are literally hundreds and thousands even around the country that we think we can work with.
But how are you going to incentivize scouts from these diverse communities to feed into your network?
So we have two types of incentivization. Financial incentivization. I think there's before that, there's access to a venture capital firm. We are their venture capital firm. But then there's financial alignment. Firstly, there's a finder's fee. If they bring a deal from their network, we'll pay them a cash finder's fee, which can be taken in cash. It can be reinvested in the company alongside us as an angel investor. It can be reinvested in their network. And probably most importantly, there's a share of the long-term incentive, the share of the carried interest that relates to that investment. If that investment performs and the fund is paying carry, they'll get remunerated, just like we do.
And also, just kind of adding to that, I think your previous question about why is it that we're going to be able to find these companies? I think at the moment, so much of venture access is driven by who you know and what your network is, because you need to have a warm introduction to get into the fund. If you don't have that, then where do you even start? And so, on a really simple level, the fact that we are accessible, our email addresses are on our website, you can apply online, we will look at everything, as well as the Scout network, is going to help us find those people.
Previously, generally speaking, let's face it, the warm introduction is between one educated white male and another educated white male, and I suppose that's what you're trying to disrupt, basically.
Yeah, and I think, also in the angel community in the UK is, 91% male, 93% white, and average age of 52. So the angels are often the gatekeepers to the VCs, And they are the ones that have those formal introductions. And so, again, that's something that we're trying to disrupt.
If I was, you know, someone looking at this more skeptically, I mean, why would there be real sort of value in investing in, to use a sort of broad phrase, diversity? Because ultimately there are problems out there. You know, people there's in terms of, say, you know, solving problems of, say, enterprise solutions or mobility, autonomy, AI, etc. I mean, in tech, we're pretty aware of this. What is this special sauce that, thinking about it from the prism of diversity, that is going to bring something that's really, you know, that could be game-changing, that could be another billion-dollar company?
I think it's really important to state that Ada Ventures is open to investing in anybody. You could be a straight white male with a computer science degree from a top university. And if you're the best person to build that business, we're going to invest in you.
But is that business going to have to be an impact-led business? Or is it going to have to hit certain criteria for you?
Yeah, we're looking for underserved markets, as you referred to earlier, right? So that straight white male from computer science degree X will, for it to be an Ada Ventures company, be building a technology solution to impact the world.
So banking the unbanked or something.
Yeah, absolutely. The world's full of, we've been hearing a lot today about the global level problems that exist in the world today. We all in this room particularly know about the force that tech can be in providing solutions to those problems. That's what Ada Ventures is trying to do as well.
Yeah, and I think there are so many solutions that are solving some of the most obvious problems, like how many food delivery startups are there out there, how many cab calling companies are there out there, but there are huge swathes of issues that just haven't been tackled by tech. So, for example, childcare, you know, is a market that we're really interested in because it isn't, you know, there's not many solutions that are trying to address that problem.
Do you think the size of the fund makes a difference, or more of the attitude, the investment attitude or posture?
I think, you know, someone sensibly said your fund size is your investment strategy, and I think our fund size is because we've identified that gap, particularly in the UK market, of, call it pre-seed, like the nomenclature is getting unhelpful now, but in that very early, like pre-traction, let's call it, stage, I think that our fund size with significant reserves is absolutely the right fund size to deploy that strategy. But then you get into what happens after that. You know, and that's why we are blessed to have some of the big funds investing in our funds, and we're very close with them. You know, we know that community very well. We're there to help the entrepreneurs we back with that community, which is a big part of, which is a big risk here as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I'd like to know, how did you sell this into, say, big partners when you were talking to potential bigger funds who don't necessarily have these optics? How did you sell it to them? Did you say, we're going to find people that you'll never find, or you know, what was their reaction?
Yeah, I think thematically they bought into the idea that, you know, the world is changing very rapidly. There are these Gen Z and millennials who are looking for different things, and there are these new kind of markets that Ada is going to be able to be at the front end of identifying, and, you know, they wanted to sort of see through our eyes in that sense. But secondly, I think a lot of conversation has been happening about how those bigger funds can access more diverse pools of talent. And one way that they can do that is through investing in a fund like ours. And we really hope that Ada is not the only fund that pursues this strategy. We hope that we're just the start, and there's many others that follow us.
You were both at Downing Ventures, I believe, earlier, prior to this new fund. What made you decide that you couldn't do that inside the VC that you were in before? Why would you not say, let's spin out an early stage segment of the fund to do what you want to do there? Why did you not do there? Why did you feel you needed to launch a brand new brand, a brand new fund, a brand new team?
I think that Downing's a great business. It's a large asset management business. I think what we're doing could be seen in that context pretty niche, you know, could be. And so we felt this had to be independent, had to live on its own, and that's, you know, that's the simple answer to that.
And what would you
I think
answer to that?
We see a huge opportunity in building a brand around Ada, and a story around being the first fund in Europe that is truly focusing on overlooked founders and markets. And we wanted to do that really well. We wanted to do that independently, and it's quite difficult to do that within an existing brand.
have your own ship, basically, I suppose. Well, what do you think, though, that how are you going to measure your success? You know, if we were going to do this panel in a couple of years, maybe let's give you a couple of years rather than a whole year, which is to change, fix all the world's problems. But in a couple of years' time, what will be your sort of measure of success? How are you going to benchmark, your success?
I think the main benchmark of success, obviously in a business like ours, is cash on cash multiple of the fund, which we won't be anywhere near in your 2-year time frame. But that's what we're aiming for. That's our North Star. We think that by having more input in the top of the funnel through our scouting network, we've got a better system. We're seeing more. And therefore, we should be a top return generating fund. How we get there and how we can measure that in 2 years is the most diverse deal flow in Europe is a kind of metric KPI that we measure ourselves against. How many deals have we done that came through our exclusive scouting network? Currently that's running about 20%. We've already funded 2 deals through our scout network. And so does that maintain? Do we grow the network? And can we even increase that percentage so that a higher percentage of the deals that we fund come through this exclusive group that we've built?
I also think, getting some of the biggest names in the industry to invest in the companies that we find and we surface will be an amazing mark of success. And seeing that this strategy hasn't just impacted our fund and our little corner, but actually has kind of broken out and changed the whole way that European venture.
So we're already getting a kind of a sense of the kind of where you're coming from, because you have been doing a little bit of investing prior to the announcement of this new fund. You've invested in something called Polycock, which is a
Polypop.
Sorry?
Polypop.
Polypop, sorry. I apologize for my mispronunciation. Polypop. So it's a dissolvable sanitary pad which you can flush down the toilet. I think we were not supposed to be flushing things down the loo anymore, or I don't know what's going on with the environment. But
you can flush this one.
You can flush this one, but
yeah.
I mean, tell us what it is first of all, but then tell us why you think that sort of meets your kind of criteria for
definitely.
Certainly the diversity, etc.
First of all, that's a company that came through the scouting network, so it's a great example of what we're talking about. But it's very much an ADA company because it is solving a huge problem for a large part of the world's population that really hasn't had any innovation done to it. There's been almost no change in the way that sanitary pads look or what the materials are made out of for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
So this team is a male-female team, and they've come up with this patented solution, which is for pads which can be completely dissolved and flushed. The average number of plastic bags in a single sanitary pad is 6 at the moment. So if you think about how much waste that generates, not just in the UK, but globally, this is the kind of solution that could be hugely impactful for the climate crisis and could generate phenomenal returns for our fund.
And I think one last thing I'd add to that is that we invested in that company around the time when there were a lot of subscription tampon businesses and things like that, a much better D2C experience. But Polypop's got IP behind the materials that Czech's describing, and that's also something that we look for. We look for something that's super defensible like that, which is important with that business.
Well, there must be some interesting stories that you're also sort of coming across, aren't you? Because you're basically trying to reach into areas that VCs generally haven't reached into. You've got to come in with a PhD or a degree or an MBA. You've got to walk in the door with all of these letters behind your name, and you're saying to some kid in a council estate or projects in the back of Beyond, you too can be an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
But are you seeing some interesting stories come through the pipe? Are you having those conversations with people who've never thought they might actually do something in this area?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, probably the most thrilling thing about this journey that we've been on recently is the reaction from founders, non-traditional founders that the tech industry has, as a whole, has not necessarily funded in the way that it might have done. That's been really thrilling to us because they've just been with open arms, excited about it. Can't wait for this day. They've been waiting for this day as long as we have, and that's been amazing because that's at its heart what Ada Ventures is about. It's about access. It's about inclusive capital. It's like we will go out to those places and tell you about venture capital. We all talk in nomenclature and buzzwords. It doesn't make any sense to a lot of people. So Ada Ventures is definitely on a mission to try to demystify, but also to reach out and say, yeah, whoever you are, if you've got a globally significant tech idea that can change the world, we are the fund for you.
Yeah. I also think it's important to say that we're also not best placed to understand certain problems that are experienced by certain communities, because we just aren't those communities. So we're really cognizant of that and wanting to make sure that we bring in as many people as possible with as many diverse perspectives as possible to ensure that we can properly diligence and properly understand some of the challenges that these entrepreneurs are trying to solve.
I mean, so finally, I mean, if you had a message to give to founders that perhaps might be listening, watching this video, or in the audience, what would be the sort of message you would want to leave behind in terms of, you know, the kinds of things that you really particularly interested in really addressing, certainly in at the beginning of next year, first quarter next year?
I would start with be bold. Be as bold as you can possibly dare to be. Like, dream big. That's what we want to see more of in Europe. You know, a lot of us spent a lot of time in the Valley and, you know, the birthplace of some of that global ambition. Well, now it's potentially the time of Europe to deliver on some of that promise. And we certainly believe that. It's one of the founding principles of Ada and why it's based here. And that's what my message to those founders would be. Be as bold as you dare and then go further.
The second thing I think is just because something is not out there or hasn't been funded that looks like what you're doing or who you are, it doesn't mean that what you're doing and who you are isn't going to be incredible. So don't be put off by just looking at what's out there and thinking, I don't see anyone that looks like me, because we need people now who do look different and who are solving completely different problems. You know, there are such big problems still to be solved. The climate crisis is one, you know, politics is another, childcare is another, fertility, you know, there are just these huge areas that we would love to see more founders tackling.
Right, I see. Well, let's set up a challenge and try and see where you are at in a next year or the year after, and be interesting to see what happens, because certainly I think it does feel like a good time to be going after this kind of subject, certainly in the state of the world that we're in at the moment. But for now, Matt and Czech, which you tend to go by that name, I think. Thank you very much for unpacking Ada Ventures for us.
Thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you. See you later.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch senior writer and your Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello! I'm back because this is the third and final session of the Startup Battlefield, at least for today. So there are 4 more startups that are going to present before we choose the finalists, who are going to present again tomorrow. And again, just as a reminder, they're competing for $50,000 and the Disrupt Cup. Before we can bring out the startups, we have to bring out our expert judges who are going to help us choose the finalists. Let's bring them out right now. First up, we have Josh Constein. He's an editor-at-large for TechCrunch. He's a tech journalist who specializes in deep analysis of social products. He's also written 4,000 articles for TechCrunch. Next, we have Isabel Fox, the co-managing partner at Luminous Ventures. She's also a mother wellness coach, biohacker, Peloton enthusiast, and horse lover. Next, we have Holly Jacobus, an investment partner at Joyance Partners. Her focus is new foods, consumer packaged goods, sexual wellness, femtech, farm tech, and earth-positive manufacturing methods. Next, we have Evgenia Plotnikova, a partner at Dawn. She covers B2B companies in software and fintech. Evgenia previously spent multiple years in venture and private equity. Last but not least, we have Jag Singh, the managing director of Techstars Berlin. He founded several companies, 2 that exited and 1 that's been described as a spectacular failure. He's invested in over 80 early-stage startups over the last 6 years. So let's give it up for our awesome judges. Okay, that was a good warm-up. I think I'm gonna wanna see more, though, when the startups come out. So first up among the startups is Watch. Presenting for Watch are Scott Wilson, James Sadler, and Ren Silva.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Is it working? Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm James. This is Scott. And over there, you have Ren. We're Watch, the new home for creators, and we're delighted to be here. Thank you for having us. So Scott and I are 22, and we built Watch from our bedrooms. We met at 18, where we built an e-learning platform together, and some of our clients included the Gibraltar government and Lloyds Banking Group. Social media, video sharing, the industry is worth $1 trillion. 3/4 of children want to be YouTubers, showing it's staying here, the industry.
So let's imagine you're a creator. You've worked for years building up a loyal audience, and yet you're being treated in a way that doesn't seem fair. So you're consistently being demonetized for difficult to diagnose and really hard to change ways. The types of videos that you're able to upload are constantly changing, and you also don't feel like you've got anyone to talk to. So even though that you've weathered the various different controversies that are existing on the other platforms, you're now in a position that you don't know what to do. Consumers are not in a great position either. So you're being inundated with irrelevant and irritating advertising, and you also, even when you want to show support to your favorite creators, aren't able to do it because the comment section is filled with what seems to just be abuse hurled at your favorite creator.
So what is Watch? We are a creator-first video sharing platform rewarding and empowering creators while creating a more social, safe experience for the consumer. Our values are creator first, safety first, and social first. What does creator first mean? We prioritize the creators and we include them with our strategy, whether that's technology strategy, commercial strategy, or leadership.
So I'm sure you're asking what's so great about our tech. So first of all, we've built our entire backend upon a system called Kubernetes, which allows us to scale down to really, really low amount of costs when we've not got much traffic, but also scale up when we are experiencing traffic spikes, or even in the event of something like an attack. Our processing pipeline has been built to support millions of uploads per day, and we've also built an exciting moderation piece which protects users from things like inappropriate content and also areas like copyright. And we're bolstering that with a piece around human endorsement of content with an exciting feature called Watchdog. Finally, our interestingness algorithm, which has been a coined phrase from my personal favorite YouTuber, Casey Neistat, which is basically around suggesting relevant, entertaining, and safe posts to the user.
Demo,
so
please.
Let's jump over to the demo. Cool. So when you first open up Watch, you're presented with these really immersive preview cards, which suggest to you different posts you might be interested in. So we've put a bit of a bias into the algorithm that it's likely to surface some new and interesting creators that you might not have seen before, or also things like educational topics, which no one's going to argue that you wouldn't benefit from. So you can see here some of the great posts that some of our creators have uploaded already. And if we jump into a post, we can see we've also put much more of, it just so happens to be me, there's much more of a focus on the creator over in the right-hand side. So you can see also we've taken a lot of that familiar user interface of suggesting related posts, but also the comment section has been cleared up a lot we're algorithmically suggesting comments that are not only much more safe for general audiences, but they're also much more likely to be relevant to types of things you want to see. On mobile, you can also comment with a video or a GIF. Finally, it's worth mentioning, if we jump over to Creator Hub, that we're taking numbers and turning them into faces. If you go on any competitor analytics software, you'll just see a sea of graphs and numbers. But on Watch, you'll see exactly who makes up your audience and actionable queries and statements that will help you to be a better creator moving forwards. So let's go back to the presentation.
So how do we make money? We have two main mechanisms: SuperSub, which is a creator-driven micro-subscription model, and advertising, a more traditional method that the creator controls. Global scale. We are focusing on the emerging markets: South America, Russia, the Middle East, and India. Scott Wren and I went to Brazil about a month ago, and we spoke to the 25 of the most influential creators in Brazil. They have over 100 million followers between them, and they have promised that they have signed an agreement with us to say they're posting exclusive content. To summarize, 25 of the most influential creators in South America, over 100 million subscribers, and exclusive content to watch. 2019 was a fantastic year for us. We did our beta with over 150,000 sessions. We were trending on Android at number 3 and iOS at number 13. And finally, we partnered up with Channel 4, the UK's third biggest TV network. We've got a fantastic team of investors, advisors, and executors. One of our investors is with us today, Simon Mitchell. There he is. He's exited 3 companies and floated a company on the British AIM market last year.
Wrap it up.
Dom Smales, we're delighted and we're pleased to announce he's our new investor. He is the CEO and founder of Gleam Futures, one of the biggest talent management agencies in the world. He manages the likes of Zoella and Tanya Burr, and he is helping us lead our creator board. Check us out. We're Watch.io. This is an exclusive web version for today, and we're doing our influencer launch later in the year. Thank you very much, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thanks, guys.
OK, judges.
So startups, especially in social, face a chicken and the egg problem when they're launching and they're late to market.
Sure.
Now, how are you going to get users if there's no creators? How do you get creators if there's no users? And you say you've got this promise with creators to give exclusive content. We just saw Jay-Z from Tidal come back to Spotify. People don't always honor those agreements. So how are you going to solve the chicken and egg problem and get your first creators and users on the platform?
Sure. Shall I take this one?
Go for it.
We've already started the process. We signed 25, as I said, 25 of South America's biggest influencers with 100 million subscribers. They have signed a 2-year contract with us to post exclusive content on our platform every 15 days. We've also got Dom, the CEO of Gleam Futures, and he's got the roster of talent with nearly 200 million following between them.
What are you paying those creators?
We're not paying them. We're basically, they want a new platform. They're looking for a new revenue. They're looking for a new revenue source because they're very frustrated with the competitors. And we're actually starting with the pinnacle of the YouTubers or the influencers who are going to invest in the platform with their own cash, and they're the influencers of the influencers, and they're going to make it a very cool fact. It's similar to how Vine got going.
What's the penalty if they don't actually live up to those agreements?
So we kind of feel with our strategy that it's not so much forcing creators to post upon Watch. It's more saying, well, look, try out Watch. It's a new alternative. And from our feedback, we've actually found that 25 of the influencers that we approached, 100% of them said, we would actually use this, we really like this, and we are using it. Here's this exciting content that we want you to post on Watch for us, because we really want to work with us. The metaphor that you gave about Tidal, I think the difference there is around the kind of experience, because obviously Spotify is a great service. I think there's not as many kind of problems with Spotify as there is with some of the existing video sharing players.
What are the ones that you consider to be main competitors, and how you differentiate against, say, TikTok or any other sharing platforms?
Absolutely. So I'd say starting off, it comes down to the strata of how the video sharing market starts off. So you've got short form, mid form, and long form content. Short form is kind of TikTok, those kind of areas. Long form is your Amazon Primes, your Netflix, and we're very much in the middle, which pretty much is just ourselves and YouTube, really, at this stage, since a lot of the other competitors are moving out because they don't have enough differentiating factors. For us, the difference between us and YouTube is that creators actually love Watch. All of our feedback has been that they want to be on Watch, they want to be posting, they feel these seem like much fairer revenue splits. This seems like much more of a embracing place where I'm being listened to, most importantly. And also, consumers are saying to that creator, this is much more safe. I'm not having inappropriate videos being suggested on YouTube Kids or anything like that.
Can you talk more about your monetization?
Yeah, Scott.
And your revenue share.
Cool, absolutely. I'll dive into the revenue share quickly.
Great.
So YouTube usually dish out the revenue between 40 and 50% to the creator. We're going to give them a minimum of 75%. We have 4 layers of creators. We have creator owners, creator leaders, creator pioneers, and creators. So the base level is 75%, and the more senior they can become, the more money, more revenue share they get. Do you want to talk about the models?
Yeah, absolutely. So as James mentioned in the presentation, our 2 main methods are super sub and our kind of broad strokes advertising. Advertising for us is focused much more in incorporating the creator into the advertising piece, because we all know that on YouTube we're constantly being inundated with these irritating, we'll go to pitch mode. But yeah, much more about bringing value to the consumer, suggesting to them things that they're actually going to be interested in, and involving the creator and incentivizing advertisers to use creators in their advertising as well.
What do your revenue numbers look like for the next 3 years?
So the revenue model is a very, very hard one to predict, but we don't have the numbers to count, but I'm happy to share them with you off stage. But we are expecting, our conversion rate from our beta was roughly 12%. So with 100 million users signed in South America, that's obviously 12 million users.
So we've got a ton of disruption in this market. What does this market even look like 12 months, 24 months from now?
Well, I think it's quite an interesting one in terms of what you're classing as disruption, because there hasn't been really anyone yet, if we were to look at a competitor analysis, that has really offered anything which is really comparable to YouTube in a way that we are. We're offering all of the things that creators, by listening to creators, we're kind of offering that feature set exactly, and then saying, okay, what else would you like? What other things are important to you as a creator? And then also helping the other key stakeholders, like users and the advertisers.
And I think to interject, I think a few other companies where they're realizing that the power is with the creator. So the consumers are loyal to the creator and not the platforms. So we're treating the creators fairly.
Absolutely.
You talked about demonetization as being one of the problems on other platforms, but then you also talked about safety and it being a core focus. A lot of times those videos get demonetized for not being safe, for being really offensive. And just today, YouTube took off a bunch more videos from Steven Crowder and other creators that were offensive. So how do you balance like solving demonetization while also being safe?
That's a great question. So it comes down to including the advertisers in the discussion, which, to be honest, seems like a pretty self-explanatory thing to most people, but that's not really how the existing players do it. They just say, look, we're going to shepherd you away from this type of content because you wouldn't like that. But we're saying, look, be involved in the discussion. Here's a creator. You can actually even pick your creators that you want to work directly with. You can create a strategy which is going to work better for your business. And then from there, you're going to get a much better ROI from that. And you're also going to be generally more happy with how things are going.
We're also being transparent with the creator as well. So they may have had issues on YouTube, but we're saying this is a fresh start. We're showing our policies very clearly, and they've got a chance to start again.
Do you have any discussions with advertisers right now in the works?
We are, but
yes
we're not
or
able
no,
to
because we're way over time.
No problem at all.
Yes,
yes, we are, but we're not able to talk about them on stage.
All right, give it up for Watch.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, our next startup is Genesis Therapeutics. Presenting for Genesis Therapeutics is Andres Pepito. Come on up.
Hello, thanks, Anthony. Hey, everyone. So I'm Andres Pepito, and I'm going to talk a little bit about drug discovery and how we're planning to make it better. So the reason that drug discovery is hard is that even once you've figured out all the biology, you know why a particular disease happens, what proteins you need to bind to fix the disease, there's still a lot of work. And that happens because you need to, in general, find some molecule that can act as a drug that will have the desired effect and at the same time respect a lot of the other properties that a drug needs to have, like not being toxic, getting to the right part of the body, and so on. And traditionally how this is done is with very smart people with PhDs called medicinal chemists. And they have to do it with a combination of basically their expertise and intuition and a lot of trial and error. And the reason that there's so much trial and error and the reason that it's so expensive is that there's really no way to know, short of actually trying it out, whether how a particular molecule is going to behave. So Genesis comes from our co-founder Evan's PhD work at Stanford in Vijay Panda's lab, which you may know because it's also the birthplace of folding at home. And and Evan published a paper called PotentialNet, which is kind of the foundation of our AI platform, which was basically field leading in predicting molecular properties. So briefly, obviously, predicting molecular properties via computer is very desirable. People have been trying for a long time. People have even been trying with ML or AI methods for a long time. And so I'll give an example of how our current technology, based on this PotentialNet paper, in one way is a big improvement over the things that came before. And so here we can see that before the kind of wave of deep neural networks, we had hard-coded features. You might have a chemist say, oh, this particular type of ring or this particular type of ring is something to look out for. And then you'd run kind of old-school ML techniques against that, like SVMs or random forests. Then once the kind of AI wave hit, we kind of shifted gears, and now we have people trying to kind of cut and paste techniques from more developed fields like image recognition and basically try to treat a molecule as kind of a 3D image where instead of these square pixels, you have kind of these cube boxes called voxels. But that has some problems, like, for example, you no longer have explicit representations of the bonds that connect atoms, and it turns out those are very important. Or there's a lot of empty space in this representation. So you waste a lot of computation processing all this empty space. And so this kind of like copy-pasted approach from a different field, it doesn't actually work so well. And where the field is now is more things that are kind of directly directed at predicting chemical properties. And for example, one feature of PotentialNet is that it uses, as its representation, a graph, which is pretty straightforward, but this wasn't what was being done for a long time. And so in the graph, you have the nodes of the graph are the atoms of that molecule, the edges are the bonds, and you can kind of calculate things from first principles, and it solves a lot of those problems. So in addition to our AI platform, we also have a couple other very key competencies. In particular, I want to call out our chemical expertise. So we think we can do great things with AI. We still think that developing drugs is an incredibly complicated process, and so we have strong, experienced people on the team who have basically done this all before. They've produced multiple FDA-approved drugs in clinical trials, all without computers, and for the most part. And so we're very excited to see what they can do with our technology. And again, so one of the problems is basically that as you're developing a drug, you need it to be effective, but you also need all of these other things to line up. And this is really hard with as basically a human chemist, because you have effectively this kind of very high dimensional space of chemical matter. You need to choose which parts of it to look at and investigate and spend your resources on, and it's kind of very ad hoc, and it's at human pace, right? So it would be much better if we had accurate predictions of what a particular molecule in there is going to do, if we could explore the space more systematically, automatically, kind of sweeping through it at high speed with a computer. So here's our team. I'll call it in particular Pepe Pepe Prosset and Nick Stock, our chemistry experts. And and Evan, of course, whose research at Stanford this is all based on. And briefly, kind of why are we doing this? Of course, biotech and developing drugs is perfectly viable as a business model. It's also very key to us, to everyone that's on the team so far, that this is a process that's going to make the drug development industry more effective, and basically help people get medicines for diseases that currently they don't have very many options for. And yeah, ready to take questions.
All right, judges.
So,
Go ahead, Jack.
yeah, so this is really cool. This is really awesome. Andres, what kind of diseases are you guys starting with? Like, are you going to focus on first?
Yeah, so we have a lot of flexibility because the platform and our medicinal chemistry team are not specific really to any particular area. So it's going to depend on what we think is promising in our kind of like initial surveys of various things we can work on, as well as if we partner with, for example, large pharma companies, it will depend on what targets they're interested in. And they may have existing programs in the various stages of development.
But in your current kind of surveys and analysis, what have you found to be the one area that you are pretty comfortable, that you have a pretty high confidence interval of
Yeah,
success?
we haven't decided on a particular initial set of diseases yet.
Okay.
It's basically, so far we've been working more on developing that core technology and working on finding deals with pharma companies.
Okay.
And what exactly is the business model?
Yeah, so basically our kind of what we can do is we can make this process more efficient, and the ways that translates to a business model is either that we would develop drugs for diseases kind of in-house up to some point. Kind of the further you develop them, the more clinical trials you do, the better it is. But you can also hand them off at various points to some of the more established players. And the other way is to do something directly in collaboration with a larger player.
So is the point to create a discovery workflow tool or analytics platform that you sell into pharma and CROs, or to develop your own lab?
Yeah, either can work. We're not especially innovating on the physical lab component. And obviously, despite that, can be more efficient to have our own at some point when we get big enough. At the moment, it's mostly CRO focused.
It's a super competitive space already with obviously like GTN and LabGenius. Are you after small molecules? How do you fit into that landscape? What's your USP?
Yeah, so we are looking at mostly small molecules. In general, we're not too worried about the crowdedness of the space because there's a huge amount of untreated or disease or things that need medicine where there's no good medicine available. So we think there's basically plenty of room. And also we have a couple things that we think make us stand out. And the two I would call out in particular, which I did actually mention a little bit, is one, this AI platform, which is built on this kind of field-leading, peer-reviewed research. And our CEO is the person who kind of invented that technology. And the other aspect is those highly experienced medicinal chemists that kind of work very closely with us, both using the results of our platform to be more effective. What can they do when they have access to these high-quality predictions, as well as feeding back into it as we tailor the platform for specific targets and programs.
But you haven't set up a lab yet and tested it.
Wet lab. We are in the process of starting to do tests. You don't need to build your own lab to do that.
But if you want to build your targets in-house, is that not what you're going to need to do?
You can get pretty far with these contract research organizations. Our expertise and our strong point is basically in choosing what chemical matter is interesting and what we think is promising, not necessarily stitching those atoms together, which is a little more mechanical.
I'd love to hear a little bit more about why this problem is emotionally resonant with the team. Like, what's your superhero origin story? We heard a lot about the science, but it's founders quitting that so often kills startups.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of the lucky one, but both of our founders have some amount of experience with, a physical condition that there's not great medicine for. So it's pretty personal in that regard to some of our team. And in particular, the people at the top.
Thanks.
The original research, it all came out of Stanford, right? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, during Evan's PhD research in Vijay Pandey's lab.
Okay.
And just to fully understand, so what's, so you said the AI platform was part of the secret sauce. How does it compare to sort of any sort of generic horizontal AI platform that you might use in the pharma vertical? What's special about it?
Yeah. basically, the tools that large pharma companies are using are not nearly as cutting edge. They don't have the people working at them that are on the cutting edge to inventing these things, right? There's only one Evan. He's working at Genesis. Yeah.
Okay.
Final question?
One more. Do you plan to move out of small molecules?
Well, I think there's a lot of promise and probably plenty of work for the near future. As we prove our tech on more and more things, we can address more and more fields and more ambitious projects. But lots of things can be treated with small molecules, so there's not kind of any immediate pressure.
What's sort of the milestones you're hoping to sort of achieve in the next quarter or 2 quarters? How do you prove that it works, the model is going to be effective, et cetera?
Yeah, so basically, it kind of parallels the process of drug discovery as a whole, which is there's kind of just in general, there's kind of a lot of checkpoints of, does it bind to the target? Does it have this particular, does it kill people? Does it do this? Does it do this? And kind of as you progress, you address more and more of those things. And so we'd want to see progress along that timeline, like present in our results as we test things.
Okay, one more round of applause for Genesis Therapeutics. Next up, we have Arkona. Presenting for Arkona are Ryan Groves and Amelie Onglad.
Hi, my name's Ryan Groves, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Arkona. The vinyl record was a revolutionary technology in its time. Before the vinyl record, a song was simply an idea. If you wanted to hear a song, you had to find a band that played it, and you had to go to your local pub to hear them play it. The vinyl record transformed a song and our understanding of a song into an audio file. And since then, that paradigm hasn't changed. We've had the tape cassette, we've had the CD player, the MP3 player. But the challenge is that the MP3, an audio file, is static. The future is not static. Future generations are going to look at the MP3 in the same way that we look at the vinyl record now, which is that it's antiquated. So, excuse me. So there's a problem with music creation. It's costly and it's difficult. It requires skill to do, even though the tools are available. At the end of the day, you end up with a static MP3 file. It's not personalized, and it doesn't synchronize to your situation. At Arkona, we have a music engine that can be an AI music engine that can be integrated into any application. It can automatically create dynamic and highly synchronized music and enables us to create an ecosystem of music packs that are copyright-free. So this is what our engine does. It takes the blueprint of a song and returns the song back to an idea. So you have a blueprint of a song, you can transform it into any style, and then on top of that, we have an emotional or intensity layer that can adapt that song in real time. So let's look under the hood to see what this looks like. Say I'm a consumer of this music. I personally like house music. So with Arkona, say I'm on my way to work, and I want to start out with some happy music. Then all of a sudden, I find out on social media that I missed a party this weekend. So I get very sad. Then I realize that I'm late for the bus, and I might be late to work. So I get very agitated and angry. Then finally, I get on the bus, find my seat, I realize I'm actually not going to be late to work. So finally, I'm calm. So this is what we mean with adaptive music. Our vision is that there will be an AI band in every application. And we're approaching this in a very specific way. So the biggest use case, or the biggest pain point that we see, is actually in the gaming industry with rhythm games. Rhythm games are those games that are highly synchronized with the music, where they've actually gamified a song. So you're pressing buttons or moving to the rhythm of the music. But then it goes much beyond gaming as well. So after that, we'd like to expand to mobile, where we'll have a personal band in every pocket. And we also see implications for actually detecting emotion from a video stream. But the gaming industry is a great place to start. Last year, it was $136 billion. It's still growing 10% every year. And for sort of some insight into the model, the in-game purchase and downloadable content market itself was $41 billion in 2018, which is bigger than the music industry itself. The movie industry. A particular example is Fortnite, which is a free-to-play game. They've made $1 billion in revenue, and 11% of those purchases were purchases that enabled your player to dance. So they were dance moves. And so $100 million was spent on dance moves. So like I said, rhythm games are highly synchronized, and they require highly synchronized music, so it's hard to source. Also, it's a great market because it's consistent. Throughout the years, there's been Guitar Hero, Rock Band, Dance Dance Revolution, the Virtual Idol series in Japan, and again, recently, with VR, Beat Saber has just become a massive hit. It sold 1 million copies for $20 million in revenue in the last year. It was the biggest title on any platform. This is a very current segment, and that's a picture of Beat Saber where you're hitting boxes with a lightsaber. Also, Beat Saber just got bought by Facebook as well. They have an established model of selling music packs within their game. And they also have huge communities of early adopters that are tinkerers and innovators, that they like to embrace new things. So the adaptive music solution that we're pitching with them is to take music and explode the amount of playable content by leveraging intensity profiles and any range of time. So these can just be automatically input into our system, and you can get new playable content. We've bootstrapped this. Our team is just 2 at the moment. My co-founder, Amelie, she has a background in music and machine learning, just like me. She did her PhD and worked at SoundCloud. We really have no competitors in the adaptive space. Weave is the only company doing this. There are AI music companies, other ones, but they don't do adaptive music. We have multiple potential partners that we're not able to publicly disclose in the rhythm game space. And yeah, that's us. So help us to amplify your narrative with Arkona. Thank you very much.
Judges, how many customers do you have to date?
We don't have any customers. We're working on some projects with some partners in the rhythm game space.
What are some of the milestones you hope to achieve with those partners so that you can eventually have customers?
Yeah, so integration is a challenge. We have a Unity engine. So we already have the plugin that can directly integrate into the game development environment. So the hurdle there is just integrating it and branding it and making sure we're communicating the value to the consumers.
What kind of signals can you take in to determine what type of music to play? Like, could you take in biometric signals or things from, fitness trackers? And you showed us you moving the motion manually, but how do you make that work with something like a video game to be able to sense different moves or moments or scenes?
Yeah.
Right. So at the moment, we are not taking external information. We see that as a future opportunity, so that, for instance, when we'll actually target video and streaming, that's when we think that we should be looking at external emotions and external information. Rhythm games, what they need at the moment is synchronized music, and they can use those profiles that they define in advance to generate music. So they don't need so much of this external information just yet. But of course, as this is tackled, then we can move on to the next challenges that would be about external information.
Now that Facebook has moved into this space by acquiring Beat Saber, what's defensible about your platform that couldn't be copied by a company like that?
So Beat Saber doesn't have this technology. What they've acquired, they don't have this technology. The only other company that has an adaptive music engine is Weave. So it's very defensible because all of the AI companies have been doing it with in a cloud-based solution. So it's not reacting to anything in real time. So we've designed it from the ground up to do that adaptiveness, and nobody else has done that, other than Weave.
So I'm struggling to think how big a problem this is for game developers. Can you give me a little bit of insight into how game developers are thinking about this challenge?
Yeah, absolutely. So the challenge with game developers is the big studios are building these systems sort of themselves for like one-off systems. So we're trying to democratize that process to the entire gaming industry. And those systems are not repurposable. They're based on audio files, so they're still not that dynamic. So there's a lot of work in salaries of audio engineers, the actual compositions themselves, mixing, mastering. There's a ton of work going into that in the bigger studios. So it is quite a huge effort. And then also with rhythm games specifically, they already have this marketplace available.
Just to follow up on that, sort of how big is rhythm games out of the whole kind of gaming market? And within this, you mentioned people buy moves. Historically, skins have been quite a big part of the purchase. How big do you reckon the sound will be out of that pie?
Yeah, we did some analysis on that. It's sort of somewhere between 2 to 4% of the market is spent on the music development. So with a $150 billion market, 3 to 6. Then additionally, sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Rhythm games out of the whole gaming.
Right, yeah, so rhythm games, they are very consistent, as I said. They do fluctuate, but it's about 1% of the market as well, of the gaming industry. So it fluctuates between 300 million and 1.5 billion, roughly.
How close is your product to being like an SDK that you could ship out into a marketplace for either gaming or?
Yeah, so that's the biggest hurdle was the Unity plugin. So Unity is the biggest game development company, game development platform, and it is a plugin with Unity. So as long as the developer's using Unity, they can sort of drag and drop in a way. But then again, you still have to hook up.
Yeah.
So the external signals, you can hook up something like biometrics, for example, but in order for it to be meaningful, you have to do that. You have to extract the meaning yourself. So we leave the game developers to do that.
So what's your go-to-market strategy? Just to go through Unity to start with, or to also go direct to customers?
To go direct to customers is the initial strategy. So we really think there's something exciting and new in the rhythm game market, and we have some exciting opportunities that I'm happy to discuss privately. So that's where we really want to test this idea out. So our hypothesis is that users will pay for music as in-game purchases. And if that's true, that's a huge thing. And that creates a whole new market beyond just rhythm games and games in general.
But sorry, just more specifically, it's that users will pay for games that are or music that is personalized to them at that point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You showed us how to do this with house music, but could you do this with pop music?
Totally. So we do support 16 styles, including pop, rock and roll, even chiptune. So we do cover a lot of musical styles and genres. Yes.
What does that really mean? Like, does that mean that I'm going to hear Taylor Swift in rap, or like Taylor Swift with classical music? Like, what does that really mean?
We can do that. So.
Yes. So we train these styles with machine learning models. So we support sort of a wide range, but then we're also looking into sort of democratizing that process a little bit and getting creators in there. The biggest challenge with something like pop or rap, like you just said, is the vocals. But there's also a lot of really compelling research to think that we'll be able to generate vocals within the next year or two as well.
All right, one more round of applause for Arkona.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have one more startup coming out. That is our wildcard startup. And what that means is basically every other company that you've seen on stage today, with maybe a few exceptions, have known that they're going to be presenting for months. They've been writing these presentations for months. They've been practicing for months. This next company found out yesterday. But we've had wildcard companies that have gone on to win the entire competition We hold them to the exact same standards we hold all the other startups. So with that in mind, let's bring out Mind Effect. Presenting for Mind Effect is Ivo Della Rievebox.
Well, thank you for awarding us the wild card. It's really nice to take the opportunity. Well, maybe you have seen Elon Musk this summer on stage explaining what he wanted to do with his company Neuralink and how he wants to help paraplegic people communicate again. Maybe you have heard renowned scientists from big universities when they presented their research results, how they were going to help locked-in patients. Maybe you even have heard me say that I would do so. The problem now is that we all use this very small group of people as a justification for our cool work. And I don't think it's actually helping these locked-in patients, neither do I think it's helping the brain-computer interface industry. So I'm Ivo Della Rievebox from Mind Effect. We have actually helped a locked-in patient, but we're now trying to open up these new dimensions of interactions for a much larger audience. So what we see is that there are all these scientists working on the same use case in their own silo, and we really need to add more creativity and skills from other parts of the world, other people, to this domain. So what we have done is we have helped this person. We're really, really proud that he can now communicate over 2 hours a day with his wife. But we have tried to take apart our solution so that we can offer that to anyone as a development kit. And now we'll show you how that would work. And Raphael has on his head an EEG headset. It's a standard EEG material. He has an iPad in his hand. And on the iPad, we have cases, which you cannot see, are blinking really fast. And every case has its own blinking pattern, just like a Morse code. And when that code is being blinking, his eyes see it. Then the visual cortex reflects to that. We can measure it to the EEG, and then our algorithms deduct to which case you're looking. So we'll now end the demo for the cameras. Raphael is showing how he can move this robot with his brain. And if one of the judges doesn't believe it, he can say whether it has to go straight or turn right or left.
Make him spin in circles.
Well, it's a very limited spin.
So
But
the iPads,
he will go on and...
so he's based off of his blinking patterns, then that gets translated to the robot?
Yeah, so what happens, the application is on the iPad. There, the blinking patterns are presented to the task that you want, so the right or the left.
Okay.
Yeah. So every block has its own blinking pattern, like it would have its own Morse code.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes look at the one that he wants to action. The EEG measures the response that the visual cortex has, and then set back which code he has seen, and then the iPad actually sends the message to the Lego robot.
Got it.
Okay. So our IP on this, we have 2 patents, one on the principle of having these blinking patterns and get it out of the brain with the algorithms, and then the second one is to use it for a brain-computer interface. The great thing about this way of working is that you have like an endless amount of cases you can put on the interface, so it's very simple to make complex interfaces in the end for all the same solution, and it really needs no training. So within a minute, you look at the first few blinking patterns and the system is trained, and in the case of this locked-in person, every day he does his calibration at first, but then he can talk with his wife. So if we can move back to the slides, please. The world of BCI really is mostly still an academic play, and where it is commercial, it's really for neuroprosthetics, a market what analysts say will grow to 1.8 billion in 2023. But the play that we are doing here really is about the chance that brain-computer interfaces might be one of the dominant paradigms to communicate to computers in the future for at least simple tasks. So I won't size that market for you here today. If anyone invested in multi-touch screens before the iPhone, I'd be happy to know how they size the market to do that work. But let's see. So on the competitive field, the biggest competition actually comes from current technology. We're really good in using a button, a touch screen, voice, or even eye tracking to command the computer. We'll really have to prove that there are other things for which a BCI is more suited than that. So we were founded 2 years ago as a university spin-out, really with the first aim to help these patients. We raised 1 million, redid all the academic work, did the coding engineering, went to 10 patients in hospital, 30 patients at home, and now have this one user using it on a daily basis. And next month at CES in Las Vegas, we will launch our development kit. So we are a small team, mostly of very renowned technicians. Pieter Dessijn, the professor of AI at the Nijmegen University in Holland, has been working on this for years with his collaborator Jason Farquhar, who is now full-time on our team and leads these young, talented people in AI. And I myself have been successful with a smart thermostat startup before, and will not try to repeat that effort. So thank you very much. And if you always have wanted to have a BCI at home yourself or within your company, try what it could do. Next January, you can buy it. So please watch us and see the announcement about the launch at CES. Thank you.
Thanks.
Judges.
So is the big the challenge here is that is for people who are disabled normally, right? Meaning they would use this instead of maybe using this to move around the house or something like that, right?
Yeah, so the first audience that we catered to were these locked-in people. So they can hear, they can smell, they can see, but they have no way to command any muscles anymore.
Yeah.
So moving around the home is technically feasible when you command a robot, but communication is the first thing we've been looking at. And this one patient that we have been helping, he wanted to be able to control his TV, because if he doesn't like the channel anymore and his wife is not there, he wants to change that. So like moving a robot, we can also send a signal to a TV. Yeah.
Makes sense.
If this is for people who can't move generally, but it's requiring people to move their eyes around the screen, right, to look at the specific trigger, why couldn't you use retina or eye tracking for that?
Yeah, so most people, fortunately, who are locked in or almost locked in, have solutions right now. So we launched this startup on this like holy grail of scientists in BCI space, like Elon Musk as well. He also said the same use case, hoping that we could help these people engineer the technology up to a level that you could bring it to them, and then move to other use cases. And we thought there would be some business. We have to be very honest in the fact that for us it's unfortunate, but for them, eye tracking works pretty well. So, but in this case, this Belgian patient, it didn't. So he has an Asian background, he has dark eyes, smaller, so their eye tracking has issues. Eye tracking has issues with sunlight, so they often cannot go out. But I do acknowledge that there is very good technology for these people already.
And sorry, you said you already ran a pilot? Did I see that on there, or are you about to run pilot?
No, so we have run a pilot with, so first it was a hospital setup with 10 ALS patients and 10 healthy people to compare if it would work for this group of patients. It did. And then we have been to 30 people at their home to see it in the context of their residential environment, how they would live and how it would work.
Do you need to go through CE mark?
Sorry?
Do you need to go through like clinical trials and do CE?
No, so actually because we have always positioned this as a device that could be used for gaming as well as for the medical purpose, one of the reasons obviously is that there is a larger market in more gaming kind of applications. The other is that then it's a generic device and you don't need the medical approvals from CE or FDA.
And what about getting it covered by insurance, or how do people pay for it?
So I'm not sure about all the regions in the world, but at least in the part that I'm fortunate to live in, assistive technology is already insured. So if you can get an eye tracker for your ailment, you could also get this. Actually, the insurance companies are really supportive in these kind of efforts because they know the numbers are low, and the spin-off of supporting an effort of helping someone is pretty high. So it's not going to be a major burden for them, and it is already a prescribed thing.
So I have a lot of sympathy for obviously trying to run a live demo and then not having it work 100%. I think you mentioned just now that there were latency issues just now that prevented the robot from going in a circle. how do you fix that? Like, what are the challenges between getting it to be almost seamless and where we are now?
So quite honestly, I don't know what the issue was. It could be multiple things. It could be the cameras, the lights, the RF signals. So obviously, the state where we're at, there are a lot of challenges in the engineering part. We have mostly been focusing on the robustness of getting the brain signals out. And then we have to make it useful for all kinds of people. And the thing is that in history, old BCI work says like it works on 70% of the people. Now, I don't think there's any scientific evidence of why that would be 70%. The thing is, there are challenges on the physical part of how the skull works, etc. So that's our major thing first.
Okay.
And then all the engineering part on getting a signal from an iPad to a robot on the stage with RF signals, I mean, I consider that solved in general, even if for us on the demo side, it may still be a challenge every time we'll come up and are happy to do that just like that with a BCI on stage.
No, I mean, I imagine if I were a patient, God forbid, you know, with that sort of condition, just being able to move it an inch would you know, make me really happy. So kudos, well done.
And so we have an issue like this. The most important application actually for these locked-in patients would be an alarm button, because they can have problems with swallowing, which can be lethal. And then these alarm buttons get all these constructions that they build around people for any muscle that they can still move. And we could do that, but then there's so many like ethical and legal issues around an alarm button that we decided is messaging. You can have a preset message to your wife or your nurse, or if you look at it, but it's a messaging system. It doesn't always work. It's
cool.
It will still be a step to have, for sure, 100% reliance on getting these brain signals correct. Yeah.
All right, we are pretty much out of time, so give it up for Mind Effect.
Thank you.
And that concludes the third session of the Startup Battlefield. The judges are now going to follow me backstage. They're going to help us choose the finalists who will be announced tonight on TechCrunch.com. They'll be on the stage again tomorrow. Before they go, though, I think you know what's coming. Give it up one more time for our awesome judges.
And let's keep that going for Anthony. He's up here for like an hour and a half at a time. It's exhausting. Okay, the doors to this venue will open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Come, get some coffee, get settled, and we will start the show around 9. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Disrupt. Crunch. Tech. Disrupt. Disrupt.
Das ist die 11. Wolltest was checken, meinte der Chris. Möchtest du das? Soll ich reden? Soll ich nicht? Ist alles okay?